See Me Not. Gavert City, Book 2. Written by Elodie Nowodazkij. Narrated by Megan Carter. Chapter 1. Mellie. The Circle protects you from evil. The Circle's Book of Truth. Rule 9.
Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget.
Jeremiah uses his soothing voice despite the threatening reminder that evil surrounds us, ready to pound on us and test us. The Book of Truth, the only book I'm allowed to read, reminds us that the Circle will be there for us. The Circle is made of love and understanding. The Circle waits for us. We will join them as soon as Master Abram believes us to be ready. We will be cared for and saved. Jeremiah is much taller than me and not as skinny, but he's almost graceful as he slides next to me, so close that our shoulders touch.
Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget,
he says again, and I know what the next step is. I repeat after him. Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget. We use these words as a mantra, as a lullaby, as a good night prayer.
Master Abram talked to me. He warned me,
he whispers, as if Master Abram is listening to us, and gently turns my chin to him. His fingers are warm and smell like the basil he's growing outside. His feverish eyes bore into mine.
They're close. You know what you need to do.
I nod and we stand. Jeremiah's eyes dart from the small table standing in the middle of our only room to the door, like he's expecting people to march through and tear us apart. Or maybe he's worried Master Abram will storm in and shout at us like he often does. Last time he yelled at Jeremiah for bringing me an old copy of Anne of Green Gables. I'd confessed to him it used to be my favorite book before being saved. Master Abram saw the book and slammed it on my face until my nose bled, forcing Jeremiah to watch.
Evil knows.
His hand touches my cheek quickly. A brief touch. My heart pounds. He's right. Evil knows. He pulls me closer to him. My head barely reaches his shoulder. His shirt smells clean and fresh, in contrast with the filthy blouse he brought me last week.
Evil finds ways to test us.
His mouth is close to my ear. He moves the old reddish carpet to the side and pulls the latch in the wooden floor right by the small table, revealing the place I've called home for several months.
I won't let them kill you.
His promise calms my erratic heart, but I still shiver. This place holds my darkest secrets. What I've done can never be undone. I know, I whisper back. Inch by inch, I slide down until my feet touch the uneven floor, a mix of dirt and gravel. It's too small for me to stand. I can barely sit without scraping my head against the ceiling. I lie down. The ground is hard against my back. Panic sends sweat running down my spine, and my fingers dig into the dirt. I force myself to pull air in, to push it out. The musty smell used to make me gag. I'm used to it now. I can do this. His hand touches my forehead.
You trust me?
It's not a question. He hands me a knife that I set beside me. My fingers brush the scar on my right wrist, a reminder that fighting Master Abram was stupid. Jeremiah saved me from the world, from Master Abram, and from myself. The first days and my fear of him are long gone. What about her? I croak. My mind fills with images of my sister dying. She needs to be saved too, before it's too late, like it is for my parents. Master Abram told me over and over again they're beyond redemption. Even though they don't care about me like I thought they did, I still sometimes miss them too.
I promised you. I always keep my promises.
He smiles his usual reassuring smile, even though Master Abram told him he needed to be harder on me. His eyes linger on me for a few seconds. They linger on my chapped and lying lips, on my reddened cheeks, on my terrified and yet hopeful gaze. They linger as if he's burning every feature of my face into his memory. He gives me an encouraging nod. And then he lowers the door. The latch clicks. Darkness surrounds me. I inhale deeply and then do the one thing that almost always calms me down. I sing the song he taught me years ago, the song we sometimes sing together. the song that reminds me I'm part of something so much more significant. We were lost, but then the circle found us. We were lost, but then the circle saved us. Chapter 2. Tessa. My sister Melanie disappeared 6 years, 2 weeks, and 3 days ago. Last week was her 19th birthday, and our mobile home is still decorated with purple and pink balloons. Mom had gotten carrot cake at the store, and we sang happy birthday to an empty chair. Mom hasn't given up hope that we're going to find her alive. Her hope propels her forward. Every breath she takes is for Melanie. That's what she told Dad right before he left 3 years ago. "You need to get help," Dad replied, then hugged me tightly, whispering in my ear, "You can come with me." "I can't," I whispered back, tears tracking down my face. Dad cleared his throat several times as if he was fighting to keep control of his own emotions. I'll always remember the look on his face, stricken and resigned. Mom pops her head into my tiny bedroom. "Tessa, I'm going to work." Her voice has the raspy tone of too many cigarettes. She quit 10 times in the past 6 years. I've never smoked. It would be bad for my vocal cords, and I need them to perform as well as possible. "How late are you working today?" I ask. Her shifts change often. Sometimes because she decides at the last minute she needs to go home. Sometimes she realizes we really need more money. "I'm scheduled until 2, but I'm going to try to grab a late evening shift." She runs her fingers through her ponytail. Her hair, red like mine, is curly and still a bit wet from her shower. The circles under her light brown, sometimes almost green eyes seem deeper than yesterday. She probably spent another night talking to Miss Irma, the psychic of the stars and overall scam artist. The dark blue jeans that used to hug her curves hang on her. Her green shirt is wrinkled, but no one will see it under her uniform. The grocery store is the only job she's managed to keep, and only because they're flexible with her hours. Her eyes dart to the other side of the room, but they don't linger. If she gets lost in looking at Mellie's pictures, she'll never get to work. "I'll grab breakfast on my way out." She doesn't ask what I'll eat. She doesn't ask me about my important rehearsal today. She doesn't ask me anything. Instead, she twists her hands the way she does when she craves a cigarette and attempts a smile. "Don't forget to take Buster out before you go to school." Our beagle Mix struts into my bedroom and jumps on my bed, wagging his brown and white tail. His full name is Buster Pippa of Gavert City, but I don't use his full name often, and I haven't used his second name in a very long time. Pippa Pippa is a star-fingered frog. One afternoon, Dad and I were watching TV when a documentary on amphibians came on. Buster was mesmerized by the frogs on screen, and when that particular frog came on, he wagged his tail and barked his happy bark, like he was trying to talk to the frog. Dad and I laughed and laughed and laughed. I haven't laughed like that in so long, and I haven't called him Pippa in forever. The last time was around the time when Mom forgot she had locked him in my bedroom and he had a little accident on my clothes. The weekend after, he was running outside, saw a frog, but instead of wagging his tail, he ran away from it like it was the scariest thing ever. "Buster!" I whisper with a smile and bring him closer to me for a cuddle, but he has other ideas and tries to slobber all over my face. I giggle at the way he tilts his head to the side when I push him away. It's his, "I don't understand, I'm so cute" tilt. "Look!" I turn, knowing Buster can get a smile out of her, but she's already gone. I should be used to it, but like her, I'm a sucker for hope. Buster stretches and I rub his belly before standing and crossing the 3 steps to the other side of my room. Our mobile home is so much smaller than our old house. Dad chips in as much as he can, but psychics and charlatans are expensive. I inhale deeply, get a pair of boyfriend jeans and a black tank top from the small, overcrowded closet that holds both mine and Melanie's clothes. Her old ones and the few outfits Mom buys for her every year, in case she comes back. The room smells like her too, her bubblegum perfume. Mom keeps a supply of it in the bathroom closet and sprays it on Melanie's pillow every day. Like every morning, I plop myself on her bed. Buster jumps next to me and lays his head on my lap. His big brown eyes are full of sorrows. Do they mimic mine? I run my hand over the bright purple comforter Melanie convinced my parents she had to have. Luke and I studied until late at the library last night. I imagine Mellie smiling, teasing me about him being my first kiss ever. Luke's starting work at the Flying Pig tomorrow. I have to train him, show him how everything works. That means spending even more time with him. My eyes find the pictures from that summer on her wall. Luke and I grin at each other. It was his first summer at his uncle's and we became fast friends. We were 10 years old and we were always thinking about ways to annoy our sisters. That day we were about to put a frog in his sister's shirt. When he left without saying goodbye, I cried for hours. He had promised to send letters and I never got any. I sent 3 to the address I had, but they all came back. Almost 7 years later, he's back in Gavert City. Back in my life. Back in my heart. In the next picture, Mellie's smile is bright and she has her arm around me. Both of our shirts are pink with the words, "Sisters Forever." My throat tightens, but I keep on talking. I wonder if we'll ever be more than friends, or even true friends again. We both hold back. When we were 10, he wanted to be a magician. Now he wants to be a social worker, but when I asked him why, he closed up. As always, I stare at another picture of Mellie, singing with a concentrated frown on her face. "I miss you," I whisper. My heart squeezes and I blink rapidly. I stand and roll my head from one side to the other, calming down. I always miss Mellie, but sometimes it's like that wave you don't expect when you're in the ocean. It rolls around you and brings you down, making it impossible to breathe. Buster whines and bumps his nose into my legs. I bring my fingers to my lips and touch Melanie's pillow. I have to go. I'm rehearsing and then meeting with Mrs. Raymer. She's going to tell me if I made it to the final 3 for the junior scholarship. I close my eyes, trying to remember my sister's voice. We used to sing together. Mom plays old videos of us, putting up shows for her and Dad every week. Mellie's singing was even better than mine, but she wanted to be an astronaut. She wanted to swim with the stars. Some nights we'd go on a roof and sing to the stars. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to get up. I can't be late. Not today. I love you. One of the pink balloons from Mellie's birthday party limps on the floor. I pick it up, but instead of throwing it in the trash, I open one of our messy drawers in the kitchen and gently put it inside. Buster's wagging his tail. I grab the leash and his harness, and together we head outside. It's so early that the sun isn't out yet, and the air smells like a mix of coffee and grass in the morning dew. I walk faster, not wanting to remember the day Mellie disappeared. The air smelled the same. Luckily, Buster is pretty quick in the morning. "Do you want a treat?" He can barely sit long enough for me to take a treat out of the Ziploc bag I always carry with me during our walks. I hurry back inside, grateful Mom left me some coffee, and grab an oatmeal bar and pack the turkey sandwich I made last night with a pouch of apple juice. In front of the mirror, I hesitate for a second. My mascara is a must, but should I add a touch of eyeliner? There's no point. Dating isn't part of the plan. The one guy I could fall for isn't looking at me in that way, and my track record has been shitty, to say the least. My one and only steady boyfriend, Connor, left me when Mom asked him if he would participate in a seance with one of her psychics, right after we moved into the trailer. That was one hell of a shitty week. And then there's Kenneth. Kenneth and his lies. Kenneth and his stupid bet with his stupid friends. I'm not sure why he's so keen on bringing me down. I beat him at a spelling bee contest his dad had told everyone he would win years ago, and Connor beat his swimming record while we were dating. In his mind, that must have meant he needed to get back at me, making me believe in a fairy tale evening. Asshole. And definitely not worth getting angry over. I take a deep breath, give a snuggle to Buster, and triple-check I've locked every window and every door before heading out. The heat is already heavy for early spring, even for Texas. "On your way to school, Tacita?" Mrs. Fernandez calls from her trailer across from ours. Her gray hair is up in a chignon, and she's wearing a long blue dress with a light robe on top of it. She's always up at the crack of dawn. Her back's been bothering her, and the next chiropractor is over an hour away. She's got an appointment next week. "Yes. My former choir teacher has been helping with a song I can present for a scholarship." "Oh, that's right. The junior scholarship, right?" She remembers more than Mom. "That's the one." Mrs. Fernandez has been one of my best friends since we moved to this trailer park. She's in her 80s and has no family of her own. She's the adopted grandmother of Diego, a friend from school who works with me at the Flying Pig. She used to watch him when his mom was working late. They go to the same church, and his mom's been begging her to move in with them. I'm working tonight at the gas station, but if you need anything, I can bring it to you after school. I'm okay, thank you. But you have a good day. And don't worry about Buster. I'll go get him so he's not alone all day. Thank you so much, I reply with a smile I don't have to force. She always takes care of Buster, knowing we can't afford to have someone walk him during the day. He keeps me company, too. Say hi to Diego and tell him to stop worrying. And you be young for me, okay? Mrs. Fernandez asks like she always does. I nod and wave as I hop into my old Honda. My eyes scan the fields behind our trailer. It's not far from our old house, but if Mellie were alive, would she know where to find us? Would she be mad at me? Would she forgive me for hiding when she got dragged into the car? I shake my head in a failed attempt to clear my overcrowded mind. I can't go down that path. I need to work, save more money, get that scholarship. Without it, I'm not sure my college fund will be enough for school. I can't stand there wondering what could have been. I can't change the past. If I could, I'd turn back time and save my sister. Chapter 3. Luke.
Sweat trickles down my forehead. I punch the bag harder and harder, but I'm still way too keyed up. I woke up screaming from nightmares. Nightmares I thought were long gone. Nightmares I want to forget. Nightmares that resemble memories. One more punch. Another one. But the images don't disappear. My uncle marches into the room already in his sheriff uniform, one eyebrow raised, but doesn't comment on my early workout. It used to be his office, but one day I came back from school and he simply told me to get my shit together. He grunted when I thanked him. "Did you finish your pre-calculus homework?" He sounds pissed, but he always sounds pissed, and I do give him reasons to be mad. Last week, one of his officers pulled me over and almost gave me a speeding ticket. 2 weeks ago, a girl I made out with plastered pictures of me across town with the word asshole. And 3 weeks ago, the principal called him in to tell him I needed to work on my attitude. He stops the punching bag. "I asked you a question." "I did," I huff out. It took me forever to get through those sheets our teacher gave us, but I did, thanks to Tessa's help. "Don't be late for school," he reminds me and then leaves without waiting for a reply. Typical. I'm never late for school. I mutter to myself before hurrying to get ready. I box longer than I thought. I resist the urge to rush after my uncle to ask him yet again if he heard from the feds. If he had, he'd tell me. Instead, I managed to find some clean clothes and take a quick shower. My attitude may suck, but school was important. My older sister Lacey wanted to become a teacher. Lacey. I shake my head under the water. My nightmares. I take a deep breath, but my thoughts cling to me like my shirt to my skin after working out. Pretend. I have to pretend everything is fine. Tessa will be at school. She always has a calming effect on me. She's focused on her shit, getting things done. She reminds me of an easier past and of my goals, at least the ones she knows about. Get a part-time job, graduate, and get a scholarship. Another reason I need to forget how much I wish I could feel her lips on mine. Jeopardizing our fragile friendship for a make-out session or more is not worth it. She's not the one I'll kiss as a remedy against my nightmares. And I can't pull her into my shit. It wouldn't be fair to her, and anyway, I'm not allowed to. I may not listen to my uncle all the time, but he would freak out if I told her about my past, and he'd be right. I change into my regular outfit, a pair of well-worn jeans and a dark shirt. My eyes catch my reflection in the mirror. If Mom were here, she'd tell me she sees a storm brewing on my face. She'd be right. I slammed the bathroom door.
Chapter 4. Tessa. There is nothing much happening at the school so early. A few clubs and teams are meeting, but most students will get there in an hour. My feet resonate in the empty hallways. A poster for the next choir concert hangs on one of the walls. I don't stop in front of it. My last performance with the choir was at one football game in the fall. I still remember standing in front of the crowd, the slight wind on my face as the music started. my total surrender to the moment. Luke helped me de-stress right before I stepped inside the field, encouraging me. I'm not even sure he remembers. I enter one of the smaller choir rooms and the smell of wood and the memories tighten my throat. I force myself to drink a bit of water. The room isn't huge, not like the auditorium where the choir meets, where some of the performances take place. The awards on the wall remind me I used to be part of something big in this school. Missing choir because of work is not an excusable absence, so I had to quit. My singing the national anthem at the football game was my goodbye performance. I warm up for a few minutes. Starting with a single held ah, I change the vowel sound to o, moving only my lips. Then I switch it up by changing the vowel to eh and e, moving my tongue only. I do a few other exercises and then practice Danny Boy. The choir performed that song years ago, and I was thinking it could be the song I used for the scholarship. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. I focus on the words, on the sound, but I can't force the scholarship out of my mind. The university is close enough that I could come back home every day. Mom wouldn't have to be alone. My college fund is steadily growing, but it couldn't pay for that program. It's a new voice program that incorporates all types of music, including musicals, instead of the classical path often offered in voice programs. Music's the only thing I've ever been really good at. If that doesn't work, I have no clue what I'm going to study. I'm good at math and chemistry, but music has helped me through so much. When I sing, I don't push the pain away. When I sing, I can be myself. When I sing, all those feelings I keep buried so deep inside they've developed roots are set free. The door opens and Mrs. Raymer enters. Her short dark hair frames her oval face. She doesn't say a word but leans against the wall, listening to me and nodding. Her nods are famous in the choir world. They're rare and mean you really nailed it. My shoulders relax and I continue rehearsing. Once I'm done, she gestures for me to take a seat. We need to talk. Mrs. Raymer isn't usually fidgety, but she shifts from one foot to another before plopping herself down in a chair next to me. What's going on? Your grades have slipped, and you haven't come to sing in over 2 weeks. I got busy at work, picking up extra shifts in the morning, and I rehearse when I can, in the car, at home, during my breaks. I can't help the slight panicky tone in my voice, and I dig my fingers into my palms to calm down. You're not in the final 3 for the junior scholarship. She drops the truth I saw coming a mile away, but still it punches me full force in the chest. It was a long shot, more of a pity shot than a real shot, but I believed it could happen. I'm not, I repeat, and this time my voice doesn't break. It doesn't show anything. Force of habit. If I'm not singing, it's much easier to hide my pain. I'm sorry. I wanted to give you that chance, but your GPA is down, and it's not only my decision. The school is very selective in whom they put forward. It's very competitive. She pauses and her chin dips as if she doesn't even believe what she's about to say. You can always apply to the music scholarship the university offers. It's open to everybody. It's not linked to the school, and the school isn't choosing who to put forward. The music scholarship asks for steady participation in a choir for the past 2 years before graduation, and I'm no longer in the choir. Her hand briefly touches my shoulder. Her head tilts the same way it always does when people feel sorry for you but aren't quite sure how to help. I loathe that head tilt. I'll help you look for other opportunities. I'll talk to Mr. Bruns. My guidance counselor is rooting for me too. They all are, and it feels like I'm letting everyone down, not only myself. Thank you, I whisper and head out before she can think of more encouraging words. My chest feels hollow and I don't look where I'm going. And I bump into the last person I want to see, Kenneth. His cologne is too strong, but that's pretty much half the male population at this school. It's like they forget to take showers and believe cologne will solve all their body odor issues. His blonde hair is in this disheveled artistic look as if he woke up like that, though I know it takes him about 40 minutes to get it exactly that way. He replaces the shower with artistic hairdos. He flashes his famous dimple my way, a dimple I thought was meant only for me.
If you want a repeat of last year, all you have to do is tell me, and I'm right there for you.
He leans in toward me and I purse my lips in an attempt to restrain myself from spitting in his face.
You and I could sneak out and meet at your place? Your mom's at work, no?
His index finger tucks a strand of my hair back behind my ear. Do not touch me, I grit my teeth. He pulls his hand away with an innocent expression on his face, but instead of getting lost, he continues to follow me. I sigh loudly, but he doesn't get the hint. I don't want to deal with him, with any of this. Get lost. I don't even look at him. He doesn't stop.
It's a free country, and my locker is that way too, Tessie.
Don't call me Tessie. I hurry, but he keeps up with me. And my shitty day becomes even shittier. Chapter 5. Luke.
The parking lot at school is almost full, but the spot I usually take stands empty. One of the unknown perks of Gabbard High. Some spots are reserved. Never thought I'd pretend so well that mine would be one of those. I grab my books for the day and slide out of my car. I nod at Cora, who's been asking me to go to a party with her tonight. Her tight top doesn't leave much to the imagination, and I'm not complaining because the view is hot. She smiles at me, but instead of the sexy smile she's probably attempting, her shoulders are slumped and her eyes dart behind me. Her ex must be in the parking lot. Hey, Cora. I call her, and she blushes. Her eyes focus on the tattoos on my arm. She doesn't know what they hide, and we're never going to get close enough for her to know. I'll be there tonight, I whisper in her ear, and this time her smile's more self-assured. I have to go, I add before she says anything else. We'll have fun tonight, but that's it. I won't hurt her, but I won't be her hero either. I could never be a hero. The hallways are full of posters about the spring dance and whatever else the school has going on. I stop in front of an announcement about the choir. Tessa used to be in the choir. She was terrific at that football game last semester. Don't forget to come see me after your last period, Mr. Bruns tells me as he walks toward the administrative offices, not waiting for my answer. Despite my sucky reputation, I've never missed class and never missed a meeting with him. He's my guidance counselor and helping me to make sure I can graduate on time. Tessa's locker is only a few feet away from mine. She went to rehearse this morning and she might have heard about the junior scholarship. It's funny how we can chat and eat lunch together and be friends without really talking about what we're both hiding. We've tiptoed around it. She asked me where I'd been since that one summer, and I told her I didn't want to talk about it. I asked her what happened the day Melanie disappeared, and she replied she didn't want to talk about it. There's this invisible barrier between us. A barrier I want to punch through, but I'm too fucking scared to even touch. My eyes search for her. I shouldn't be so aware of her way too rare laughs, of the way she tilts her head in class when she's fighting against the urge to fall asleep. And she's standing right there. Her back is turned to me, but her red hair falls on her shoulders. She fidgets from one foot to another. Kenneth stands next to her and leans toward her. She pushes him back, but he simply laughs, a laugh full of anger, and my hands clench into fists. I've heard the rumors, and I've seen the pictures on that stupid website. That's another thing Tessa doesn't talk about, and any sense of calmness I usually feel when I'm close to her shatters in pieces. I've butted heads with him more than once since last year. He usually stays clear of me, but not today. The adrenaline from my morning training still runs through my veins. Why don't you get lost, pretty boy? I extend my arm above Tessa's head on her locker. She ducks under my arm.
I don't need any help. Kenneth was going, right, Kenneth?
Kenneth stares at me, crossing his arms on his chest. Not sure if that's supposed to make him look more imposing. It doesn't. He smirks. Is that who you're going for these days, Tessie? Bad boys with tattoos? He tilts his chin up as if that look is supposed to make me shit in my pants, but he keeps on glancing back, probably hoping for reinforcement. These types of guys are predictable. He reminds me of Darren, a guy at the teen home who barked all the time but never bit. Tessa turns to me. She gently puts her hand on my chest and I stare at her fingers. Her touch soothes and burns me.
I got this,
she whispers in a calming tone, but her eyes are wide and her lips tremble. If he's the one who put this desperate look on her face, he will regret it. Kenneth circles around her to me, and it takes all the restraint I have not to hurt the guy. But he must not see how hard I'm trying to behave because he leans closer to me. Was your sister a sister wife? His words punch me in the stomach harder than any fist. What does he know? Tessa frowns, but I'm not sure she heard him. Kenneth laughs. A laugh without joy, but full of self-congratulatory bullshit, as if the look on my face is rewarding enough. And the anger I was holding back breaks through my barriers. Why don't you give it a shot? I push him as hard as I can, and he almost falls on his ass. A small crowd gathers around us, and Tessa steps toward me instead of to the side.
Don't do that. He's not worth it.
She's only looking at me, and there's no fear in her eyes, no disgust, and no excitement. Just sadness and exhaustion.
Trust me, he's not worth it,
she repeats and crosses her arms over her chest. Her friend Diego marches toward us while some of Kenneth's buddies gather around him. Diego stands by my side without a word. He's smaller than me, but he's strong, and people don't mess with him. The first bell rings, but nobody moves. They all hold their breath. Tessa throws her hands up in the air.
Kenneth, get lost.
She turns back to him.
You wouldn't want me to spread rumors, too.
She bends down and whispers in his ear. His mouth gapes open and he steps back. Whatever. No one would believe you.
You never know.
The second bell rings and Mrs. Raymer marches toward our group. She points to Kenneth and to me.
You and you, go to the principal's office.
It was... Tessa attempts to explain, but Mrs. Raymer shakes her head. Go to class, Tessa. She claps her hands. Everyone, go to class. And her tone isn't one to ignore. Tessa protests, but I step back to her. I'll see you later. Don't worry. She shakes her head.
But that's not fair.
Mrs. Raymer turns to Tessa. I didn't see you push anybody to the ground. You're going to class. Tessa ducks past me again.
Kenneth was bothering me and wouldn't listen to me when I asked him to stop.
She stares at Kenneth and she looks pissed but not surprised.
Thanks, Tessa. I'll make sure the principal knows the circumstances, but fighting isn't allowed.
She sighs. Go to class, she adds, and her voice is gentler. Tessa hesitates. Go, it's okay, I tell her. You can't be in detention or you'll miss work. She purses her lips, but she knows I'm right. She needs the money more than I do, and if she gets a week of detention, she might have to miss some shifts next week. Her shoulders slump and she turns around, heading towards English class. Kenneth and I glare at each other and follow Mrs. Raymer to the administrative offices. I keep my head high while Kenneth makes a desperate attempt to weasel his way out of it. Please, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. I was talking to Tessa and he must be jealous or something. I don't even bother commenting. The way to the principal's office shouldn't be so familiar, but I've been here enough times. I remember the first day back at school. I squared my shoulders, put on my best I-don't-give-a-fuck face, and marched in like I owned the place. No one knew that inside I was shaken, doubting everything, especially myself. School used to mean 3 hours a day after working in the fields. Lacey got beaten to a pulp for teaching us with forbidden books at night, for talking back, or disobeying. She risked everything for her friends, and she always risked everything for Lila and me. That night, we waited for her for hours before slipping away in the darkness.
If I don't make it, you still have to go. You have to leave. Promise me.
The circles under her eyes were deep. Her hand shook, but her voice was firm.
If you don't leave, you know what's going to happen.
I rubbed the back of my neck, but the tension grows. Kenneth needs to stop talking or I might not be able to keep quiet much longer.
I don't want to hear your excuses. You both are coming to the principal's office. She's going to want to talk to your parents. And you, Luke, she's going to call your uncle. This is a school, not a boxing ring, and we respect one another.
Kenneth finally shuts up, but his face turns paler.
Fuck,
he mutters while I shrug. Uncle John won't be happy, but this isn't what worries me. What worries me is Kenneth's comment about Lacey. What does he know? What worries me is him spreading rumors about Lacey and maybe unknowingly impeding the investigation. What worries me is the haunted look on Tessa's face when she held me back. She usually hides the way she feels. She smiles one of her don't try to get close smiles. But today she looked like she was desperate. And I wish I could do something to really make her smile.
Chapter 6. Tessa. Luke didn't get into too much trouble. Before chemistry, he told me he only got 3 days of detention. I let out a relieved sigh, and even though I wished we could have talked more, class got all our attention. I grabbed my sandwich and head to the library for lunch. I don't want to deal with Kenneth, and I don't want to answer Diego's or Luke's questions about the junior scholarship because it's still too raw, and I need some peace and quiet to look for information on Lacey. I've overheard Kenneth's comment. Kenneth's an ass. Yesterday, today, and probably tomorrow. He'd been leaving me alone for the past months, but it seems Luke sets him off. Ever since Luke and I started eating lunch together, Kenneth's been looking at us like he wants to destroy whatever is going on. Luke and I don't talk much during lunch. We chat about classes and then we sit in silence, unless Diego is with us. Today, Kenneth was like a dog trying to establish dominance in a pack. But no matter his reasoning, if he has any, what he said hit Luke. Kenneth's cousin works for the sheriff's department. He must know something. Luke's face when Kenneth mentioned Lacey changed from anger to fury tinged with fear. I eat my sandwich as quickly as possible and then settle at one of the computers that lines the main room. I've searched for Luke before, but I didn't find anything. I type Lacey's name, but there are way too many results to sort through. I almost narrow it down to sister wife, but my fingers hover over the keyboard. It almost feels like betrayal.
If you have any questions, you can ask me, you know.
Luke's voice is close to my ear, and I jump up, shrieking. The assistant librarian, Mrs. Petita, shushes me with a frown. Sorry, I mouth. Can I really ask you, though? I turn to him. His green eyes lock with mine, and my heart leaps. My heart always leaps when I'm so close to him. So close and yet so far, because I know the answer. He pulls a chair next to me and lifts his mouth into a half smile. One of those smiles that tells me everything I need to know. He still wouldn't answer my questions. Not really, because I'm not sure I would answer his questions either.
You can ask me,
he replies with a serious tone. But then Cora enters the library with some of her girlfriends, and he stands up. He wasn't looking for me or checking up on me. He was getting ready for one of his famous hookups. My leaping heart skips a beat and tumbles to the ground, adding one more bruise to its collection. Your girlfriend is there, I mutter and wave at Cora. She's always been very nice to me. Her mom organized cooked meals for my family when Mellie disappeared, and even though Cora and I are not friends, we've stayed friendly enough.
I don't do the whole girlfriend thing,
Luke whispers to me and points to the screen.
You won't find anything that way, he adds. If you want me to stay with you, I can.
His eyes search for an answer in mine. He won't find any truth in the way I look at him right now. Detached, like I'm cool with everything. I'm fine. I'll see you at work tomorrow morning, bright and early.
You're not coming to the party tonight?
He doesn't sound surprised, but slightly disappointed. I'm working at the gas station. He nods. He's still too close. If I only lean a bit further, my fingers could touch his tattoo. The tattoo I've been thinking about, wanting to know what it means. His hand hovers close to my knee, and I hold my breath, but he doesn't touch it.
If you needed anything, would you tell me?
Would you? I retort and lift a shoulder, as if daring him to tell me the truth, to not turn to his usual bullshit.
"If I could, you'd be the only one I'd tell,"
he replies, staring at my eyes and then my lips, and my bruised heart jumps again. Stupid heart. Stupid me. But then he stands and strides to where Cora waits and wraps his arm around her shoulder, and I force myself to look away and ignore the pressure building in my chest. Feeling sorry for myself won't do anything. I close the tab on Lacey and instead search for a college voice scholarship. If only I believed in miracles. Chapter 7. Luke.
I had to promise Uncle John I'd be back before 11. Uncle John only agreed to let me out after I explained what happened with Kenneth. Kenneth's cousin works with him. After Kenneth's outburst, his cousin is going to have to answer a few questions. He's not even working on the case, so if he knows anything, he's been snooping. And I can't stop thinking about Kenneth's smirk when he talked about Lacey. I can't seem to get it out of my head. It's early, but the party is booming. Cora's on her 5th or 6th beer. She also did shots. Her long blonde hair is in her face as she dances, or rather jumps up and down.
Luke!
She screams my name.
Luke, come dance with me!
I cross my arms over my chest, leaning against the wall. I'm trying for the too cool for words look, even though I probably just look like I'm trying too hard. Whatever. I don't dance, I reply. Cora rushes toward me and throws her arms around me. Her lips touch mine, and then she leans back, whispering,
Carlos.
Her ex's name. She mumbles,
I miss you.
I wrap my arm around her. I think you need to call it a night. Her finger trails down my arm.
But I'm not tired. And you're so hot.
She kisses me again, her hands making their way down my back to my ass. The kiss isn't doing it for me. She's way too drunk and clearly doesn't know what she wants. Even I have principles, despite popular belief, and I don't hook up as often as the rumors go, but when I do, I have some rules. 1. Be upfront. 2. Don't make false promises. And 3. Don't play the game if they don't know the rules. If she's too drunk to walk, she definitely can't agree to the rules. If she's too drunk to walk, she can't really say yes. And I need to know she truly wants it so we both can have the best time. If we had sex, she'd regret it. And she'd look at me with guilt or remorse in her eyes. I have enough guilt and remorse on my own. Let me take you home, I whisper into her ear. She shakes her head.
I'm sleeping here.
She yawns.
Madison's sleeping here too.
I have to lean in to understand what she's mumbling. Madison's on the other side of the room playing pool. I put my arm around Cora's waist and she leans heavily on me as we make our way to Madison. Will you make sure she's okay? I think she needs to sleep. Madison's brown eyes widen like she's surprised I'm being a human being and making sure Cora's taken care of.
Sure, I'm sleeping over too and I didn't drink. We have a system. Madison blabbers and blushes. One of us always needs to make sure the others are okay. My mom told me about that system when we started going out on weekends. I mean, other girls do it too.
She slaps her hand to her mouth.
I talk too much.
Cora giggles.
You do. That's your superpower.
I smile at the both of them, feeling relieved that Cora will indeed be taken care of and that I can go back home. I need to make a small detour by the gas station beforehand. I think the system is great. See you girls later. Maybe a system could have helped Mom. I shake my head. I'm not sure anything could have helped Mom. Not the best thought for someone who wants to become a social worker. I slide into my car, away from the lights and laughter. The gas station is on my way back to my uncle's. It's small, a bit on the outskirts of the city. Tessa's usually not alone there, but knowing she works on Fridays until 10 always worries me. I'm not sure if it comes from knowing Mellie got kidnapped and being afraid it might happen to Tessa too, or because my past could come back and hurt her. If my stepdad found out I've been working with the feds against him, he wouldn't be the type to forgive and forget. Right now, he's probably too busy being a scam artist to worry about me, and part of me believes he's relieved I'm gone. I'm no longer running my mouth, trying to discredit him with every member. The parking lot is empty. Tessa's behind the counter, wearing a black shirt and a yellow cap. She gasps.
The doorbell's broken, I swear. I didn't hear you coming.
I stride to where she stands. She's got a book in her hands. The TV above her is playing the news. The gas station is small but pretty clean, and my eyes zero in on the bathroom. I take a deep breath, but heat still spreads through my body, and I hold myself to the counter.
Are you okay?
Tessa hurries to me, and her hand touches my face.
Here, drink some water.
She grabs a bottle from the small fridge close by. I take a big gulp. It's only memories. Memories. Nothing more than memories. When Lila and I escaped, we walked for hours. She was so tiny and so thirsty. I ended up carrying her and asking for the keys to the bathroom in a small gas station like this one. The lady behind the counter gave them to me, and then Lila fainted. Fainted on the floor, much dirtier than here. She called an ambulance. Lila could have died. Tessa's hand touches my face again.
Do you want to talk?
I inhale and exhale as deeply as I can 3 times. Not about that. What happened at school before Kenneth? Did you hear about the scholarship? I tried to call you after classes, but you didn't pick up. Her shoulders sag, and I grab a Snickers from the counter, putting the money down. Here. I know these are your favorites.
Thanks.
She opens it.
If only everything could be solved by eating candy.
She attempts to joke, but then sighs.
I'm not even going to be put forward for that scholarship. Mrs. Raymer said she fought for me, but my grades weren't good enough.
Fuck. I'm sorry. Then I wince. I don't understand. You have a 3.5 GPA.
The students they're presenting have a 4.0 GPA. One has a 4.1. And I thought it might be easier since it was a scholarship just for our school. I'm not good enough.
I nudge her. Don't say that. You're more than good enough. You'll figure something out.
Unless I rob a bank, I'm not quite sure how. My parents always told me my college fund might be tight for a 4-year university. I'm looking into other scholarships, but unless they've got a, hey, you're working your ass off, sorry you're not part of any clubs, and sorry your grades are slipping scholarship, I'm screwed.
Did you talk to your counselor?
I did. He's helping me, but...
A guy enters a gas station.
Hi, Jer. The same as usual?
She smiles at him. He looks between her and me and then smiles back. Is that your boyfriend? His voice has a soothing tone to it.
You're always trying to fix me up with customers. He's a friend. Hope your sister's doing better?
She is, thank you. She asked me for a Snickers. He puts a few items on the counter. And I need those.
There you go.
She wraps some bread, eggs, milk, and peanut butter and hands in the bag with the Snickers.
See you next week.
Bye, Tessa. He waves at her and then nods my way and marches out like he's late for something. I frown, searching my memory. That's the guy who lives in the cabin by the Norman's Fields?
Yep, that's him. He doesn't have a lot of money. His sister's been sick and he helps her from time to time. You should have seen him the first time he bought pads for her when she was too sick to come in. He couldn't say 2 words.
Have you met her?
Nope, she's not there often. I think she lives up north or something and stays with him when she needs someone to take care of her. He works hard on the different ranches throughout the year. A nice guy. Bit weird, but nice. He usually chats for a few minutes, but today since you're here, I guess he thought I was busy.
She frowns.
By the way, why aren't you at the party?
I was there, but Cora got wasted, and I wanted to talk to you.
Oh.
She replies and rearranges a stack of gums as if she's thinking about what to say next.
Cora's nice.
She is. I don't really want to talk about Cora. Not with Tessa. I should go home. Believe it or not, I might make it back before curfew. Uncle John almost grounded me, but he decided against it. I do need to be back early, though.
Okay.
She breathes out, and then her eyes find mine.
Thanks for passing by.
Of course. I'll see you tomorrow morning. And I leave knowing that tonight the nightmares will come back. Even stronger. In my nightmares, I relive our escape. In my nightmares, I relive our last few months with Lacey and Mom. In my nightmares, I have to leave Lacey behind. Again. I get a text from Cora asking to meet up at the Flying Pig super early tomorrow morning before my shift. She might not even remember she sent me that, but I still reply, okay. Cora may not be the one I really want, but I won't hurt her. I won't get in too deep. She's a distraction. So why do I feel like such an asshole?
Chapter 8. Mellie. Becoming a member of the Circle is a gift for this life and the afterlife. Members should renounce their previous lives. Teenagers should renounce any other life. Children should not know any other life. Members will become initiated via fire. Fire cleanses the sins. The Circle's Book of Truth, Rule 5. Jeremiah isn't back yet. He's been gone for a long time. My stomach rumbles. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast. He's usually not gone that long. What if he doesn't come back? The hideout closes in on me, no matter how much I sing, no matter how much I repeat the rules of the Circle's Book of Truth, no matter how much I pretend to be anywhere else but here. It closes in on me. Tears fall down my face and I struggle to inhale. My chest tightens. Isabel's face is like a ghost haunting me. I hear her voice. Her voice pursues me. Her accusing voice. Her begging voice. She didn't understand. Chapter 9. Luke.
The alley behind the Flying Pig isn't very wide. The air is already warm despite it being 7 in the morning. I'd have loved to catch up on the sleep I didn't get last night. I spent some more time boxing when I woke up sweating and wanting to scream, but Cora texted me again she wanted to meet before work. Her body is now plastered against mine.
Luke,
she moans and clutches my arms. My mouth follows the movements, but I'm not into it. Making out used to help drown the nightmares. But not today. Not yesterday. Not for a while.
Luke.
Cora repeats my name, but even a major makeout session can't fucking numb my mind. Cora presses against me, and I go through the motions. I run my lips down her neck, press my fingers into her back. She smells like fresh flowers and coffee. I force myself to focus on the way her body fits mine. She's sober and soft, and if she thinks making out with me is the solution to her problems, I'm not going to argue her make-believe. There are footsteps in the near distance, but we don't stop. Someone clears their throat.
I need to get to work.
I turn around while Cora hides her face in my shoulder. Tessa stands in front of us in her Flying Pig outfit. Her shorts are not cheerleader tight or super short, but my eyes still trail down to her legs. Her toned and sexy legs.
Luke, I don't want to be late.
She sounds very matter-of-fact, but she swallows way too loudly. She did that right before going on to the field to sing the national anthem last semester. I chuckle and bend down with my arms stretched out to let her go. She raises an eyebrow.
You're training in 5 minutes.
She reminds me and then walks by with her head high, much higher than yesterday. Cora tilts hers to the side. Her finger touches my cheek as if to remind me she's still standing in front of me with her lips swollen from our kisses.
5 minutes? I thought we had hours.
I kiss her lips for the last time. Everything feels wrong about this makeout session, and I don't want to overanalyze why. It was great. A blush creeps up her neck.
Are you coming to the bonfire tonight?
The hope in her voice throws me off. It's a hope I didn't expect. Like we could become something more than these stolen moments. I don't mind being someone's dirty little secret as long as they don't dig deeper. Too much darkness there for anyone, even me. That's why I keep Tessa at a distance that's getting shorter but can't disappear. Thinking about Tessa at this moment is wrong on so many levels. Cora nudges me again, patiently, as if not answering her questions is perfectly normal. It shouldn't be like that.
Everyone's going to be there. It should be fun.
Bonfires are tradition here. Ever since the Angel Killer got arrested in the fall, Gavert City is back full force with their bonfires and parties and forgetting the horrors of the past. I want to snicker, but I keep my thoughts to myself. You can never forget the horrors. I step back. I might, but don't wait for me, okay? And who knows? I have a feeling Carlos is going to want to talk to you. Cora stares at her feet. She was very forthcoming a few minutes ago. Her hand was almost down my pants, but now she looks like she's afraid of her own shadow. My fists clench, and the anger I try so hard to keep at bay boils hotter than any Texan day. What did he do? My voice sounds way too serious, way too grave. Cora's eyes widen and she drops her hand from my arm.
Nothing. He didn't do anything.
Her voice sounds soothing, and it hits me in the guts. How many times did I hear Mom use this tone to calm her pathetic excuse of a husband down? How many times did I see her drop her shoulders and tiptoe around him as if she wanted to become invisible? How many times did I beg her to leave him? How many times did I beg her to escape this place of horrors? It got worse once he figured out I suspected he was a fraud. I couldn't save her from his fists or from herself. Cora kisses my cheek.
Thank you.
Her blush deepens.
Maybe we could do it again. If Carlos...
I smile at her. She will go back to her ex-boyfriend, and I even predict they might stay together until graduation. I'll be a distant memory, and that's fine. I'll see you around, I tell her and stride into the restaurant, pretending not to worry about anything. I need this job. Uncle John made it clear that I need to show responsibility, especially after Principal Collins called him yesterday. I'm not quite sure how I managed to not get grounded, and I need the money for gas to visit Lila. The busier I am, the less time I have to think and regret. I'm not quite sure where to go. The back entrance is the staff entrance and leads to a hallway decorated with pictures of the staff smiling. On the left side, there's a counter with coffee machines. On the right, Latin music blasts through speakers, but Tessa's laugh is still louder. I enter the kitchen. It's bigger than I imagined. Pots line the back of the room, and large containers of salsa and guacamole stand on a table on the left. Clean dishes and silverware are on my right. The 3 guys in the kitchen turn to me, and 2 out of the 3 don't have welcoming smiles on their faces. Diego, on the other hand, gives me a friendly wave. Tessa's still cracking up. The last time I heard her laugh like that, we were 10 and playing Marco Polo in the lake. She's leaning against the wall, a plate in her hand, scarfing down eggs and what looks like a breakfast burrito. She's less on her guard than she is at school.
"The new guy is staring at you, Tessita,"
one of the guys says with a singing accent contrasting with the threatening way he crosses his bulgy arms on his chest. And Tessa turns to me. Her blue-gray eyes collide with mine, and if I believed in moments, I'd say we were having one right here, right now, in this kitchen. But that one moment cuts short when she coughs loudly as if she's choking. Her plate splashes to the floor. I'm about to rush to her when a piece of burrito flies off, landing right at my feet. Her eyes widen, but instead of muttering an apology like I almost expect her to, she cracks up again.
"It's the first flying burrito in the Flying Pig restaurant,"
she manages to say through hiccups, holding her stomach.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to attack you."
I raise an eyebrow, my lips tugging into a smile. My first real one in months. Tessa's even more adorable with the dimples in her cheek deepening. I'm supposed to be a smooth talker, or at least that's what I've heard, but I have to clear my throat before saying anything. I'm all good. That's all I come up with.
"We did bet on when you dropped the burrito,"
the guy with the bulgy arms jokes.
"I won. I had less than 2 minutes.
Diego teases her, and I feel out of the loop. I feel like they know her better than I do, even though she was my first kiss. Even though I wrote letters to her when things became shitty and I needed someone to talk to. I never sent them. Not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't. The FBI has the originals. I kept copies, but I haven't read them in forever.
Ha ha, you guys are so funny.
They smile her way and help her clean the floor before handing her another small plate. They're taking care of her. Diego whispers something to them I don't grasp, but it doesn't stop the other 2 guys from shooting daggers at me with their eyes. I'm pretty sure I'm not passing whatever test they have. She takes a small bite, carefully, and then points her fork at me.
Today, you have to shadow me.
Her voice has an edge to it.
And you're late.
And you tried to kill me with a flying burrito. Clearly, we have to be even. I step forward until she has to slightly look up at me. She's not short, but I have a few inches on her. She licks the corner of her lips, even though I don't notice any crumbs there. I'm tempted to run my thumb over the spot. I'm tempted to slide closer until our bodies touch. I'm tempted to kiss her dimple. If I admitted the truth instead of running from it, I'd admit I've been tempted since the first day at school. She waved my way and smiled, and I never thought a smile could be warm and sexy before, but hers stopped me in my tracks. She walked up to me and told me to avoid the chili at the cafeteria. She didn't seem scared of me like the others. She didn't seem to want anything from me. She only seemed happy to see me. I thanked her, and instead of asking her to meet me after class to catch up, I flirted with Taylor. Our routine of studying together, of chatting at our lockers, of sometimes eating lunch together, doesn't seem enough anymore. I cross my arms over my chest as if putting more distance between us will help me keep that invisible barrier up. She raises an eyebrow as if she's wondering where my mind's been for the last seconds, and I realize I've been staring at her this entire time. Not awkward at all. The guys are putting sauces out, the one with the big arms is cutting onions. Diego is setting up the dishwasher area. Tessa strides past me. Her arm brushes mine, and her skin is soft, and I clearly need to get a grip.
The kitchen is king. Without them and how fast they are and how amazing the food is, our tips would pretty much suck. This is Jordan.
She points to the tall, lanky black guy.
He's only here on weekends. He studies during the week and is going to become the next Mark Zuckerberg.
Jordan gives me a half nod.
And you know Diego?
Diego gives me an encouraging smile.
And this is Pablo.
She gestures to the guy with the big arms.
He's the chef in this kitchen and is amazing.
Her tone is warm, but the way he looks my way is ice cold. Tessa raises an eyebrow, in a way that must mean something to him, because his shoulders relax and he stops scowling.
Do you want something to eat?
His voice is still gruff, but no longer threatening. It seems even though the kitchen's king, Tessa's the one with all the power. The food smells delicious. Uncle John is not big on cooking. On gardening, yes. He can spend hours with his roses and whatever herbs he planted. He's never happier than with his hands in the dirt. He disappears for half a day sometimes to take care of flowers he planted by one of his cabins. Yes, please. The cook smiles as if this time I ace the test he's given me.
I'll make you today's special so you can tell him how good it is.
Tessa nudges me. Her hand lands on my forearm for only a split second, but it's enough for a surge of electricity to rush through me. I'm not sure if her shorts are still having an effect on me or if the past year has been building up to this moment.
Let me show you the rest while he cooks. We open in 45 minutes and we still have a lot of things to do.
She gestures to the left.
That's the dishwasher area. The busboy will bring the dishes back here, but if you see they're swamped, you can also help out by bringing your own table's dishes. If you close, or if we're running low on silverware, one of the guys will bring some to us and we'll have to roll them into napkins.
She pauses, and when I don't say anything, she leads me outside of the kitchen, back into the small hallway with coffee pots and rolled-up silverware. On that side, there's also a giant blackboard with a schedule and more pictures of the staff. I step closer, point to one where Tessa's wearing a chicken costume. I tilt my head to the side and raise an eyebrow. A chicken? Her face flushes, but her voice is full of laughter when she answers.
We did a fundraiser for the Children's Hospital. We were all wearing animal costumes, and I got the chicken.
She pokes my chest with her index finger.
And I was a pretty amazing chicken.
I'm sure. My mouth tilts back up. When was that? And please tell me there's another fundraiser soon.
It's every year.
You're cute in that chicken costume, especially since it doesn't hide your legs. My eyes trail down again before settling back on her face. Don't get me wrong. I like those shorts better. She exhales loudly.
You were just making out with Cora outside, and you're hitting on me now? Bad timing.
I wasn't hitting on you. I was stating a fact. You'd know if I was hitting on you. The space between us seems to get smaller and smaller until she takes a step back. She raises an eyebrow in a you can't bullshit me way.
Whatever. If there's a new fundraiser, you'll get a costume too.
Sounds good. I'd love to help. And I mean that. You don't look surprised, I add. Many would think I don't give a fuck about anyone but myself. I remember the look on Madison's face last night when I was doing something I hope everyone would do. She lifts a shoulder.
And a lot of people think I'm a freak because of my mother. Reputations are not reliable.
Her eyes are still on me, and even though her voice is steady, there's almost a hint of fear in the way she looks at me, like she's worried I'm judging her or afraid that I believe the rumors about her. The whispers. I've noticed that fear in her before. I think that's why we never really talk about our issues. We both fear so much. We both bullshit our way through that fear. Most of the time. But then she glances down at her shoes.
Plus, I know you,
she adds, so low I almost don't hear her.
I stopped Googling Lacey after you left the library yesterday. If you wanted to tell me, you would.
I cross my arms, needing to put some distance between us, because this girl, with her soft voice and probing gaze and laughter that doesn't completely hide her sadness, is getting way too close for comfort. You used to know me. For a few weeks, one summer. We talk and we hang out, but you don't know me anymore. Not the same way. My hand massages the back of my neck. You said you stopped searching, but you don't know where she is. You're not asking me right now to tell you where she is, because you know I wouldn't tell you. I wish I could. She flinches and opens her mouth, but I cut her off. Sometimes reputations are reliable. My tone turns way too solemn for a Saturday morning at the Flying Pig, but I feel like she should know I really do have issues. I fucked up. Big time. Many times. And I'm pretty sure I'm not done. Instead of turning away, she narrows her eyes at me and steps back closer to me.
Why did you fuck up?
Maybe there's no reason.
Maybe there is,
she whispers. And for a second, we simply look at one another. The air is full of unsaid words and understanding. Like we know things about the other without having to say them out loud.
If we do that fundraiser again, you will make an awesome baby goat,
she continues, and then turns around before her scent and her proximity give me the courage to slightly bend down and ask her if kissing is forbidden at work.
Chapter 10. Tessa. I need to keep myself in check. Luke shouldn't get me all flustered like that. I'm used to spending time with him and usually don't fawn. He and I used to look for worms and frogs. We used to plan the best way to annoy our sisters. I didn't ask him about Lacey because the times I said her name, he looked like he was in pain. I didn't want to add to that pain. I heard the rumors. From him killing his sister, which I don't believe, to his mom leaving him behind because he was too much of a handful, which I also don't believe. Whatever Kenneth meant, I've never heard before. If he wants to talk about it, I'll be there, but I won't force him to explain what happened. He may have perfected his shit-eating grin over the years, but it still doesn't hide the sadness and anger in his eyes. They draw me in like a magnet, and I see my own pain reflected in them. I realign a tray of ketchup that doesn't need any realignment, and I count the minutes until opening time. Once the crowd settles in, I'll be too busy to overanalyze. The rest of the crew has arrived in the kitchen, and Luke's talking to Diego. Diego and Luke have an easy friendship. They don't spend a whole lot of time together, but they have each other's backs, like yesterday. Diego's laughter booms and Luke joins in. Luke's making himself at home in the Flying Pig, in the only home I really have. And he fits. Of course he does. I wiped down some of the coffee Bailey must have spilled last night with vigor. She usually leaves a much bigger mess than that. The last time I asked her about it, she sighed loudly, reminding me that some people have lives. I bit my tongue extra hard to not snap back at her. Bailey was my friend in elementary school. She's part of the group that decided Mom was too much for them. And when I stopped participating in clubs and in all after-school activities, Bailey didn't seem to miss me. She found other friends, another life. I empty the coffee pots, rinse them out, and prepare 1 pot of regular and 1 pot of decaf. I still need to make sure the tables are ready for the rush that's bound to happen.
How can I help you?
Luke asks. The zings of electricity shooting down my spine aren't because he surprised me. He's not super close to me, but his frame fills the doorway, and I probably should not stare at his mouth. Maybe it's because he came last night to check on me. Or maybe because my stupid heart imagines I was the one he was kissing when I saw him and Cora this morning. We need to make sure we put the condiments on the table and that the ketchup bottles are all filled up. Last night's shift didn't seem to look at the closing tasks too closely. Luke watches me.
You always make sure everything is done.
It's a statement, not a question. I shrug because what else am I supposed to do? He grabs the condiment basket. The dark blue employee shirt is tight around his shoulders. His tattoo is right on his bicep, and I have to refrain from tracing its contour. Instead, I follow him with a clean rag. Knowing Bailey, she might have forgotten to wipe down some tables, too. Luke carefully checks the condiments. Luke's doing everything I ask of him without complaining.
I'm getting the hang of it,
he says, with his lips turning up into one of his smiles that gets my heart racing. My eyes drop to his lips. My first kiss. A small peck on the lips before a giggling fit. I wonder how he would kiss now, how it would feel to be in his strong arms, how his lips would taste. His gaze meets mine, and his shit-eating grin lets me know he caught me checking him out, and if the warmth rushing to my face is any indication, I'm probably beet red. The fun of being a redhead. I busy my hands with the condiments at the table in front of us. He nudges me.
I was thinking about that junior scholarship. It sucks, but you don't need it. I'm sure if any university heard you sing, they'd fight to give you a scholarship. I remember that day you sang the anthem. You were amazing.
I smile at him, even though he's way too optimistic. I have hours of training behind me.
Have you thought about sending them recordings?
I have, but what is it going to change? There are thousands like me, as talented as me. I wish I didn't sound so defeatist, but it's the truth. He opens his mouth but doesn't say anything. He shakes his head slowly, as if he's thinking about his next words. The distinctive jingle of the door opening, a pig oinking, distracts him. We both turn around, but I already know who it is. Diane's perfume is synonymous with happy memories and happy times. Diane's not only the co-owner of the Flying Pig, but she also used to be Mom's best friend. She tried to get Mom out of her self-destructive path, and even though Mom told her off more than once, she's still there, ready to pick up the pieces. Her dark hair waves right below her ear, and her almost black eyes zero in on Luke before smiling at me. She strides our way and pulls me into a hug.
How are you doing, honey?
The subtext is always, how is your mom doing? I'm good. Mom's at work.
I saw her. She picked up a muffin at the Flying Cupcake.
The Flying Cupcake is a small bakery Diane opened last year right next door. She checks the restaurant and smiles her approving you did good smile. The smile that makes me feel good and makes me feel seen and appreciated. The smile I wish Mom had for me when I make her dinner and take care of the laundry while she's on the computer chatting on online forums with other moms around the world whose daughters disappeared.
You guys ready? We're opening in 5 minutes. I saw some people in the parking lot already.
During the week, the Flying Pig opens at 6 a.m., but on weekends we open at 8. The Flying Pig is famous in this county and the surrounding ones. We get the before-church and the after-church crowd. We get the workers who work any day of the week, and we get the family events. I know all the regulars. All the regulars know me. At the Flying Pig, I'm not Tessa, whose mom went on national TV a few months ago. We're ready. Thanks to Luke, really. I say because it's true. Diane frowns.
Did Bailey not do her closing duties last night?
Diane tilts her head like she already knows the answer.
I'll talk to her. Again. She doesn't get a free pass because she's my niece.
She gives me a smile full of understanding before turning to Luke.
I'm glad Tessa's showing you the ropes. You guys will be a great team.
The way she says it reminds me of the way she talks about her horses when she's trying to get them to mate. The warmth in my face turns into a furnace. She chuckles and winks at me not so discreetly before heading back to the entrance, to switch the light on that will tell the regulars they can stroll inside. I turn to Luke, who has a half smile on his face, like he knows precisely what Diane was trying to do and doesn't mind. My hands clam up and my heart accelerates. I'd give anything to have one evening like the other girls. I hear them talk about their dates, talk about the dances and the movies, and the bonfire. My last real date was with Connor, my then boyfriend. He came over and Mom invited him to a seance. That was 1.5 years ago. He's moved to California since, and I haven't heard from him. Back then, I thought he was the one. Since then, I went to the bonfire 3 times, and every single time, it ended up being a disaster. The first time, I kissed Kenneth, king asshole in training. He made me believe we were on a date, but it was a make-believe date, not a real one. He had pulled all the stops. A romantic dinner at a fancier restaurant a few towns away, a few hours at the fair playing games, and laughing before going to the lake. He was so sweet, telling me how he's always thought I was beautiful and unique. He told me his older brother missed Mellie, and we talked about her. I never talk about her, and talking about her felt good. It almost felt right. We kissed and we fooled around, and then the next day he ignored me after telling me he had a bet going with his buddies he'd hit a home run with me. He didn't. We made it to second base. I threw up when I came home, wishing I could turn back time. The second time, I made out with Simon, a guy from my choir group. I don't regret it, but Kenneth got a picture of us and sent it around like I was the world's biggest slut. He also posted a bunch of crap from both times on that stupid online gossip wall, where everyone got to read and spread lies and more lies. That's when he got his title of King Asshole. The third time, Mom got worried because one of the phone calls to a psychic told her danger was lurking. She came in her PJs to pick me up. Everybody stopped talking. Nobody laughed at me, at least in front of me, but the pity in their eyes followed my every move. Luke's deep voice shakes me away from my bad memories.
People are coming in.
And he nudges me forward. Time to stretch my lips into my forced happy smile. The morning passes quickly. The rest of the waitstaff trickles in as we get busier and busier. Luke follows me, helps me, and manages to make me laugh several times. He seems more relaxed, telling me stories about the orders. If someone orders a fully loaded breakfast burrito, they're hungover and need all the grease they can ingest. If someone orders a cappuccino without looking at us in the eyes or without saying thank you, it's because they think we're not worthy of their time. "Can I have some more sweet tea?" Mrs. Sampson, one of Gabbert City's oldest residents and biggest gossips, pushes her glass forward. Before I can grab it, Luke does and leans forward.
"I'll get that for you."
Mrs. Sampson's cheeks turn red and she fans herself with her right hand. "Aren't you sweet? You're John's nephew, right?" Luke tenses.
"Yes, ma'am,"
he replies with the Texan drawl one cannot fake. "Can't be easy every day," she mutters, but then she leans back in her seat and watches us with the shadow of a smile tugging at her lips. "To be young again," she whispers and turns to her sister. "Do you remember how Frank proposed to me right outside this building? We weren't older than those two. Different times. It wasn't always better then. Frank and I were able to get married, but our friends moved out of Texas because the people who made the law here didn't want them to get married, just because they didn't have the same skin color. Those times weren't always better, but I talk and talk." Luke clears his throat, the glass still in his hand and a twinkle in his eyes, the same one I see when he's flirting at school.
"Frank was a very lucky man."
Mrs. Sampson giggles. "And you know how to flatter an old lady." She pauses. "Can I also get another biscuit?" she asks, and we both turn back to the kitchen. Luke's walk is not as smooth and his strong jaw is set. The mention of his uncle clearly dampened his mood. If I was less awkward, maybe I could change topics. But instead, I turn to the new table in our section. "I'll get their drink order. Do you mind bringing the iced tea and biscuit to Mrs. Sampson? I think she has a little crush on you." His eyes find mine and the same twinkle reappears, except when it's directed at me, my heart flutters in a very non-rhythmic way.
"Can you blame her?"
The way he says it, though, is more rehearsed. Without thinking, my hand finds his forearm. It's a simple touch, and yet oh so not simple. "Definitely can't blame her," I reply, and my voice is soft, reassuring, like I'm telling him it's all going to be okay. We all have our baggage, and we simply need to move forward. I hurry to the corner booth. "Good morning," I tell the woman sitting by herself. I've never seen her before. In a small town like ours, we always notice the visitors. For better or for worse, the woman's flowery dress floats around her skinny frame. Her hair seems greasy and she's missing a tooth. Maybe a hippie living in one of the communes not too far from here. I smile as widely as I can. Welcome to the Flying Pig. We have a few specials today.
Tessa, you know why I'm here.
The woman narrows her dark eyes at me and my chest tightens. She scratches her arm. I shift from one foot to another, tempted to turn away and hide in the kitchen. An uneasy feeling washes over me. Even though I made progress about not freaking out when I'm alone and meeting strangers, my heart speeds and my hands clam up. I glance down at my shirt, but no name tag magically appeared, and I haven't told her my name yet.
You know why I'm here,
she repeats slowly. A shiver runs down my spine. Because you want to enjoy the best breakfast in a 20-mile radius? I force out a laugh that comes out all high-pitched. What can I get you to drink? We're in a dry county, so no Bloody Mary, but we make the most delicious cappuccino with a hint of caramel, and you can have a secret Mary. We're not sure what's in that special smoothie, but you'll leave with a smile.
I know where to find Melanie.
The woman grabs my hand. Her palm is sweaty, or maybe it's mine. I jerk back. My heart beats too fast, and my mouth is dry. The part of me that still hopes Melanie is alive wants to believe her, but the more rational part holds me back. How many times did Mom wake me up to tell me she found people who knew where Melanie was? It was never true. You're lying. My voice is loud, way too loud, but I can't help myself. I have to spew something out to drown the loud thumping of my heart. The woman shakes her head and her voice rises.
Melanie's alive, and she's waiting for you.
Chapter 11. Luke. I don't understand.
Tessa's voice carries to the other table. She rubs her neck the same way she does when she's stressed out about school or singing or her mom. In 3 strides, I'm by her side. It's my turn to offer a reassuring touch. My hand finds the small of her back and she leans into me. I'm not sure if it's conscious or not, but her implicit trust is almost too much. She shouldn't be trusting me. I fuck up everything. But I can't leave her alone with her wide eyes and pale skin and her mouth slightly open, looking like she's about to flee or scream or cry. Everything okay? I can't help the somewhat threatening tone in my voice. The sound she makes isn't convincing. The woman sitting at the table smiles at her, but it's not a friendly smile. It seems almost forced and calculating.
Melanie's alive.
She sounds like she's lost it. I raise an eyebrow. The woman keeps on licking her lips like she's nervous. I'm not sure of her age. Maybe she's in her mid-30s. You should probably go. Tessa steps away from my arms.
How would you know? Why are you here?
Her voice isn't as loud, but is still shaking. With her free hand, the woman shuffles in her large purse sitting next to her on her bench.
Here's my card.
I glance at it before Tessa tucks it into her apron like a robot. Faye, Freedom Psychic.
She's alive, but we need to help her soon. Her time is counted.
Faye, the wannabe psychic, lowers her voice.
If you're a psychic, why didn't you come see us before? Mellie has been missing for years.
Tessa tightens her fist.
She wasn't in danger then. She is now, though.
Her tone is very matter-of-fact, like Tessa should know that and not question her.
You could be in danger, too. And you.
She points her frail finger at me.
You are trouble. You bring pain to those you love.
I guess she's a psychic after all. I pull Tessa away from her. Do you want me to kick her out? Tessa's upper lip quivers and she inhales deeply before looking at me.
No, I only hope Mom doesn't hear about it before I get to tell her.
Her gaze glances down to her hand, which rests on my arm. She takes it away as if it burned her and steps back.
I'm sorry. Your first day here and I'm already providing the drama.
Why are you apologizing? Not your fault. Plus, she's right about one thing. I am trouble. Tessa forces her lips into a fake smile. The real one shows one tiny dimple and brightens the room. The fake one makes me want to wrap my arms around her. She exhales loudly.
Whatever. Words from a stranger shouldn't define you.
She turns back to the table, muttering something I don't understand. The woman is watching us. The rest of the restaurant seems to be holding their breath but pretending to not pay attention.
Do you mind taking care of my other tables? I'm going to talk to her quickly again and call my mother.
I nod. If you need me.
Thanks.
This time her smile reaches her eyes, and the tiny dimple on her cheek shows up. That smile makes me feel like I've done something right. That smile makes me feel like I could tell her everything. That smile could be trouble.
Chapter 12. Tessa. Luke's watching my every move, and I know he meant it when he told me he'd be there if I needed help. He has this knight attitude I used to read about in romance novels, but with a dose of unpredictability. He calls himself Trouble, but the only trouble he used to have was getting in the middle of fights, which he hasn't done in a long time. Yesterday was an exception, and Kenneth started it by being his asshole self. I clear my throat and force myself to stand up straight. Faye tilts her head as if to assess if I'm coming back for more information or to argue. Diane almost collides into me before I open my mouth.
Is everything okay?
I don't know, but I hope to figure it out. I slide past her. I'm okay. She stands close by but gives me some space. Faye pulls a chair next to her, but I shake my head. I'm not sitting down with her. Why didn't you go to the police? I ask, and the bitterness in my voice is more potent than I expected. You could have taken your information, whatever you have, and taken it to the police. You didn't need to come here, spew whatever you want, and then expect what? Money? Lots of money?
It's more complicated than that.
Faye's tone is soothing, and her hand flutters in the air as if she wants to offer me a reassuring touch. Maybe in an alternate universe, but in mine, I don't need her fakeness.
Tessa, I'm sorry to jump on you like this.
She's not looking at me as she speaks, but her fingers fumble with the menu.
I need to talk to your parents. Melanie is alive. She spoke to me. I wanted to wait for your mom to finish her shift, but then I saw you in this restaurant and I couldn't wait.
So you didn't plan on seeing me? That sounds like a coincidence. Isn't it bad for psychics to rely on coincidence? I raise one eyebrow. Melanie was the best at eyebrow raising. She always used it on me, and one time on Mom, who didn't appreciate the art of the eyebrow raising. Melanie was grounded from TV on that day. I practiced that look for a long time, and now it comes naturally. Melanie would be proud. Faye clears her throat.
My gift is not being all-knowing. It's choosing what to know. I focus on what's important, and what's important is Melanie.
She coughs a hacking cough.
I understand it's difficult for your family.
If you really knew how difficult it was, you wouldn't be here. How are you planning on helping us? By hypnotizing yourself and pretending to be her? By asking for money so that your mind can stay open long enough to tell us where she is? Been there, done that. Get out. I keep my voice as low as possible, not wanting to create a scene. She doesn't move. This time she looks at me. Her eyes are puffy and it almost seems like she's staring right through me. Like she's lost. The flower in her hair is limp and her skin's grayish. She doesn't seem well. And that's when I hear her, Mom rushing through the door, calling my name, not caring that every single person is staring at her, at us, not caring that she probably left her shift without telling her boss, not caring that she might get fired and Dad or I will have to get yet another job. I shake my head, hoping she's only part of some screwed-up illusion in my mind, because if she's really here, it can only mean one thing. Someone must have overheard Faye claiming she could help find Mellie and called her. I bet it's Mrs. Dalton. She's sitting at the table behind us and staring at her loaded oatmeal. She always tells Mom that God and his angels will talk to her. I wish I had this certitude.
You know where my little girl is?
She almost stumbles onto the table.
She's alive?
Faye squares her shoulder, and this time her smile is warmer. Mom plops herself next to Faye, takes her hand in hers.
I knew I needed to be hopeful. I knew she wasn't dead. Where is she?
And right here and there, despite all my protests and my anger, the little flicker of hope Mom keeps inside her spreads to me. What if she could help? What if Mellie is still alive? And I hate that flicker. I work hard to make sure its light never shines too bright because it's too painful. Hope does not necessarily keep you alive. Hope can kill you when it comes crashing, when the disappointments pile on, when you feel helpless. Luke is waiting on Mrs. Dalton, even though she clearly doesn't need anything. Her food is there, her coffee is still steaming, and she's leaning back to listen to our conversation, only beaming at Luke every few seconds. Luke takes a deep breath and turns to our table.
Would you like some iced tea? Some coffee?
He asks, and his fingers touch the palm of my hand. It's a quick touch, a reassuring touch, and for a second I'm tempted to ask him to stay with us, but this isn't his fight. Mom answers without taking her eyes away from Faye.
I'd love some coffee, please. Me too,
Faye replies, and Luke nods. He bends down, and his mouth is only a couple of inches away from my neck.
Do you need anything?
He whispers, and his warm breath tickles my neck. For 1 second, I forget the scene unfolding in front of me and only concentrate on the electricity between us. I turn around and our eyes collide. We stare at each other. Staring without the protection of words, feeling like my heart is about to walk out of my chest, knock on his, and ask to come in. Stealing a moment in the chaos that is my life. Chapter 13. Mellie.
Robert Cairns, the first official leader of the Circle, helped us survive. In 1857, he gave the Circle's members a family and a home. He gave them a purpose, to prepare for the end of this world. The Circle's members will thrive and love. They will save others and teach them the right way. They will wait for the end of this era in the teachings of our Creator.
The Circle's Book of Truth. Chapter 1.
Jeremiah came home late last night.
We ate in silence, and this morning he asked me to wait for him again. Something is happening. It's worrying him. The door opens, and I wait for him to open the latch. I need to get out. I need him to let me breathe the outside air for only a minute. My entire body itches, and I can't inhale deeply. The steps above me are too heavy to be Jeremiah's. I bite the inside of my cheek, forcing myself to calm down.
You're downstairs, Mellie. You're keeping the place safe.
Master Abram's voice chills me to my bones. He used to visit often at the beginning, telling Jeremiah he needed to control me better. Jeremiah never talked back to him, but one day when Master Abram said I needed to learn, and his hand reached for my shoulder, Jeremiah told him he couldn't touch me.
You're no longer afraid of the dark.
Master Abram sings songs.
Tell Jeremiah I was here.
And he slams the door behind him. He didn't open the latch. I breathe a sigh of relief. Jeremiah scared me at first, but nothing compares to Master Abram. My eyes open, and through the dim light I trace my finger along messages I carved in the crawlway years ago, when I didn't know any better. I used to cry in the darkness. I used to have problems breathing. I used to scream for help, for mercy, for anything. But not anymore. I grit my teeth and clench my hands. Isabel's message is still there, too. This is where she took her last breath. Because of me, I'm sharing this space with her ghost and my guilt. She didn't understand how much he was doing for us. She said she escaped a place worse than this and that he didn't scare her. She said she'd run and save me, that my parents were probably looking for me. That's what I thought, too. But he told me the truth. He let me call them, but they were away on a cruise. A week after he saved me, they were gone on holiday, not caring about me. Years later, he showed me pictures of Dad kissing another woman and pictures of Mom putting a for sale sign on our home. I strained to listen to any and all noises. What if someone else enters the cabin? What if Jeremiah never comes back? My heart beats faster and faster. I bite the inside of my cheek. My eyes are wide open. The smell in the crawlway is a mix of earth and mold, but it doesn't suffocate me. What makes it hard to breathe deeply are the images playing in my mind. Isabel taking her last breath, her lips blue, her hands stretched out in front of her. I killed her. Chapter 14. Luke.
The crowd gets bigger and bigger. Sweat trickles down my back from nervousness or hard work, I'm not sure. Every single time I'm in a big crowd, my eyes dart from one face to another, hoping against all hope to see Lacey. The compound used to stand only an hour away from Gavert City, but the year we joined, we moved to New Mexico. They said we needed to follow the Divine's direction, but I think the authorities were becoming suspicious. Is Lacey still with them? Did she manage to escape, or did they banish her with nothing but threats if she said too much? She wouldn't be the first one. It happened to one of Lacey's friends. Maybe she left and found him. Would she look for us, or would she try to create a new identity for herself? I shake my head, but those questions are anchored in my brain.
Luke, can I please get some more ice water?
Mrs. Dalton asks me in a tone that indicates it's not the first time she's nudged me. On my way, I run to the kitchen from the dining area. Another waitress arrives. She's older, and when she smiles at me, I cringe. Shit. Donnell, Shauna's older sister. Shauna and I only had a short fling, but she introduced me to her sister at a game. Donnell's ebony skin is flawless like Shauna's, and her smile is warm as she shakes my hand.
I heard Tessa had another shitstorm to deal with.
Her voice is bitter.
This is ridiculous. Oh, come on, don't make that face. Shauna moved on. I'm not going to kick your butt for dumping her.
She ties her apron in the back.
If our big brother heard about it, though, you might be in trouble.
Their brother could become an NFL star. He currently plays for Texas A&M, but he could be picked by the Ravens, his favorite team since their dad's from Maryland.
Come on, Casanova, let's get back to work. I have bills to pay.
Kenneth enters the restaurant with his parents, and I force myself not to march him back out. Tessa doesn't need his shit. The hostess sits him in Donnell's section, and I breathe a bit easier. It seems the entire town decided to have brunch today, or maybe they all heard about the psychic visiting. For a first day, I'm getting the hang of it, and the tips aren't bad, but I keep on looking over where Tessa is sitting with her mom and the weirdo. She reminds me of a past I'd rather forget. Blind trust in her own power. People sure of their absolute power can fuck you up. They can destroy you. They obliterated Mom and our family. I punch the order in.
Don't break the computer. We all need it.
Donnell sounds half serious. I mutter an apology. My fists clench. The anger boils, but I won't let it win. If there's one thing the juvenile home and my caseworker did for me, it was to make sure I got help. I can control myself. Most of the time. But it's more problematic around my uncle, whose tall and lanky frame is right outside the restaurant's window. His station is across from the Flying Pig, but he told me once he doesn't come in very often. Apparently today is my lucky day. I always analyze what he says to me, how he acts around me, and yet one of my favorite pastimes is to push his buttons. My therapist said it's because I want to test his loyalty to me, that deep inside I'm afraid he's going to kick me out and leave me in the dust. It's because he knows. He knows my past. He knows where I came from and what I escaped. He knows I left Lacey behind and agreed Lila was safer with the Foster family. Safer with them than with me. I crack my neck and knuckles, hoping to calm down, but that doesn't work. I'm still angry. Angry at the world, but mostly furious at myself. The psychic at the table leaves a sour taste in my mouth. The power of words. People doubt the power of words. People should be judged by their actions, they say. Actions do matter, but words have power too. They leave a trace. Words can scar you beneath the surface. I hurry to Mrs. Dalton with her water. She pats my arm and then turns to stare at my uncle. His entrance is met with whispers. The psychic stops talking and bites the nail of her index finger, glancing from Tessa's mom to my uncle. But Tessa's mom seems unaware of everything. She waves him over.
John, please come here. She knows where Mellie is.
His eyes widen for only a split second, but it's enough for me to see it. Then his cold and impassible front comes back. His steps are slow and deliberate. He waves at Tessa's mom. "I'll be right there." And then he stops right in front of me. "How was your first day?" His voice sounds like the one he uses when talking to his officers. Direct and no nonsense. "It's fine." "You're staying out of trouble?" "Always, sir." I infuse my tone with self-deprecation because he hates it. Mrs. Sienna, my counselor, would tell me to knock it off. I need to see what's going on with Mrs. Gardner, but... He leans toward me. Cut the attitude. That's not going to help you, your sisters, or Tessa. My throat tightens and my eyes are drawn to Tessa. Her shoulders are slumped. Her forearms are planted on the table and her forehead rests on her hands. Even from here, she looks defeated. And my uncle is right. Baiting him seems stupid. His hand lands on my shoulder and I tense under his touch. He's never hit me, but old habits die hard. We'll talk later. I want to tell him I'm sorry, but I'm sorry for so much that it might open gates I'd like to keep shut.
John!
Tessa's mom waves his way and she sounds impatient. Probably another scam artist. He clenches his fists. But I have to make sure. He sighs. I need to pay attention to all possibilities. He clears his throat. If only I had paid more attention to your mom, I'd have known what was happening. He turns away from me then, not giving me an opportunity to tell him that I really don't think what happened was his fault. He's all shades of fucked up, but what happened to Mom or to us isn't on him. He didn't forcibly bring us to that compound. Mom did, willingly and with a smile. All because a guy promised her a golden life, a life full of meaning and love. Instead, he made our lives hell. He played games, pretending to be polite and charming and caring. The other members didn't know him. Not really. But I do. My stepdad only wants revenge. Revenge and power. Luke, can you bring me some coffee? My uncle calls from the table where he pulled up a chair and is now sitting with Tessa, her mom, and that self-proclaimed psychic. Tessa slowly stands up.
I'll get it. I need to get back to work,
she says and squeezes her mom's hand before almost sprinting straight to the kitchen. Donnell sneaks up on me.
We need some refills for the iced tea pitchers. Do you mind taking care of it? And tell the kitchen I got a big order coming.
She shoves the pitchers in my hands and then steps around me to get to the computers.
Oh, and Tessa is a sweetheart.
Not sure if she's encouraging me or warning me, but I don't care. I hurry to the hallway. Tessa is leaning against the wall, her eyes closed. She doesn't open them when she speaks.
Mom is convinced Faye's telling the truth.
What about you? I lean on the wall next to her, our hands almost touching.
I wish I did, but why would she know? How is she different from all the other people who claim they'd help us?
Her voice rises with anger and she exhales loudly.
So many people told us they could find Mellie. They never did. They made money off our tears.
She turns to the side. I do the same. My hand reaches out to hers, and for the first time in what seems like forever, I'm holding a girl's hand to try to comfort her. She glances down and our fingers interlink. The buzz of the kitchen and the restaurant dims.
I wish we could find Mellie. I still hope she's alive.
She clears her throat.
But it's been more than 6 years. And Mom's a mess, and our lives are a mess. And I don't know...
She licks her lips and purses them as if what she's about to say is physically painful.
Last year, when we thought the angel killer would finally admit to killing her, it almost felt like closure.
She shakes her head.
It's awful to think that knowing she's dead would be closure.
She doesn't pull away, but there's a challenge in her eyes like she wants me to be the one to break contact. She has no clue how much I understand her pain. I don't say a word. I squeeze her hand and slowly caress her palm with my thumb.
I want her to come back. I want her to be alive. I want her to tell me that everything is going to be okay.
She finally whispers.
But if I think like that, I'll be like Mom. I'll never be able to function because I'll always be wondering what she's doing or thinking. Is she crying, or has she laughed even once in the last 6 years?
Her voice breaks and she blinks her eyes rapidly, but not fast enough. Tears fall down her face. I pull her to me and wrap my arms around her. Her body tenses and I'm ready to let her go when she buries her head in my shoulder and relaxes into what I hope is my calming embrace.
I'm sorry. I say Mom is such a mess, but look at me.
I can't tell her everything is going to be okay because I know it won't. I know that everything isn't a happy movie. I wish I could make her smile or make her forget for only a moment. Instead, I whisper in her hair what I know to be true. I'm here. You're not alone. I'm here.
Chapter 15. Tessa. Luke's embrace is warm and unexpected and yet natural. His words are soothing without promising me the moon. It's like he does understand. But these moments don't last forever. Snot comes down my nose, and if I don't want to leave a trail, I should probably step away. One more second. He smells like pancakes. One more second. And then the reality will come back to bite me in the ass. Someone clears their throat. I don't want to be a pain, Donnell says, and while she usually has a warm voice, she sounds concerned.
Your mom is crying.
Oh, I wipe away my own tears. I guess drama runs in the family.
Drama runs free pretty much everywhere.
Donnell grabs a pitcher.
Trust me, people like to focus on other people's drama, hoping theirs never comes to light. She's right,
Luke says. He turns on the water and, with a wet napkin, slowly erases what must be quite a mess underneath my eyes. The one day I do decide to wear both eyeliner and mascara, I can't help but cry. Donnell tilts her head to the side, watching us with a smile. Then she frowns.
Kenneth's here with his parents. He asked to be in your section, but I made sure he and his parents were in my area.
She knows about what happened with Kenneth. Before going on what I thought was a date, I was nervous. Mom wasn't of any help, so she's the one who helped me choose an outfit. When I told her about the bet, she was there for me. And since then, she's been making sure I don't have to wait on him. She sways back into the dining room. Thanks, I tell him. I'm not usually that. The word emotional is on my tongue, but that'd be a lie. I'm plenty emotional, but it's usually not something I show the rest of the world. I'm usually not that real. He raises one eyebrow.
Anytime you need a hug, I'm your guy.
I almost expect him to rush away, but instead his hand finds the small of my back.
I can come with you if you want. You know, since technically you're training me.
I'll be okay. Plus, I'm pretty sure Donnell needs help. I'm surprised no one came to tell us to get moving. Pablo, the cook, raises his voice from the kitchen.
We'd have told you to get moving, but we didn't want to disturb. Aww.
He's leaning against the door and cracking up. Normal. This is normal. This I can deal with. I snicker. Whatever, Pablo. You don't want me to start dishing about what I see when the lights go off. His laugh gets even louder. Then he points to the kitchen.
Come on, muchacho, let's go. Donnell does need help, and Diane will kill me if I don't get these dishes out in less than 10 minutes.
I nudge Luke. You better listen to the boss. Luke glances from Pablo to me.
The boss?
I check myself in a pocket mirror I have tucked in my apron. At least I don't look like a raccoon. Pablo and Diane own this place.
So not only the boss, but the boss.
Pablo stares at Luke, but without the animosity from this morning, and that makes me smile.
Yup, pretty boy. Let's get moving.
I chuckle. Pablo tries to put on a mean act from time to time, but it never lasts. He's a sweetheart. I shift from one foot to the other, not wanting to face my mother but also unsure what to say. I've been wondering about crossing that invisible line with Luke. Unsure and uncertain. Thanks? I finally manage to utter. It almost sounds like a question. I hope his own chuckle means he understands.
I told you. Anytime.
Mom's hugging Faye, and by the time I make it back to the dining area, she's no longer crying. Instead, she's full-on sobbing. The guests in the restaurant pretend to avert their eyes, but Mrs. Dalton is whispering to her neighbor, and Major Asshole Kenneth's on his cell phone, clearly recording the scene. My threat yesterday to reveal to the school he's more on the small side, not that I even know or would actually go through with it, didn't seem to stick for long. Anxiety mixed with anger explodes in my chest and up my throat. Nothing ever changes. Not the fake psychics and their lies. Not the pain of knowing we might hope for nothing. Not Kenneth and his assholeness. My eyes dart to the exit door. If I run fast enough, I could make it to my car and back home and hop under the covers or go see Mrs. Fernandez and pretend none of this happened. But unlike Mom, I can't escape. I march to Kenneth's table. He's sitting with his parents. Luke takes a decided step toward us, but I stop him by raising my hand up. I don't need him to fight my battles. At least not this one. I know Kenneth doesn't always have it easy. 2 years ago, I overheard his dad telling him he'd never be as good as his older brother, And last year, his dad yelled that he was a loser at a swim event, humiliating him in front of the team and the school. His mom doesn't defend him, at least not in public. Kenneth seems to compensate for hurting. He always wants to be in the spotlight, always first, always the best. But putting down other people shouldn't be the way to rise up. Hi, Kenny. My voice is all sugar and cream. My smile is as sweet as the Texan layer cake I decided to bring back to Mrs. Fernandez. I put my hand on their table and sway my hip to the right. Remember last month you asked me about... Kenneth's eyebrows would reach the roof if they could. What, sweetie? His mom asks me while his dad stares at Kenneth like he knows they might not like the ending of that question.
Nothing, Mom,
Kenneth mutters. I think it had to do with pictures or something like that, I continue, and Kenneth turns red. Funny how at school he can call on me to take pictures of my tits and share them with everyone, but here with his parents he's playing the part of the innocent altar boy. He jumps up.
That's right. I needed help with my settings. Mom, Dad, can you excuse us a second?
They both nod and we walk to the side, by the wall in the corner of the restaurant, only a few feet from his parents. Delete that video of my mom crying and your parents won't find out what a prick you are.
That's not what you said.
I forced myself to remain calm and not throw my hands up in the air. What? What I said last year when you tried to trick yourself into my pants for a fucking bet?
Simon said...
Don't hide behind Simon. Simon didn't say shit, and even if he did, and if any of it were true, that doesn't give you the fucking right to ask me for boob pictures, you idiot. I hiss and turn to the table where Mom is sitting. She's slowly wiping her eyes, and it seems she's reaching for her purse. Great.
Kenneth Jeremy Burson, please don't be rude and come back to the table.
His dad's voice booms and Kenneth's shoulders slump. I hiss and hold Kenneth back by the arm. Delete that video or I tell your pop and mom. He sighs and rolls his eyes, but deletes the video. See, that wasn't hard. I walk him back to his table and smile widely at his parents. I'm sorry I took so much of his time. Kenneth was very helpful. Kenneth shrugs like he's the best son in the world and my stomach churns. He's having some issues with his camera phone, though. You might want to look into that. Kenneth's mouth opens, but no sound comes out. His dad's giving him the side eye, but he's not taking his phone. I have a feeling he knows exactly what his son is up to and doesn't care as long as it helps his son's social ranking. I force myself to continue pretending everything is okay. I'll bring you a refill shortly. Hope you enjoyed your brunch at the Flying Pig. My heart beats almost as fast as every single time I stepped on stage to sing. But I need to get moving. My feet can't freeze to the floor. Mom may have already found a way to give Faye next month's rent in a prepayment. The sheriff grabs my arm before I make it to their table. He knows how much Mom has been struggling, how she has a tendency to believe all people who say they can help find Mellie, how much I try to keep the balance. If Dad were here, he'd talk to him, and he probably will call him later. He's been keeping him as updated as possible. The one thing he tells me says it all.
Don't let her fool your mother.
His voice reminds me of those dark TV movies I sometimes watch, the type of voice that keeps you on your toes and makes you think maybe he's the bad guy. He's been through a rough patch. Everyone knows he was struggling with the angel killer case last year, and since Luke's moved in with him. Okay, I answer.
And call me if she bothers you.
I nod but don't reply. We both know Mom's not going to listen to him or to me. I need to go, I tell him and finally make it to Mom's table. How is everything? Do you want some more coffee? Mom's pursing her lips like she's thinking hard. I'll have the money tomorrow, she says.
I'll talk to Tessa's father.
Why? Because she needs money to save Mellie? I bite the words out, not caring if I sound rude. Faye doesn't say a word. She keeps on looking at Mom. Tessa, please. Mom's eyes widen. I'm sorry, but if she really knows where Mellie is, then she should tell us. Isn't that what psychics are all about? Knowing?
I'm sorry for my daughter.
Faye leans forward as if she's about to tell Mom a secret.
There is no need to apologize. I understand Tessa is under stress, and it must not be easy to know she could have saved her own sister.
Her words hit me right in my heart, but I swallow the pain. Even that's not news or proof of your psychic abilities. How many people wrote articles about me hiding for too long instead of running for help?
But how many people know you almost got run over by the car that took your sister? that you were running to get that stray dog, but she caught up to you and told you to stay put. How many people know you're the one who convinced her to move from where your mom could see you to the road, that when your sister didn't come back, you only hid because you were afraid of getting into trouble?"
My chest squeezes and my chin dips to my chest. Mom, instead of offering a word of comfort, turns to me with a hopeful smile.
"I didn't tell her that, and only the police knew about Buster."
Buster, the stray dog I wanted to save. He was running on the road, looking way too thin. I tried to get to him, but that car almost hit me. I didn't see the driver. Mellie pushed me to the side, yelling at me to be careful, and she ran after Buster. And whoever was in that car grabbed her. I never thought Mom would agree to help Buster or to take him in. She didn't want to at first, and she still sometimes looks at him like he is responsible. But she said Mellie disappeared trying to save him, and she should be able to see him when she comes back. Sometimes Buster jumps on my bed and puts himself in a ball right behind me, all warm and cuddly, as if he knows the guilt and pain engulfing me, and he's doing his best to make me feel better.
I trust her. She's going to gather the spirits and come back to us with more information. We're finally going to find Mellie.
She stands up and wraps me into a hug. So much hope in that hug. "I hope you're right, Mom," I whisper, "but we've been here so many times before. Even though I hope Mellie's alive, I can't believe Faye. No matter what she says or what she claims to know. Maybe she found out about Buster from one of the online forums Mom spends her nights in. She talks about all those details there. I know because she told me another girl got kidnapped after trying to rescue a dog. She was exchanging information with that mother, and everyone logged into that forum could see what she wrote. Despite Mom's hope, my throat tightens as I wonder if once more all we're going to get is disappointment and pain. Chapter 16. Mellie.
Once you join the circle, you don't need any of your earthly belongings. Your heart and soul and body become the circle. The circle is all you need.
The Circle's Book of Truth, Rule 4.
My legs are heavy and my arms hurt. I turn around and sit, but I have to crouch, and my back aches.
The door slams and my heart jolts into my mouth. Jeremiah rarely slams the door. It could be Abram again. And if he's mad, he's going to hurt Jeremiah or me. He opens the latch back up, and I breathe a sigh of relief.
"It's you,"
I whisper. Jeremiah helps me back up. I wince, but don't complain.
"I'm sorry you're in pain,"
he mutters, but doesn't glance my way. I hold on to the table, afraid to look at him in the eyes. His eyes never lie. He's only gotten angry at me 3 times throughout the years, when I tried to escape and he had to run after me, when I talked back to Master Abram, and when Isabel died. If he's angry, it will be plain in the way he'll narrow his eyes and in the way he'll look at me, full of disappointment.
"Master Abram was right. He's always right. Evil is back, and you—"
He bites the word and looks conflicted.
"You could have gotten us killed."
I don't answer. I don't defend myself.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
And then it dawns on me what he knows. He always finds out. Hiding from him is useless.
"I wasn't sure,"
I whisper.
"I'm sorry."
"I knew I shouldn't have listened to you."
He tilts my head up. His lips are pursed. The scar on his neck is redder than usual. It screams at me that I'm not worth it, that he already almost died to save me. He rubs the crease between his eyebrows with his index finger, and my stomach clenches. Dad used to do the same thing. I want to close my eyes, but this will only disappoint him more. "I'm sorry," I repeat. I don't remind him it was his idea for me to climb in the back of his car, to hide under the blankets, to drive for an hour away from town so I could go get my own pads. He said people looked at him funny every single time he bought them for me. We even laughed about it once. My task was to go out, hiding under a hoodie, buy a few boxes for the next few months, and then hurry back to the car. It was the 3rd time he allowed me to leave the cabin. The first was to see another family living in my old home. He told me my parents couldn't deal with memories of me, that they wanted to forget me. The second time wasn't very long ago, maybe a month or 2. We went to a funeral far from here. We actually traveled for an hour and stayed in a motel. We stood away from the crowd. There were only men at the funeral, and none of them talked to us, except Master Abram. He told me then that soon we would be allowed to go home. On the drive back, he cried once and told me the man who died had meant the world to him, but that he had disappointed him and that now Master Abram was the only leader.
You didn't tell me that woman saw you. She saw you, didn't she?
I nod. His fingers tighten on my chin, and maybe he's more scared than Matt. His brown eyes appear darker.
Did you talk to her?
I shake my head.
Are you lying?
I'm not lying. You said if I talked to anyone they might take me away. I didn't talk to anyone. I shiver. She looked weird. She was sitting by the bathroom door in a dark corner by herself with a spoon and a needle. I clear my throat. She saw me and asked my name. I didn't answer. I hid in the bathroom of that gas station until she left, like you told me to if someone looked at me funny.
That's why it took you so long. I told Master Abram I wanted to start giving you more freedom. I told him I was planning on taking you to that gas station. He warned me it could be dangerous. He warned me, but I didn't listen. And then I didn't tell him everything right away.
He lets go of my chin and I stumble back. I run a hand through my greasy hair.
She may be a problem,
he says and turns away from me.
Make some lunch with the eggs I brought back yesterday. I need to think.
He plops down on the one reclining chair in our small cabin and grabs the book that never leaves him, the book that rules our world and our lives. The Circle's Book of Truth. Master Abram said we needed to study for when the time was right. He said he had a plan and that part of the plan was to save my sister. He said Jeremiah did well, that saving me was his redemption. The book has the history of the Circle, how they started more than 100 years ago, the rules they obey which were granted to them by the divine, and how they prepare for the end of the world, how evil will be defeated. Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget. I repeat those words in my mind. We need to be ready. Master Abram told us the end of the world might be coming sooner than they thought. Chapter 17. Luke.
My uncle doesn't linger after finishing his brunch. The restaurant slowly empties out. Tessa shows me how to clock out and how to make sure I separate my tips from tips for the kitchen and the girl making the smoothies and coffee drinks. Donnell is working a double, and she'll take a break as soon as the next waiter arrives. Tessa and I sit down at a table to roll the silverware together for the next shift. How are you doing? I ask, keeping my voice low. She doesn't shrug like I almost expect her to. After all, she's better than me at keeping her emotions at bay. She frowns.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. There's nothing I can do at this stage. Mom is going to be Mom.
Would you tell me if you needed anything? Our eyes collide and she licks her lips. I'm not sure she notices, but I do.
If I could, you'd be the first to know,
she replies with the same words I used at the library yesterday, and I'm tempted to take her hand in mine. But instead, I follow her lead and roll silverware. Tessa keeps on glancing at me while her fingers seem to automatically wrap the napkin around the knife and fork. I lean in. What do you want to know? I ask because I've learned that being direct is better than pretending. Her fingers stop and she doesn't hesitate.
You know what I want to know. Why do you live with your uncle?
She doesn't pretend either. The corner of my mouth lifts up into half a smile. Because I'm a spy who's from another dimension, who's about to save both worlds, but I don't know it yet.
Ha ha.
She lifts a shoulder.
If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. We can talk about how Cora already updated her status on social media to It's Complicated.
What? I scramble to grab my phone before realizing I left it in the waiter's station.
Kiddin'.
She raises an eyebrow.
But she could have. She's not big on games, and she was there for Carlos after everything that happened last year.
Her tone sounds like a warning to not hurt Cora. I shrug and hope she sees it's not an I don't give a fuck shrug. It's more a no one's going to get hurt shrug. She'll be back with him by this evening.
And you don't care if she's back with Carlos?
Nope. I watch her reaction, but she's not giving anything away. We made out. Nothing less, nothing more. She's not in love. She doesn't know me. She didn't even ask me why I live with my uncle. A faint blush creeps onto Tessa's neck, and it takes me a lot of strength to not take the easy way out and simply flirt my way out of her questions. I roll my shoulders, staring at the mountain of silverware in front of us. I live with my uncle because I ran away. She opens her mouth but doesn't say a word. So I continue. After that one summer, he didn't know where we were, and he only found us again last year. He and my mom were never that close. She left her home when she was super young. That one summer here when we were 10 was the first time I met him.
Why did you run away?
I had to. I didn't go straight back here to my uncle, not only because I wasn't sure if he'd even take me in, but mostly because I didn't want Mom and other people to know where I was. I thought they'd find me here. I pause. That's much more than I ever told anyone on my own accord. I ran away 2 years ago. I don't tell her I ran away with Lila, my little sister. She continues working in silence and then looks back up at me.
Where are your mom and Lacey now?
I don't know. That's half a lie. I know who they're with. I can't be sure Lacey didn't manage to escape or maybe got banished, but it's unlikely. I want to believe that if she did escape or got banished, she would have found us. But I also know they would have threatened her and threatened our lives. They wouldn't have kicked her out without knowing for sure she wouldn't be more trouble outside than inside. Mom would never leave. She'll follow my stepdad and his cult until her death. My stomach churns. Lacey might not have a choice. My stepdad was always talking about the end of the world, how we needed to prepare for it, how evil would be defeated, how he was our savior, how we'd all be happier. All lies. And then there was the day I overheard him speaking on his cell phone of his plans. My shoulders tighten. I don't want to remember that day. Still, images keep creeping back of the way he smiled like he didn't have a care in the world, of the way he laughed talking about the idiots he had under his control, of the way he prided himself for using people's desire to feel accepted and loved. My fists clench. As if Tessa senses me struggling with my thoughts, she nudges my foot with hers.
I still remember how Lacey and Mellie would make up stories about ghosts haunting the fields, and you put a worm in her shirt. Hard to forget how she jumped into the water right after, pulling you with her. I couldn't stop laughing.
I remember that day. It was a week before Mom picked us up to bring us to our new home in the compound. Mom abandoned us even though she was right there with us. She abandoned us, and I'll never forgive her. I want to tell Tessa about Lila. I trust Tessa. She won't say anything, but Lila's social worker, Samira, repeated many times that I need to be careful about sharing Lila's existence. And the FBI agent who came 3 months ago to give us an update agreed I shouldn't say anything about Lila. They don't have enough to put us into witness protection. They need more evidence. Talking could make the group leadership more afraid and on their guard. If one person overhears us, they could spread the word and threaten the investigation. Like Kenneth yesterday, Kenneth's cousin might face disciplinary action. Apparently he got drunk and blabbered about cases he'd been researching. Tessa's hand touches my shoulder and it feels like the warmth I've been missing. And clearly I'm starving and suffering from lack of sugar.
Are you okay?
Her voice is soft, like her touch. Lacey almost died. Mom's husband beat her and she almost died. I don't tell her what it was like to see her fall on the floor as he pounded her face. I don't tell her what it was like to put myself between them and to have him shove me to the side like I was an annoying fly and nothing more. I don't tell her how I cried and couldn't even call 911. I don't tell her it was my fault.
What happened to her?
I can't talk anymore without losing it, so for the second time in a day, I gently tuck her hand into mine. Let's keep that story for another day, okay? We finish our tasks and linger in the parking lot. She's texting, probably her mom, and my mind is going 1,000 miles per hour. I have my weekly visit with Lila at 5, right during one of her soccer games. I'm not allowed to go to her foster family's home. Even if they weren't afraid of me being followed, the social worker explained that we should always meet in a neutral place, for Lila's sake. Tessa's phone rings.
Yes, Mom, I'm listening.
She holds her index finger up and sighs loudly, but listens to whatever her mom's saying carefully. I pull out my phone and text Lila's caseworker to let her know I'll be on time tonight. Lila's foster family's been wonderful to her. Part of me wishes they would have taken me in too so we could stay together, but I was still so furious back then. At everything, at everyone. Lacey begged me to make sure Lila could escape.
No matter what happens, don't let her become me. Don't let them take her.
You're going to be with us, I replied to her, and she nodded. She was limping from being beat up by our stepdad. Our stepdad was furious at her for what he saw as a rebellion from her and her friends. True friendship inside the compound was complicated. I didn't really have friends, but Lacey did. Our stepdad was also fuming about the way Lacey always protected Lila and me. He was ready to marry her to Mason, a guy she had a crush on years earlier, but who was just another asshole hungry for power. Like our stepdad, he believed you could beat people into obedience. They moved Lacey to a different house. The transition house, they called it, where the girls learned about their duties and the tasks that would be theirs in their new lives. We planned our escape for months, and when the night came, Lacey didn't show up. When Child Protection Services picked us up at the police station, I wouldn't talk to them. I was afraid they'd take Lila away from me, and they did anyway. I punched the social worker and then broke down crying. The social worker helped me back up and visited me every day in the juvenile home. She found a therapist who taught me the circle of violence could be broken, and my therapist convinced me to tell my social worker my real name. They contacted Uncle John then, and I moved in with him. When we got picked up, the only thing I told them about was the compound and what was going on there, the abuse and the lies. I hoped they'd save Lacey, but they said they couldn't find anything wrong when they went there, and whoever they saw said no members had left the compound. Tessa's arm brushes against mine as she puts her phone into her bag.
Mom's staying a bit later at work. That's good. Maybe that'll distract her from Faye.
Do you believe in psychics? I kicked dust around with my foot and rubbed the back of my neck.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think some people feel differently, but I don't think they have supernatural powers.
She tilts her head to the side as if she's thinking about what to say next.
I do believe in using other people, though.
No shit. I could write a book on that topic. I need to get out of my head. Are you going to the bonfire tonight? I'm not planning on using Tessa as a painkiller, but spending time with her seems more appealing than flirting my way through another makeout session.
I don't know.
Her head dips to her chin.
Aaron asked me to go with her and Dimmy, but with this new psychic claiming to know where Mellie is, I'm not sure leaving Mom alone tonight is the right choice. Even though she's staying later at work, she'll still be back around 6 or 7.
She kicks a rock.
Maybe Mrs. Fernandez would stay with her. They watch telenovelas together sometimes.
How about your dad?
He'd come if I ask him, but it's weird. I think deep down they still love each other. Even though Dad's been seeing someone, if Mom would tell him she's willing to see a counselor again, I'm sure he'd give their relationship another try. They're toxic to one another right now, but he needs to know.
Why did your dad move?
They fought every single day. Mom cried, Dad retreated. He tried, he really did. She made their pain into some sort of competition, and according to her, he wasn't suffering enough. He just suffered differently.
She feels guilty, I blurt out. Tessa bites her lips and glances at me with a knowing look.
He does too. He wasn't home that Saturday, and she wasn't feeling great. Plus, back then, nothing ever happened in Gavert City. She didn't watch us like a hawk.
She takes her keys out of her bag.
I feel guilty too. It eats me alive and keeps me up at night. You have no idea how much I'd like to turn back time.
I lean back and look at the sky. No clouds, just clear blue, as if life was ever that fucking easy. Tell me about it. I'm pretty good in my mechanics class. Maybe I'll invent a time machine before the semester's over.
Maybe you should spend spring break working on it, and then by summer we can both turn back time.
Her voice is warm, and I can't stop looking at her lips, or her legs, and I want to keep on talking to her. While I work on that, maybe you could come to the bonfire tonight.
I'd ruin your style, she says with a smile. You, Luke, cannot meet a girl at the bonfire.
I'd meet her anywhere she asked me to, but if I said that, she'd probably tell me to cut my crap. Don't you know? People always want what they feel they can't have. She purses her lips like she's unsure of what to think.
Me meeting you there would be to help you get other girls?
I lean in closer, and the way she looks at me tells me she's not unaffected. Do you want the truth or the bullshit?
Truth,
she breathes out. That theory of wanting someone you can't have is great for movies, but bullshit in reality. I want someone who gets me. Someone who asks questions and who isn't afraid to care. Someone with shorts like yours, I add, and she swats my arm. I grab her hand and my heart beats so loudly I'm sure she can hear it. She doesn't pull away from me. I'd like to spend more time with you, and maybe meeting at the bonfire could be fun. She gently pulls away, but she can't hide the way she blushes. She forces the door to her old car open, It has seen better days.
I'll try.
And she hops into her car, leaving me behind. My own car is parked a few spots away. It's an old Charger, but it runs nicely. Uncle John gave it to me when I first came to live with him. He said it was his old car. He asked that I repair it with Dimitri's father and pay for the parts. I'm slowly paying my debt. It takes about 30 minutes to go to the meeting place with Lila, but before heading there, I walk behind the flying pig, cross the parking lot, and enter the police station.
Hi, honey, how can I help you?
The receptionist asks me with a warm yet guarded smile. It reminds me of the smiles I first got from teachers at school. Like my file may have been massive with details, but maybe I wasn't all that dangerous. I worked hard to catch up, and I worked hard on my issues. Still a work in progress. Can I talk to my uncle? In the air-conditioned station, the wave of food smells and grease coming from my clothes reminds me I need to put on a bit more Axe before visiting Lila, even though last time she said I used way too much. The receptionist calls my uncle and hangs up, nodding her head.
Sure thing, he's on his way.
After a few minutes, he marches toward me. Not sure if he has any other way of walking, but purposely, like he knows where he's going every single second of the day. Let's talk outside, he says without barking, which I take as a positive sign. Dust gathers on the parking lot, and the slight breeze pushes some of it around. The crowd at the Flying Pig seems to be thinning. He leans against the wall and crosses his arms on his chest. You want to know about the Garner girl? I want to know if you think that woman is legit, and not just what you told her mom. I can't go into details, but I'm definitely not convinced. Some of the info she mentioned was in online forums, and I'm trying to figure out where she got the rest. He nods to Mr. Walker, his second at the station, who's pulling into his parking spot. Mr. Walker's shoulders are broad, his smile is easy, but once he gets closer, I notice sweat purling on his dark black skin. I've never seen him sweat before, even when they were chasing a serial killer. Hi, Mr. Walker, I say, and his handshake is firm despite his evident worry. Hi, Luke. How was your first day at work? His smile is only tentative, and he glances at my uncle. Good, thank you, sir. John, can I have a minute? He asks my uncle, who nods. I'll be right there, my uncle answers. Ever since they got the angel killer last year, my uncle and Mr. Walker have been friendlier toward one another. My uncle told me Mr. Walker, Tyreek, was a tremendous football player once and is the only one he really trusts. I have to go back to work. I promise you I'll check on that woman more. But tell Tessa not to think this is the key to her sister's case. Thanks. Sure. Be careful, as always, when you go see Lila, he adds. And before I can reiterate the rules, he does it for me. If you see anyone following you, you come back here, to the station, and you call me. If you see your mom, you call me, and you do not talk to her. I know. My throat tightens. When I moved in with him, I told him how worried I was they would come after me, find Lila, and drag us back to whatever compound they were now calling home. Both he and the FBI reassured me, saying my stepdad probably has it easier without me around. The FBI has been tracking them, but last I heard the group split into smaller groups a month ago. They're not sure why yet, but they're working on locating all of them. If Mom really wanted to find us, she'd have come by already, and she hasn't. And sometimes I'm not sure if I'm relieved or angry. Uncle John clears his throat. And stay out of trouble. His tone is serious, like he means business, even though he hasn't grounded me once since I moved in with him. I raise an eyebrow. I always do. He shakes his head and opens the door to the station. Why does the principal call me at least once every 2 weeks, then? Because other people want trouble? Don't be a smartass. His tone is harsher, but ever since the angel killer got caught last year, he's more thoughtful, more careful. Granted, he's not singing happy songs or asking a whole lot of questions, but he's almost more protective. He's been spending all his spare time looking for Mom and Lacey, talking to his contacts at the FBI, without any success. Mom and the others don't want to be found. Never, I reply, but even though I try to sound innocent, he's not fooled. I hurry back to my car and text Tessa before driving off. I really hope to see you tonight.
Chapter 18. Tessa. My fingers fumble with the radio. I need music to distract myself. I sing along to one of the latest pop songs, lowering my window and letting my hand out, enjoying the feel of the warm air between my fingers. It reminds me of the warmth of Luke's touch. The drive from the Flying Pig to our mobile home takes 10 minutes, but I take a quick detour. I pass by the grocery store to make sure Mom's car is in the parking lot, that she went back to work. When I see the faded blue paint of her Honda, I breathe more easily. I'm always worried Mom's going to take off again and look for Mellie by herself. She did that last year after finding out the angel killer wasn't responsible for Mellie's disappearance. She left me a note telling me she'd be back. She took her car to plaster the nearby towns with posters. When I found her, tears were rolling down her face, and I don't think she had eaten in 36 hours. "I'm sorry, baby girl," she whispered in my ear as I wrapped my arms around her. "I'm sorry." And I didn't know if she was apologizing for leaving me behind or for not finding my sister. Every single time Mom gets some sort of news, I always make sure I know where she is. I back out of the parking lot, somewhat relieved. I turn up the music even louder. I need to drown my thoughts in the rhythm. I turn into our mobile home park. The sign "Overlook Mobile Homes" hanging at the entrance is crooked. Underneath, there's another sign signaling that rentals are available and that the park offers free Wi-Fi. It's true, but the connection can be quite spotty. The playground on the right by the big oak tree is full of kids running around and having fun. My eyes scan the area, out of habit, to make sure no one lurks around them. Once I'm reassured, I park right in front of our home and smile at the text Luke sent me. I grab the piece of cake I brought back from Mrs. Fernandez and my apron, which doesn't weigh as much as it should. With all the drama, I'm definitely short on tips today. I open the front door carefully, making sure to slide in as quickly as possible. Buster rushes to me and jumps on me, his tail wagging like he hasn't seen me in forever. "I hope you didn't have any accidents, little boy." Buster is the cutest with his floppy ears and brown eyes, but it took me forever to teach him to do his business outside. The fridge is pretty empty. I should remind Mom to pick up something for tonight. I put the piece of cake on the middle shelf and grab Buster's treats. "Come on, let's go." I put his harness and leash on and take him for a quick walk behind our trailer. The dirt path between the fields is his favorite place. He could sniff there for hours. There's a rustle behind me and I freeze. Buster pulls on the leash, not barking, and I relax my shoulders, slowly turning around to make sure no one is following us. A bird flies off in the sky. Free. I keep my eyes on him for a few seconds, but Buster brings me back to reality with his barks. "What's going on?" I ask in a loud voice, even though my throat tightens. I struggle to swallow. Ever since Mellie disappeared, my body is on high alert when I'm alone. My ears trained for the odd noise. My eyes search for an unknown person. Even with everything that's happened last year, I should know how evil finds a cozy nest in people close to you. Someone clears their throat and I jump up. Buster growls, which he very rarely does, and my blood freezes in my veins. "What do you want?" Faye stands in front of me.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you."
Faye smiles, and even though it's a warm smile, the hair on my arms rises.
"I was driving to the small RV place not far from here, and I saw the sign for your mobile home park."
"And you happened to park and walk the fields right behind our house?" My tone is deprecating, to say the least. Buster, my traitor of a dog, wags his tail.
"I have 2 dogs.
She looks up at me and seems lost in her own memories.
Dory and Nemo.
She chuckles but then wipes tears from her eyes.
My son named them. He's a good boy. He's a sick boy. He needs help."
Her voice cracks. She sounds desperate. "I'm sorry," I whisper, not sure of what else to say or do. She shakes her head.
"It's going to be okay. I sensed you were doubtful of my talents and gifts. Your mom's ready to take the next step, but you're not. This may be your only chance."
A door opens in the distance, probably Mrs. Fernandez checking on me, and Faye shivers. Her dark eyes dart behind her and then back to me. She grabs one of my hands, and I jerk away. There's desperation in her voice.
"There's not much time. I can help you. I really can."
She pauses and then opens her mouth as if to say something else, but instead she pets Buster for a second as if the repetitive movement is a way to calm herself.
"I'll be back tomorrow to see your mom and maybe your father. I hope you won't work against me, against finding Mellie."
I still don't understand why you have to wait to tell us where Mellie is. We'll give you money after. We'll give you everything we have if we can find her. I'm not sure if I'm angry or anxious. Her lips quiver, but she straightens her spine.
If only it were that easy. It's not. I know she's alive, but I need more time to narrow down where she's staying.
She pauses.
I talk too much. I should go. I'll see you tomorrow.
She gives one last pet to Buster and hurries back to her RV. Mrs. Fernandez stands at her window, waves at me. I pull Buster with me. My heart is in my throat and my thoughts jump around in my head. I'm not sure what to believe.
How was your day, Cariña?
Mrs. Fernandez leans against her open door.
Who is this woman?
It was eventful, and I'm not sure about her. Her RV is already out of sight. I did get you a slice of cake, though. Diego also said...
Diego worries too much. That boy needs to go and have fun, just like you do.
Well, I was wondering, maybe you could eat the cake while watching TV with Mom tonight? I tilt my head to the side and her eyes widen.
Are you thinking about going out tonight?
Her voice is full of genuine happiness for me. I am. There's the bonfire. Aaron and Dimmy are going to be there.
I like them. 3 weeks ago in town, Dimmy helped me with my groceries. Such a nice boy.
She winks.
I have a feeling another nice boy is going to be there tonight, too.
I shrug. Maybe, but don't get your hopes up. Her smile is full of dreams.
I could be 1,000 years old and still believe in hope.
Hope. My shoulders tense and my tone turns bitter. With the good it's been doing Mom.
It's been keeping her moving. It's a way for her to honor your sister, to make sure she's never forgotten.
My shoulders slump and she gently touches my face. Her accent thickens with each word.
You're not forgetting either.
I wish I could help her more.
You do. More than you can ever imagine. You remind me of Diego's mom, Hilma. Always there for me, without a protest, without fuss. But sometimes you need to let the pain through the cracks of your armor. Your mom can help you, too.
So why don't you want to move in with Hilma and Diego?
He asked you to ask me, didn't he?
Her smile widens, but she doesn't answer my question. Instead, she nods toward our trailer.
I'll come over tonight and watch the latest episodes of El Amor del Diablo with your mama.
Thank you.
Anything for you.
She heads back inside after giving a treat to Buster, one of her homemade peanut butter dog cookies she bakes for him. I could stay and chat with her until Mom gets back from work, but I forced myself to go back home, sit on my bed, and dial Dad's number. Hey, Dad. I can't disguise the worry in my voice.
Hi, Tessie. What's going on? Are you still coming over next week?
That's the plan. And then I tell him about the psychic, the money, the hope again.
I'll call your mom. I'm going to head your way tomorrow to meet her and that woman. I'll go to church with your mom and try to talk to her about being reasonable. Will you come with us?
I have to work. I do, but even if I didn't, I wouldn't go. My relationship with God is more than complicated.
Okay.
His tone is knowing.
What do you think about this new psychic?
I'm not sure. She seems sick or something. Her hands shake and her skin is grayish. She's intense. Buster barks and grabs one of his toys. I get up and stride to the kitchen to throw it in the tiny living dining area. I have to go, Dad. Thanks for coming tomorrow.
Of course. Your mom and I both love you, and even though we're not always on the same page, we'd do anything for you and to find your sister.
I know. My gaze travels to the pictures Mom keeps in the kitchen. All of us together. A happier time. Mom and Dad were high school sweethearts. They went to prom together. Then they went to the same college. They were that couple everyone wanted to be. Losing Mellie tore them apart.
All right, baby girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
I hang up and take out the business card Faye gave me at the restaurant. I breathe in and out and type her website in my browser. It's dark blue and has arrays of light shooting through it. It looks more professional than some of the ones I've looked at before. There was one guy who claimed he could hear Melanie talk to him in his dreams, who had a website on his business card that was actually an escort service. Another group of clairvoyants, as they called themselves, had a website as well, but their page didn't have any information except a link to a review site that gave them abysmal ratings for being frauds. Not so trust-inspiring, that's for sure. Faye has a clean website, but not much information on it. She has a picture of her son with their dogs.
My sick Aaron needs as many positive vibes as possible. His treatment is very expensive. We accept all donations.
She has pictures of a couple with their arms around a younger girl with a short testimonial. Faye helped us find our Cassandra. We can't thank her enough. But there's no info about where they're from, what Faye did, and what happened. I watched enough Catfish episodes while working at the gas station to know what to do. I Google the image and find that picture is used in hundreds of websites. She doesn't know anything. She's another fraud. Maybe that's why she looked so afraid or worried when she came over to talk to me. She had to know I'd check her website. She had to know I wouldn't just accept whatever she's saying. Bullshit. Nervous energy slams through my veins. I need to do something. Anything. Mom still won't believe me. She's convinced the details Faye gave mean she knows precisely where Mellie is. Lies. I text Erin. I'll be there tonight. She replies almost right away. Great. Do you need a ride? Thanks, but I'll take my car. I don't want to be a burden. Dimmy has been very busy with football spring training, and he hasn't been able to come home in over 2 weeks. We're meeting at the lake? Sounds like a plan. Okay, see you there at 7 p.m. I recheck my emails, but no answer. I text Luke quickly to tell him I'll be there.
See you tonight.
His reply is short, and I can't read much into it, so instead I settle on my bed with Buster next to me and grab my backpack, trying to catch up on AP English, but Medea by Euripides can't hold my attention. My eyes are trained on Mellie's side of the room, imagining what it'd be like if she were home. Chapter 19. Mellie. One should not fear the end of the world. One should prepare for the end of the world. The fire which cleansed our souls will cleanse our bodies. The Circle's Book of Truth, Rule 15. Jeremiah's been silent almost the entire day. He read the Book of Truth for what seemed like forever, but based on the clock was only an hour. I didn't know if I should tackle my chores or sit still. I waited until his shoulders seemed more relaxed. Usually he teaches me the history of the Middle Ages on Saturdays. Today he simply gave me the book and told me to read one chapter. Pages have been ripped from the textbook. His name is on the first page. I read and then dusted. I wrote in my diary, not everything, never everything. When Jeremiah gave it to me, he explained I should bear my soul, but the first time Master Abram got a hold of it, he got mad. Since then, I only write partial truths, and in this diary, I also write to Tessa. I sigh. My hands prune in the water I use to clean the dishes. I don't know how long I've been staring at the woods by our home. Darkness falls on the trees. Tessa needs to be saved, protected, especially if the end of the world is looming.
What are you thinking about?
The scar on Jeremiah's neck no longer burns against his skin, and his voice is soft. Tessa, I reply, pulling on my shirt. I need to do laundry. I'm only allowed to use the sink, which takes me forever, and it doesn't dry quickly inside.
We have a plan. Master Abram said everything is ready now that he's the leader.
He sits down at our table and I serve him a bowl of soup. He taught me how to cook. He taught me everything. His eyes darken.
Do you remember the story I told you?
He's told me many stories, but his nostalgic and sad tone tells me which one he's referring to. If you trusted the Circle, you could have saved your mom.
I could have, but I was stubborn and thought I knew better. She died.
He takes a deep breath.
Master Peter was right to kick me out of the compound, but even though he was right, Master Abram still found a way to save me. He told me to stay close to the compound. He found me this cabin and told me the time would come for me to save people too, to recruit new members like my mom did. He promised me I'd be welcome back in the Circle.
He eats his now probably cold soup. You saved me.
You were special.
He smiles at me like he means every word.
Master Abram said you couldn't go to the Circle yet because you needed to learn with me first. Master Abram told me you were my guardian angel, and I was yours.
His spoon clatters against the bowl.
And then there was Isabel.
Isabel, I whisper. Memories threaten to spill over, and I force my breathing to calm down. Shivers run up and down my spine. I close my eyes. If I remember that afternoon, that 1 hour, that one moment, I will crumble and cry. He pushes his bowl away, and his nose wrinkles in disgust.
Isabel wanted to break our family. She didn't want to be saved,
he reminds me.
I found her begging and hurting, and I thought she could be saved too. But I was wrong.
My tongue lingers on my teeth, finds the hole where I lost 2 in the past years, and I take a deep breath, trying to find the words to soothe him. But then his hand finds mine.
You saved me.
He gives me a reassuring squeeze.
We became family.
Family. Tessa. As if he reads my thoughts, he continues.
Master Abram knows about the woman who saw you. He's been told by the divinity itself, and he says he has a plan.
He exhales loudly.
Tessa's friend, the one I told you about, used to be part of the circle too.
I gasp and my eyes widen. Maybe he's been teaching her too. He pulls my arm until I'm eye level with him. He doesn't get mad often, but his voice is made of steel as he replies,
He's a traitor to the family. They gave him a chance. While I was begging Master Peter to let me come back, he didn't appreciate his chance. He and his sisters betrayed Master Abram. They betrayed the circle. He's a traitor.
He lets go of me and pushes his bowl forward for me to add more soup. He's quiet again. I eat next to him, clean up, and then sit down on my bed. I pull out my diary and reread one entry from 3 years ago. My writing was sloppier then. Dear Diary, Jeremiah found ways to protect me again today. Without him, I'd be lost. He's going to save Tessa. I believe he will. We will be together, sisters forever. I miss her. Soon, soon this will be true. Chapter 20. Luke.
As soon as I get to the bleachers, Lila runs toward me, screaming my name. Her dark hair spills from her ponytail, and she almost trips on a rock, but balances herself back. I wave to her foster parents, Mitch and Amya, and open my arms. Lila rushes into them, and I pick her up. Aren't you supposed to be on the field, winning this game?
It's halftime,
she giggles.
And I asked my coach if I could come and see you.
I carry her back to where her team is sitting. I'm going to go sit with Mitch and Amya to watch you, okay? We have the same dark hair, even though I keep mine in a buzz cut, but her small nose and her gray eyes are all Mom's third husband. He was second in command at the circle. Master Peter could be arbitrary. SAT word, my social worker would be proud. But Abram is worse. If he ever becomes the true and revered leader, it will be hell for people there. Lila's smile dims and she wraps her arms around my neck.
Are Mommy and Lacey coming to see my game today?
Not today, Lila love. Keeping the smile on my face requires all my strength. Remember what Samira told you? Samira is her social worker.
Then I'm loved.
I tickle her sides until she bends down laughing. She's right, you know. Now go win that game. She nods and sits back with her team. I head to the bleachers where Mitch and Amya look worried. Their usual smiles are replaced with identical frowns, and my hands clench into fists, ready to grab Lila and run if they tell me Mom's been found. What's going on? I ask without even saying hello first. Amya's hand touches my arm.
Why don't you sit down?
She's forcing herself to be calm, so instead of exploding like I might have before, I sit on one of the many empty seats next to them.
We've just heard from Samira.
She clears her throat.
The rumor is that Abram's in charge. There's been chatter the circle is coming for their lost members, especially you and Lila, because people doubt Abram's the true leader if his own family doesn't believe.
My entire body tenses. I'm ready to jump up and grab Lila. Abram in charge isn't good news. Abram hates me. He hates us. I didn't hear about this.
We got the phone call when you were on the road. Your uncle also called us. He wanted to make sure you were with us and not by yourself when you heard about it.
Her hand touches my knee for a second. I turn to her and she's looking at me like she knows I want to run away and take Lila with me far from here.
Don't do anything you might regret. Lila's safe with us. You're safe with your uncle. If the rumors happen to be true, They might be closer to finding out where Lacey and your mom are staying and catching Abram.
Abram's a fraud. He claimed I didn't hear him correctly when he was on the phone talking about the amount of money he could make off stupid people. Stupid people who all deserve his revenge, according to him. Fraud is only one of the reasons there's an ongoing investigation on the Circle. Abram's not one of those cult leaders who believe in their cause. The Circle pretends to offer people love and acceptance and a place to be themselves, but the Circle doesn't have their best interest at heart. And maybe it was different at the beginning, when it was founded. Who knows? But it was already corrupt when we joined. Master Peter enforces rules to control us. The strict schedule and lack of sleep, the desire to please, the malnutrition, shaming people, and so many more twisted rituals. All of that to save the world and prepare for the end. But in reality, Abram always wanted to take over. His plan was always to gain more power. People don't go into a cult thinking they're going into a cult. And when you expose them, you become the dangerous one. He will go after us. He wants me to be silent. He wants me dead. We need to be aware. Samira told us she and the police will keep us updated. Nothing is confirmed yet. Mitch's gaze intently follows every one of Lila's movements, like he's afraid she's going to disappear. Okay. I roll my shoulders, but the tension doesn't dissipate. We're glad you're staying with the sheriff. They won't start anything there. I don't tell them I'm not sure this would stop Abram. You need to watch out for my mother. If Abram decided he wanted us back, she'd help him, and Lila would follow my mother. Amya grabs Mitch's hand.
Samira will pass by tonight to help us talk to Lila about being even more careful.
My throat tightens. My mind's full of images. Lacey crying after Abram threatened to kill her if she continued to question him. The games the kids played until one of them was deemed too loud and got punished. Mom telling me I needed to get tougher, and then Lila. Lila who didn't know anything else and learned not to laugh too loudly, to not look people in the eyes, to serve. She was only 6 and they were already talking about whom she should be married to when she turned 16. Please keep her safe.
You know we will.
I keep my head straight and look at Lila, passing the ball to one of her teammates. She's happier now. She's not afraid. She still doesn't sleep in the dark, but she's talking to others, opening up. She has friends. We've been preparing for this moment. We knew they might try to take her back. We won't let it happen, Mitch replies, his voice tight with emotions. They love Lila like their own. I hope they're able to adopt her one day. Lila would be safe with them. Safe and happy. Will you keep me updated? I ask, still not looking at them. They know how bad I was when we were found, how much anger I had. I used to yell at them. I told them Lila would never be theirs. And they stood there. They let me unleash before Mitch took me to the side and told me his story of being a foster kid.
Of course we will.
Amya gives my arm a gentle squeeze.
And please, don't try to be a hero.
I don't answer. If Mom's lurking around, I won't tell her where Lila is. I won't send Lila back to this place. I'll go back by myself and get beaten if I must. Lila turns to us, uncertainty on her face. Samira said kids are resilient, but that Lila does suffer from abandonment fears. We all stand up and cheer her on until her lips turn into a smile again. I won't let her down. Not like I did with Lacey. Even if it means I can't see her for a while. I'm always careful about not being followed, and they always make sure to stop in several places before going home. But if Abram's looking for us, he'll know where to find me. Uncle John may be the sheriff, but he won't be able to protect me. Not from them.
Chapter 21. Tessa. Mom's in the kitchen with Mrs. Fernandez, making some taco salad and talking about their telenovelas. Mom's voice is a bit too high, and she keeps on stealing glances at me. Worried glances. Make sure you don't accept any drinks. Always keep your phone with you. I pat her arm as reassuringly as I can. I will, Mom. She adds avocados to the salad, her hands shaking. Don't leave the group. I won't. I know how much it stresses her out that I'm going out, so I keep my tone as calm as possible. Plus, if she worries too much, she'll come to drag me with her again. She stops tossing the salad and turns her full attention to me. Call me if you need anything. I'll come and pick you up. I'll call the police.
She's going to be careful, mamita.
Mrs. Fernandez uses the soothing voice she always uses with Mom. Mom exhales loudly and wipes her hands before drinking a sip of her wine.
Your dad called. He'll be here first thing in the morning.
She doesn't sound happy about it.
At least he's not bringing her,
she adds, and then bites her lip.
I mean, at least he's coming.
Of course he is. He cares.
Not enough,
she mutters. There's no doubt in my mind she still has a thing for him. Every time she sees him, her first reaction is to smile, and then she must remember their past, their drama, their fights.
Anyways,
she adds and wraps her arms around me.
You look great. And I know I don't say it enough, but I hope you're going to have fun. I want you to live, Tessa. Not only survive.
If her tone was a song, she'd be the original soundtrack of a drama movie. The one moment where the audience is expected to feel all the emotions. Like I am. My chest constricts from too many unsaid words. I'm always careful to not give Mom more reason to feel guilty. But it's hard. I know, Mom. I hug her back.
I'm sorry.
She clears her throat in an attempt to hide her voice breaking.
I know it's not easy for you either. It's just that I do think Mellie is alive and that Faye might bring her back to us.
I want her to be alive too, I whisper, because if I talk any louder, I won't be able to stop my tears. I miss her. Mrs. Fernandez caresses my hair.
You both are going to make me cry. Come on, Tessita, you need to go. Your mom and I are going to live through the adventures of Señor Eduardo.
I kiss both of them on their cheeks, pet Buster, who's lying on the couch like it belongs to him, and head out the door. Instead of jumping into my car, I inhale deeply. The evening air is mixed with the smell of ribs being barbecued not far from our mobile home. There may be another community event. The mobile home park promotes these events as renting points for people. Maybe I should stay home, enjoy the quiet evening with Mom and Mrs. Fernandez. Everyone's going to be at the lake, including Kenneth and Simon. I don't need their shit tonight. My phone beeps. We're here, Aaron writes. If I don't go, it will only be because I'm worried. Worried about what people might say. Worried about not fitting in. Worried about wanting to spend time with Luke and getting my heart shattered. My heart sings a very confused tune at the thought of seeing him tonight, like it's not sure it's allowed to anticipate happiness. I look up at the sky, but there's no answer. Only the dusk settling. Soon it's going to be dark and the stars are going to shine, like they were the day before Mellie disappeared. We climbed on the roof of our home and she showed me the stars. Sisters forever. She held my hand in hers. One day, I'll go to the stars. I'll know what they all mean and all their secrets, she whispered. Wherever we are, whenever you look at the stars, you'll know I'm thinking about you. We stayed on the roof, singing to the stars until Dad called for us to climb back down. We got in trouble for sneaking up there, but we couldn't stop smiling. Mellie and I fought and made up at least 10 times a day, but this moment was special. I felt like nothing would ever separate us then. Sisters forever. I lean against my car and blink my eyes as quickly as possible. I can't cry. Not now. Not again. Mom's right. I have to live. No matter where Mellie is, we always have the stars. I'm on my way, I type to Aaron and start my car. By the time I make it to the makeshift parking lot close to the lake, I've listened to several songs from my Broadway playlist and sung as loud as my lungs would let me. The car is silent. I wipe my sweaty palms on my dress. I opted for one of my favorites. Close to the chest, not that I have much to show, and loose on the legs. The straps on my back make me feel sexy, yet I grab a short-sleeve cardigan to put on top. I've let my hair loose, and it falls in an undisciplined cascade on my shoulders. For a second, I wish I'd worn my trusty boyfriend jeans with my usual V-cut t-shirt, but tonight I thought I'd try something different. I won't try to hide. I step out of my car and smile at 2 people who are in some of my classes. They smile back without any whispers or widening of the eyes. Maybe I'm the only one who feels this tension in the air.
You made it!
Erin's hair is dark brown reddish. She told me once she has to pay money to have hair that's not half as beautiful as mine. She gives me a side hug. It's already super crowded. After everything that happened last year, she's still guarded. I complain about whispers and having a hard time at school. She's had a rough year too, yet she volunteers in an association for missing children and always seems to think about helping people. Dimmy kisses the top of her head in that familiar way of couples who've known each other for a long time.
Nice to see you,
he says with his deep and calm voice. How's college? I ask him. He used to play football in our high school before a car accident destroyed his chance at a big pro career. He plays for Midwestern and still helps coach the high school team.
It's going well. Lots to do, but I think I'm handling it okay.
He has a half smile on. Some other junior girls stop close to us and giggle. Erin pulls him to her. They're talking about you.
People are always talking about somebody,
he replies and winks, but it's kind of forced. They don't want to be here either.
Do you want something to drink, Tessa?
I'm good, thanks.
I can get you a Diet Coke,
he says.
That's what I'm drinking.
He shows me his can. Sounds good, I reply. I don't want to drink tonight. I don't drink much, so when I do, I get tipsy pretty fast. And tonight I want to be aware. I want to remember every detail.
I'm glad you came,
Erin says.
I don't come to the bonfire anymore. Not since.
She bites her lip and I nod. She doesn't need to explain. The horrors that happened to her, her family, and Dimmy's sister are still on everyone's mind. But the football team asked Dimmy to come tonight. They're in spring training, and since he's been busy with his own spring training, he hasn't seen them as much as he'd like. She shoves some dirt away with her shoe. It's kind of weird to be back. She and I struck up an odd friendship last year. Once people figured out who the angel killer was, some shunned her. Others tried to be her friends to get details. I simply invited her to eat lunch with me in the library one day. Since then, we eat lunch together once a week. How is Nadia? I ask. Nadia is Erin's best friend and Dimmy's sister. Nadia's boyfriend was murdered last October.
There are days she pretends to be okay, but it's actually worse because you can see how much she's struggling. If the football team hadn't invited Dimmy here tonight, I'd be home with her. Luckily, Dimmy's best friend Gabe's watching a movie with her.
Dimmy comes back with my Diet Coke and a group of football players. They talk about plays and passes and opposing teams. One of them, Malik, settles next to me. He's a junior like me, and we've known each other forever.
Did you get what Mrs. Sanchez was saying in Spanish on Friday?
I think I did. I hope I did, I reply. The conversation sails smoothly from there on. We laugh at stories the guys tell us about Coach pranking them. Erin relaxes next to me. Both she and I participate in the conversation. It's almost natural. It's weird to think that life does go on. I keep on glancing toward the parking lot. Luke's not there. Maybe he's not even coming. I force my lips to stay in a smile, while my heart squeezes in disappointment. Chapter 22. Luke.
By the time I'm back from the soccer game, my uncle's home. His ranch is a bit outside of town, and the property has a small pond on it. It was my grandparents' ranch. The walls are bare in the hallway, but the rest of the house is still decorated the way they left it. I'm ready to find out more. I tried to call him as soon as I left the soccer game, but he didn't pick up. I storm into the living room. What are we going to do? Did you hear anything new? Are you sure Abram's the leader? I fire questions to my uncle, but I don't get any answers. He's slumped on the reclining leather chair in the living room, a dark drink in front of him. Not the first one based on how he slurs his words. You need to protect people, Luke. You need to protect them from themselves. If only I had been there that day. He swallows another shot of what I think is whiskey. My brother, my sister, your sister, they'd all be here with us. I'm tempted to grab the bottle and smash it on the floor or take a swig, but instead I plop myself on the couch next to him. It may be useless, but it's still worth a try. What can you tell me? What do you know? Today, Tyreek told me bad things. Well, that's helpful. You should probably go to bed. Nightmares. I have nightmares. He hiccups and stares into my eyes. I'm sorry about your mom. If I had been there to protect her, everything would be better. Maybe. I bite my tongue. Mom wouldn't have accepted his help. She wouldn't have stayed with him, and even though his issues are different, he still has many problems. Do you want me to stay? A snore is my answer. I pull the knitted blanket over him and wait to see if he's going to wake up or say anything, but he's clearly out. My uncle hasn't had an easy life. Mom didn't either. And my grandparents believed that beating the shit out of them was the best way to educate them. Mom found herself with the wrong crowd. She did drugs and got arrested several times. Then she found the devotion of the people, the circle. That one summer we visited Uncle John was when their parents died. Mom didn't shed any tears. My uncle didn't either, and there were only 5 other people at the funeral. He's hard on himself, but he hasn't dealt with his own pain. My phone beeps.
This party is off the hook, Diego texts me. Hot girls everywhere.
I don't care about the hot girls. I want to see Tessa. I want to feel for one evening like anything is possible. I need to get out of here before I shake my uncle awake or pour water on his face. He's not going to be able to talk, and all we'll do is fight. Lila is safe at home with Amya and Mitch. They're even talking about hiring private security to make rounds around their house on top of the police protection, and Amya works at Lila's school, so there's always someone around. Nothing I can do. Mom must know where I am. Social services did their best to contact her, but once they got off the grid, there wasn't much they could do. But there are too many people at the lake for her to try something there. I'm more at risk here with Uncle John totally wasted. I exhale loudly and pace around the living room. If I don't go, I'll be stuck with my thoughts. If I go, I might be able to distract myself, and I don't want to let Tessa down. I text Diego quickly. Is Tessa there? Diego doesn't answer right away, but my phone rings.
Tessa? Dude, really?
What do you mean?
We don't mess with Tessa. Tessa's nice and we all have her back, Pablo included, especially since everything that's happened with Kenneth.
He already gave me the 3rd degree. Trust me, I get it. Did Kenneth bother her again tonight? He's such an asshole. My tone matches the boiling of my blood.
Not tonight, he didn't. I got Tessa's back. As I said, no one messes with her when we're around.
I crack my knuckles in a lame attempt to calm down. I don't mess with anyone.
No? So why was Cora asking all over the place for you?
He huffs and puffs like he's running with his phone. She's going to get back with Carlos.
Maybe, but for now, she's thinking about you, not Carlos, and she looks upset.
I change topics. What are you doing?
One of the players' parents got a tent today and there's music. I was walking away from there. I can't dance. I'm not going to stand there. I'd rather go hang right by the water.
He whistles.
Nice try distracting me. I'm not joking about Tessa.
First of all, she can decide on her own. Second, I'm not going to hook up with Tessa. The moment those words are out of my mouth, I picture her leaning into me. I feel my arms around her, and I wonder what her lips taste like. Fuck. I'm not going to hook up with Tessa, I repeat, but I still can't seem to convince myself.
Diego chuckles. If you hurt her, Pablo will make your life hell at the Flying Pig.
What if I don't? I mutter, but Diego talks over me.
Hurry up.
The music behind him isn't as loud, but still recognizable. It changes from hip-hop to country, and people cheer in the background. I take one last look at my uncle, who's still snoring his alcohol away, and hurry out before I convince myself I should stay home. Spring break is in the air. The lake is crowded with cars, trucks, a bunch of people, including some from another high school and some college students who are home for the weekend. Hot dogs are grilling and bottles are passed around. This is the place to be in Gavert City. I slowly walk around the makeshift parking lot, checking the license plates, seeing if any cars seem familiar. I startle one couple who's making out against a car. Sorry, I mutter. They ignore me and go right back to kissing. Good for them. After a few minutes, I breathe more easily. Cora's not here. The music blasts from that tent that got installed in the empty field close to the lake. Some dance, others hang out by the bonfire closer to the water. My eyes land on Tessa and the rest of the crowd disappears. Her red hair stands out not far from the bonfire. She's talking with a small group of people, but her gaze searches behind them, and part of me hopes she's looking for me.
I thought you might be here.
Cora stands in front of me with a big, hopeful smile. I step back to put some distance between us. Hi. I don't want to be an asshole, but I've made it clear our makeout session wasn't the beginning of a romance novel. Mom's closest friend in the circle loved those. She went on and on about Riley Edgewood's books, But those became banned books, and she stopped reading when Master Peter told her to. Where's Carlos?
He doesn't care.
She sniffles and sways from one side to the other. Shit, she's drunk. Carlos cares. After what happened with his girlfriend last year, Cora is the one who made him smile again. Sometimes it's easier to run away than to deal with all those feelings. I should know. Carlos is by his truck in the makeshift parking lot. I'm tempted to tell Cora to stay there while I talk to Tessa, but Cora's holding onto my arm, and tears well up in her eyes. Yesterday she was horny drunk. Today she's sad drunk.
He doesn't care,
she blubbers again. I don't reply, but gently tuck my hand behind her elbow. Come on, let's go. I navigate her through the crowd, ignoring the amused and curious looks. Once we're back in the makeshift parking lot, I find one of her friends. Can you keep an eye on her for a second? I don't wait for an answer. Instead, I march to where Carlos is standing. He's not drinking, but simply lost in thought. Cora's over there. If you don't get your shit together, some other guy will hook up with her and she might actually move on. Carlos lifts a shoulder. I was expecting a fist in my face or some type of angry reaction, but he seems demoralized.
Better for her.
He stares in the distance.
She deserves better. There are days I still can't seem to process. I might not make it into college. My grades suck. I'm a fucking loser.
You sure sound like one. I raise an eyebrow and gesture to him. She's been there for you at your worst. You think she won't stay with you when you hit a rough patch? You didn't give her a choice.
Who made you an expert on all this?
Carlos turns to me and there's a hint of anger in the way he narrows his eyes at me. Let's just say I've seen enough people screwing up to recognize a major screw-up when I see one. He straightens up, and even though I'm pretty buff, he's stronger than me. Football player strong.
If you hurt her...
There's fire in his eyes. Even though it might land me a punch, it's much better than the sadness. I turn to where Cora's sitting, right by her car. I didn't. She's over there, crying.
She's crying?
He twists his hands and rushes to where Cora is sitting down. He crouches down in front of her and hugs her. She holds on to him like he's the air she needs. I leave them behind and stride back to the lake. I keep on checking the area, the same way I've done since we escaped, making sure no one's behind us, making sure no one's getting ready to bring us back to hell. Tessa's still there, but alone, sitting under a big tree. Diego stands with a group of people. He shakes his head, but I ignore his warning. I plop myself next to her. My heart beats faster, but it's no longer because I'm worried. Are you playing hide-and-seek with the rest of the group? She doesn't turn my way, but a small smile tugs her lips.
Apparently I'm not that good since you found me.
Her dress hacks up, and I wish there weren't dozens of people behind us. I lean closer to her. You look beautiful. She shivers, and I'm not sure if it's because she's cold or because my mouth is so close to her neck.
Is that one of your lines?
She turns her head my way, and I forget every word I've ever known. Huh? She chuckles, and I might become addicted to that sound.
Are you testing your lines on me?
Definitely not. I manage to croak. I need to get my shit together. This pull I'm feeling, it's basic science, nothing more. She leans in a bit closer, and whatever perfume she's using will be the death of me.
You know what I want to do?
Her voice is tentative. What? I'd pretty much do anything she asked. I'd go skinny dipping. I'd go and be social with everyone. I'd learn how to fucking fly.
Dance.
She pauses and smiles at the face I must be making. I can't dance.
With you. I want to dance with you. Chapter 23. Tessa. The country music reminds me of my parents dancing together after local rodeos. It reminds me of the dance classes Mellie and I took. It reminds me of easier times, even though the deep voice singing about love lost and longings is heartbreaking.
Let's dance, then,
Luke replies, though his face fell at my words. He seemed a bit jumpy when he first sat next to me, and I thought dancing might be a fun way to relax. That, and I want to feel his arms around me. I stretch my hand to help him get up, and as soon as his hand touches mine, I forget everything that's not him. His eyes burn hotter than the bonfire. He's looking at me like he wants to kiss me here and now. His half-smile makes my heart stutter. Our fingers interlink as if we've been holding hands forever, as if we'll be holding hands again after tonight. He leans into me and his breath tickles my neck.
I suck at dancing, and I definitely suck at line dancing.
My lips turn into a teasing smile. I'm not sure where you're from exactly, but not from around here. There's a shadow on his face.
I wasn't allowed to dance.
His half-smile comes back quickly before I can ask anything. He's so close, and I'm tempted to bury my head in his broad shoulders or press my lips to his neck. He tilts his head in a flirting way that'd look practiced on any other guy.
I guess you're gonna have to show me.
His voice is the soundtrack of any and all sexy movie scenes. We stroll through the crowd, away from the lake and toward the tent, ignoring the way some look at us. When we pass Kenneth, who's leaning on a tree by the tent where people are dancing, he snickers.
Someone's gonna get lucky tonight.
His honey blonde hair and blue eyes got him the title of Prince Charming look-alike last year. I love Disney movies, but they got that one wrong. Luke's hand tenses, but I squeeze it and stop walking. I let go of his hand and wrap my arm around his waist. He's wearing jeans and a blue sweater. The fabric is soft against my touch, and he feels like he's been spending time at the gym. I tilt my head and stare Kenneth down. Someone will get lucky tonight, and that's definitely me. Kenneth's mouth gapes open while Luke chuckles. Once we're out of earshot, his smile turns into a frown.
That guy's a fucking jerk. You didn't have to joke back there. He doesn't deserve it.
I know, but you seemed anxious, and you're supposed to dance, not get all mad. My attempt to sound carefree falls flat.
I wasn't,
he mumbles. His strong hands frame my face gently.
I'm not a good guy. I get angry. I control myself, but that Kenneth dude is an asshole.
Have you ever hurt anybody? He looks so intense that my voice quivers. He must think I'm afraid because he drops his hands and takes a step back.
Never. I just feel it. My blood boils and I want to hit the smirk away from his face. And I hate myself for it.
But you don't. I shake my head. He turns away and I gently take his hand in mine. We stand only a step away from the crowd, but at this moment, there's only us. The music around us is loud. People are laughing and dancing.
I don't, but my grandfather hit my mom, and my mom's third husband beats her.
My heart sinks, and I bite my lip, unsure of what to say or do, but then I stop thinking, I simply act. I'm sorry. My hand touches his face. I'm so sorry. His entire body tenses before relaxing under my touch.
And then there was...
He purses his lips and dips his chin. My blood freezes in my veins and it feels like I'm on the verge of falling into a symphony of despair. What? I manage to breathe out. He opens his mouth, closes it. Instead of speaking, he leans down until our foreheads touch. He closes his eyes and then reopens them, staring into mine.
Nothing. When I ran away, the county made sure I saw someone to help me with everything. I know I'm not going to turn into my mom's third husband, but it's still in the back of my mind. What if...
Our breaths mix. His hand finds the small of my back. Anyone looking at us from afar might think we're kissing, but somehow this feels just as intimate. I wish I could take his pain and guilt. Maybe sharing my own feelings will help him realize he's not alone. I take a deep breath and dive into my own issues. For me, it's what if I went and got help right away? What if I didn't see Buster and start running toward him? That car that was driving wasn't even going fast. Mellie pushed me away and told me she'd get the dog. Maybe we could have found someone to help us. I drop my hand from his face. The what-ifs don't sucker punch you. They're like leeches sucking the life out of you. My voice lowers until it turns into a whisper. Mom reminded me tonight that I should live, not only survive. Maybe you should do the same. He breathes me in, and his arm tightens around my waist, pulling me closer. His lips are close. Oh, so close. Yet they seem unattainable.
Maybe.
His deep voice is full of promises. It sends electrifying tingles down my spine. The music in my heart soars back to life. Despite the darkness and the shadows, we can maybe have this one moment of light. My hand wraps around his neck and I close the distance between us. Totally, I whisper back, and when our lips finally touch, I forget everything that's not him, this moment, this kiss. I feel dizzy, like the world beside us is moving without us, and his lips are my only anchor. Our kisses are soft until I move my hands from his neck to his sweater. I need more. I want more. I grip the fabric and pull him even closer to me. The tip of his tongue slightly brushes against my lips, and I open my mouth. His tongue slides against mine, teasing and asking for more. He laces his fingers in my hair. I have never wanted anyone like this. I've never let myself fall into a kiss like this.
Tessa,
He whispers as his lips move from my lips to my neck. I tilt my head to give him better access.
so sweet.
His voice is deep, and his body is tight and hard. Everywhere. His lips find mine again. I never want this kiss to stop. Someone bumps into us, and we both startle as if we just remembered we were not in our own world. Luke plants a soft peck on my mouth, my cheek, my neck. I shiver in his arms, and he smiles.
That was...
One hell of a kiss, I finish for him, and the way he looks at me is a mix of hunger and longing. We both stay frozen, staring at each other for what feels like forever. It's a nice kind of forever, the kind I wouldn't mind getting lost in. The butterflies in my stomach seem to have taken permanent residence. I'm tempted to ask them to pay rent to help me with my tuition next year. He drops another kiss on the tip of my nose.
I did promise you a dance, and I think I can manage this type of dancing.
He pulls me back to him. There's no awkwardness. Maybe it's going to come. Maybe. But right now, it feels like happiness. Chapter 24. Luke.
The barn is full of people. Instead of freaking me out, it's reassuring. Mom and the circle won't make a scandal by coming here. I can stay in the moment with Tessa, with that kiss that got me so hard I wanted to taste every inch of her skin. I wanted to lose myself with her, in her. We're close to other couples dancing, but I don't care about them. It's only her in my arms, fitting perfectly. She's warm and soft. I can still taste her on my lips, and I want to kiss her again. Lacey used to joke 7 years ago that Tessa and I would fall in love. She was teasing me, and I stuck my tongue out at her like I used to. When Mom took us away and brought us to the compound, Lacey didn't laugh when I wrote letters to Tessa. I kept them hidden in the Book of Truth. At first, the compound seemed like summer camp. There were many kids, and everyone was friendly. Everyone looked happy. And for a while, most people were. But we found out fast enough that to those higher in the group, it was a trick to get us to trust them, to tell them our secrets and fears and hopes. It's easier to destroy someone when you know the shadows hiding in the corners of their hearts. Once Lacey and I figured that out, it was too late. Mom was a true believer, and she wanted us to adapt. Lila was born, and we both tried to protect her. We pretended to for a while. Lacey always had a plan in her mind. She watched everything until she found an escape route. But they broke her. When I told Mom I overheard Abram saying he was only using the circle to get richer and get revenge on those who hurt him, she didn't believe me. She went straight to him. She watched as he beat me up. She watched as he beat Lacey up. She watched as he threatened to kill us for our own good, because maybe this was the only way for us to be reborn without any sins. He always had a reason for all the shit he did, and no matter how little sense it made, she still believed him. Lacey got up and took care of me. She had a broken nose and bruises everywhere, but she made sure I was okay. She told me, too, that if we managed to escape, we needed to do more than survive. The music changes from soft and slow to a rhythm that makes the other couples stand in lines. I chuckle. I have no idea what to do.
I can show you.
And for the next 20 minutes, she does her best to teach me how to line dance. Aaron and Dimitri stand in the near distance, and when they wave our way, Tessa stops dancing.
They look like they're ready to go.
I nod. They also look...
sad.
She finishes for me. Dimitri has his arm around Aaron, and she's leaning into him with a frown.
Do you mind if we go see them?
Of course not. I lean in and quickly kiss her cheek. Her face reddens, and she has a hint of a smile. A hint of a promise. I'm tempted to forget about everything else, grab her hand and take her away. But she's focused on Dimitri and Aaron. She squeezes my hand like she needs reassurance. We make our way through the crowd.
Are you okay?
Tessa asks. Aaron shakes her head.
I thought I could do this and come back here. Pretend for a while that nothing happened. And I did. At the beginning of the evening, I thought I could be here and not feel like someone's punching me in the gut.
She sniffles and clears her throat.
But after a while, I stopped pretending. I kept on seeing Nadia's face before we left. Everywhere I look, I see her and Liam. The last thing they did together was to come here.
Dimitri's shoulders slump, and I recognize that look on his face. It's a mix of helplessness, anger, and sadness. I've seen that look before in my mirror. Too many times to count. I'm sorry.
Aaron turns to him. Don't be. The team wanted you here, and I wanted to come too.
She pauses, and her hand touches Tessa's arm.
For once you come out and look at us.
She doesn't even attempt to smile.
I'll call you, okay? Of course. And don't be sorry. I know it's not easy.
Aaron nods. You're going to be okay? Dimitri asks Tessa. He sounds serious. He's 2 years older than us, but he sounds like he's at least 40. Funny how some people think you need to be old to have lived. In our little group, it's not the years that made us older.
I am,
Tessa answers and gives both of them a quick hug. Dimitri and I do the guy nod, the assessing nod, the you better not screw it up nod. I get it. Once they're out of earshot, Tessa sighs.
I can't imagine how hard it is, especially for Nadia. She saw everything.
My hand finds the back of Tessa's neck and I massage it slowly. She leans into me.
I think I'm ready to go too,
she whispers. My lips touch the top of her head. Then let's go. We stroll back to the parking lot, avoiding people. Once we reach her car, we both shift on our feet and smile.
Thanks for tonight,
Tessa says and bites her lip.
Even with everything going on,
It seems she's struggling to find the right word. Sometimes words aren't needed. My hands frame her face, and when we kiss, her arms wrap around my waist, bringing me closer. I wish I could be even closer, only feel her. I lose track of time. I lose track of everything that's not her lips or her skin. A car honking as it peels out of the parking lot is the only reason we shift slightly apart. We're both out of breath, and I'll need an ice-cold shower as soon as I get home. Tomorrow, are we going to pretend this didn't happen? I blurt out. I don't sound like the Luke I usually aim to portray. Don't give a flying fuck Luke. I sound like myself. Like I care and shit. I do care. A lot. She narrows her eyes at me, not in a pissed-off way, but more in a what-do-you-mean way, and maybe I should have kept the facade up, because what answer can I give her when so much is going on and I haven't told her everything? She tilts her head to the side.
What do you want?
When I don't answer right away, she kisses me again, this time on the cheek.
I'm not going to be begging you to hang out. Tonight can just be tonight.
She doesn't break eye contact.
I don't know what next week or next month or tomorrow is going to bring, and I know you're still hiding a bunch of things from me.
I open my mouth, ready to protest or distract her somehow, but her index finger touches my lips.
Don't tell me it's not true. There's this side of you, that anger. You think you're angry at the world. I think you're angry at yourself, and I'm not sure why. I also don't know what happened with your mom, but it bothers you.
She lifts a shoulder.
I'm not going to beg you, but I'll tell you this.
And she kisses me again, this time deeper. She moans in my mouth as I press against her. She gently pulls away.
You said sometimes words aren't needed.
Her smile is the happiest and most carefree I've seen. I need to see that smile again soon. How about we meet somewhere tomorrow after work? Her eyes widen slightly as if she's somewhat surprised I'm not running away with my usual excuses.
That sounds awesome,
she replies and then frowns.
We do have to study for that pre-calculus test, though. I can probably manage to get out again, after the meeting with that psychic, as long as I'm home before it gets dark.
I forgot about the test. I thought about going mudding. I groan and she laughs. I kiss the palm of her hand. I need to study. I can't mess this test up.
You're still almost the best one in that class.
You're better, I reply, kissing the tip of her nose. In chemistry, I'm slightly better than she is, but not by much. Still, I waggle an eyebrow before leaning closer to her. I can tutor you in chemistry if you tutor me in math. Her laugh turns louder.
Is that a tutoring offer or a making out offer? Because I'm not sure what you're suggesting.
Whatever works for you.
Both work for me?
She smiles.
You're working tomorrow too, right?
I am. You're still supposed to train me. My lips find the spot on her neck I learned she likes.
I have to go, and you have to stop kissing me because otherwise I'm never going to go home.
Her entire body tenses before relaxing again, and I know where her mind has gone. Sometimes words have more power than they should. Not going home made her think about her sister. I wrap my arms around her. We stay there until I feel her relax against me.
"Thanks,"
she whispers. I open her car door and she slides into it after one more kiss. I stand in the same spot until I can no longer see her car. Tomorrow I get to kiss her again. The warm feeling in my chest is almost new. The last time I felt this hopeful, everything came fucking crashing down with a vengeance. But maybe not this time. Maybe I don't have to get stuck in the past like my uncle. Maybe I can hope.
Chapter 25. Mellie. The master of the circle should be respected and revered. He alone knows all the truths of the circle. He alone can be fully trusted. He alone will bring the circle through the end of the world to eternity. The Circle's Book of Truth, Rule 15.
No, no, no!
My heart pounds louder with each of Jeremiah's screams. His nightmares torment him, keeping me awake. I tiptoe outside of the bed. He's been on the floor, reading from the Circle's Book of Truth. I gently remove the book from his grasp. He gasps and his eyes open.
Don't leave me,
he whispers and pulls me into a hug.
I don't know what I'd do if they took you away.
His voice sounds desperate, and my arms tentatively reach around his neck. It's the first time we've hugged. I'm not leaving. Together, we're going to save Tessa, and we're going to become a real part of the circle. Jeremiah scrambles to his feet.
I shouldn't have fallen asleep. Tonight's the night. Master Abram told me where to go, what to do. We need to make sure she leaves before she talks.
His voice has an edge to it I've never heard before, even when Isabel was doing everything she could to escape.
Abram told me we need to take care of it or he won't protect you. They're going to get you if we don't do anything.
I don't understand. His body shakes and he grabs my arms. I flinch at the violence of emotions in his eyes, fear and anger.
That woman who saw you. Abram said she was dangerous, evil. We need to take care of her. Otherwise, Abram will make us suffer the consequences.
I turn away from his desperate stare. I know the meaning of those words, and bile gathers in my mouth. Maybe she won't say anything. Jeremiah always taught me the circle was peaceful and loving, but Master Abram beat me and beat him. Jeremiah said Master Abram was only trying to save us. He told me how much Master Abram taught him and how he forgave him for his sins, how he helped him when Jeremiah was banned from the group, how he is making sure we can both still be saved. When Isabel died, Jeremiah comforted me, but his eyes were full of panic. Master Abram helped us then. He was there for us. But if he stops protecting us, what's going to happen? Jeremiah stares at me in such a way that my hands tremble. He's afraid Master Abram will toss me back into the world, that I won't be saved. He tilts my head back to him with a firm grip.
They'll take you away and they'll punish you for what happened. Do you think they would understand? Master Abram said they'll blame you for Isabel, for everything. And they won't let me see you ever again. You'll be alone. They'll take Tessa away from you.
His hand caresses my dirty hair.
You know I won't survive without you. We're family.
And we are. I nod, and he lets me go. I put on my shoes and grab a sweater that's too big for me but dark enough not to attract any attention. We slowly make our way outside. Loud music booms in the distance, disturbing our usual peaceful silence. Sinners at the lake, probably. When he first brought me to this cabin, I thought I was so far away from Gavert City. A few months later, he let me outside to help him with his flowers and basil, and my heart pounded when I recognized the ranch in the distance. All this time, I'd been so close to home, hidden in a cabin we thought was haunted when we were kids. In one split second, I decided to run. My legs weren't as strong. My foot got stuck on a trap, and I fell. My ankle twisted, and he gently picked me up. Even though he was panicking and yelled at me for trying to run away, he was still careful in cleaning the wound on my knee. He apologized for the sting. Tears were pouring down my face. "I want my mommy," I said over and over again. That's when he told me my parents didn't care. That's when he promised to always take care of me. I didn't understand then. I do now. I don't long for a past that was full of lies. Instead, I long for the promises of the future. Jeremiah opens the car.
Hide underneath the blankets and don't say a word until I tell you.
Okay. I climb onto the floor of the back seat. It's spotless. He hates dust and messes. I grab the heavy woolen blanket and hide underneath. The wool itches my skin, but I don't fidget. Once the car starts, he turns on the radio, and music I've never heard before blasts through the speakers. The voice of the singer is beautiful and pure. It rises above the melody. I clutch the blanket, not understanding the wave of sadness washing over me. I miss singing with Tessa, but I know we'll sing together again soon. Jeremiah drives carefully, slowly. We must stop by a red light or a stop sign.
Mrs. Dalton's flowers are gorgeous. I wish I knew her secret, if only she wasn't always talking, he mutters.
Mrs. Dalton. I remember her. She always had sweets for Tessa and me when we went to the doctor. She was his wife and his assistant. I wish I could see her, see the town, but I grit my teeth and stay in my spot. He continues, and I'm not sure if he talks to himself or me.
She thinks she knows everything. She knows nothing.
After a few more minutes, he stops.
Stay here for a second.
The door screeches open, and colder air gusts through. Breathing is difficult with the wool on my mouth, but I don't move. I wait.
You need to be quiet,
he whispers.
Remember, evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget.
I nod. He gestures for me to move.
Come on, let's go. Follow my steps and don't say a word until we're inside.
We're in an RV park, one that is a bit out of town and not crowded at all. Maybe 5 RVs all spread out. I've never really been in this area before. The moon's hidden by clouds. Step by step, we get closer to a lone RV. It's medium-sized and dark blue. It has a bit of rust by the windows. Jeremiah takes out a pin from his jacket and manages to open the door. We tiptoe inside. The RV smells like chicken soup and sweat and an odor I'm not familiar with. Jeremiah's face is concentrated, and he gestures for me to keep on following him. A bed is visible from the small kitchen, just a hole in the wall. The woman from the gas station sleeps with a soft snore. There are needles on her nightstand. Jeremiah grabs a gun from his jacket, a gun I've never seen before. My body shakes like Jeremiah's hand. He doesn't want to do this either. Maybe we should leave and go home. Master Abram will understand, I whisper, knowing the words are a lie. He turns to me and his tone is harsh.
He wouldn't. I can't lose the circle again, and I can't lose you.
He glances around and throws a pillow onto the bed. The woman doesn't stir. He picks up the pillow and throws it again, this time at her face. She opens her eyes and glances at her nightstand.
It was just a one-time thing,
she slurs, and then her eyes widen.
You're Melanie. He didn't tell me you'd come. How is my Aaron?
Her body shakes and her hands reach out to me. I have no clue what she's talking about.
Listen.
Jeremiah's voice booms, but sweat purls on his forehead, a clear sign he's nervous. The woman's large shirt doesn't cover much of her. He averts his eyes.
You need to put something on.
He throws her the blanket he brought with him from the car. She tilts her head to the side as if she doesn't understand what's going on.
I'm doing everything I've been told.
Jeremiah frowns.
You're ruining everything. I need you to disappear. They're getting too close to the truth. It's too dangerous.
How about my son? Jeremiah's hand trembles, and the woman's eyes widen.
You have to put the gun down.
I don't know anything about your son, but if you do as I say, we'll go and won't come back.
She nods without a word.
You're going to update your website with a message that you're currently dealing with family affairs and are not reachable.
His laugh may seem cruel, but it's the same nervous laugh he had when Master Abram told him he was afraid he was getting too attached to me. She nods again. She's no longer shaking. She's staring at a picture of a young boy close to the spoon and needle on the nightstand. He looks so young with an ice cream in his hand and a big smile.
I'm still going to get the money, right?
She types on her cell phone and shows him a picture. He doesn't answer right away, and she rushes to him.
Please, Aaron needs this treatment. I've been told I would get the money.
I don't know about any money.
Jeremiah steps back, the gun still in his hand, and she shrieks like a wounded animal.
The other guy, he told me.
She scratches her arms and turns to me.
You must understand. He needs the money. I need the money. Your family.
Jeremiah marches to her.
I'm her family.
The woman reaches out to him.
You must have the money on you. You're stealing it from me. Her voice rises. That's why you're here? You and she are getting my money. Well, not so easy.
She lunges at him, and he jumps back, his eyebrows raised. And then there's a shot. I scream, scramble to Jeremiah. Blood spills on the floor. I slide to the floor and crawl to them. My stomach tightens and my heartbeat is everywhere. In my mind, in my hands, in my throat. I'm not sure I can talk. Fear grips me. What if he's dead? Tears fall down my face and I can't wipe them away. I'm frozen. A second feels like an eternity until Jeremiah's head moves and he pushes her off of him. Her breathing is heavy and there's blood at the corner of her mouth. She's still breathing. There's a trickle of blood running out her mouth and I stare at her.
Please, don't.
She coughs more blood out and my stomach heaves.
Don't kill my son.
Maybe we can find a way to save him, I tell her, my heart in my throat, hoping to give her peace. My stomach clenches and my dinner shoots back up. I can't throw up. I swallow it back down. Jeremiah reaches out to me, and I grasp his hand. What should we do? We should call an ambulance or a doctor.
She's dead,
Jeremiah whispers.
She's gone. Master Abrams said her son wasn't living with her. She abandoned him. She didn't care about him. She was lying about everything.
He stares into my eyes.
Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget.
His voice is slightly stronger, but his skin is pale, and he bites his lips. My body's cold, and I shiver. The woman's phone rings again and again. Jeremiah and I don't move. We're not holding hands, we're grasping each other as if to make sure we're both still alive. After a few minutes, Master Abram pushes the door open. I expect him to yell at us, but his brown eyes take in the scene without a word.
I followed you here. I didn't think you'd do what you were supposed to do.
He stares at our hands with a frown, but then crouches next to us.
But you did well. You both did very well.
His tone is that hypnotic, soothing voice he often uses. If I weren't so scared of him, I'd be calmed by this tone. Jeremiah said Master Abram only wants what's the best for us. And as he calms us down and tells us he's going to take care of everything, I believe him. Chapter 26. Tessa. I hate myself right now. I hate myself for Mellie, for the things she may never experience on her own. I hate myself because I can't stop touching my mouth, because my lips tingle with the memory of Luke's kisses, and the reflection in the rearview mirror confesses to a smile I didn't realize I was wearing. But it dims quickly. I recheck my phone at the red light right before coming into town. No message from Mom. She didn't call me once this evening. I only got one text message 2 hours ago, reminding me to have fun and be careful. But since then, nothing. My hands clam up on the steering wheel. The light usually doesn't turn red at this hour, it blinks. My stomach tightens. My foot is on the accelerator, ready to go. My eyes dart everywhere, from the abandoned gas station on the right to the small hardware store down the street. There's no one. No reason for my heart to pound. The light turns green and I force myself not to peel ahead. The small town center is a bit less creepy, maybe because of the police station and the sight of the flying pig. Once I turn onto the county road leading to our mobile home park, I breathe more easily. No more red lights. But the smile I had leaving the lake doesn't come back. After a few minutes, I pull in front of our home. I open the door carefully, but Buster doesn't rush to me. My heart picks up a new speed. "Mom?" I try to call out, but the sound comes out all strangled. Sometimes Mom and Mrs. Fernandez fall asleep in front of the TV, but their sleep is always light, and Mom jumps up at every small noise. A coyote outside, a creak, water leaking from the faucet. Mom also always waits for me to come home. She never falls asleep unless I'm in my bedroom. They're not on the couch. My heart drops further down.
Tessa?
Mom comes from her bedroom. Her voice is sleepy and her hair is disheveled, but she looks more rested in the middle of the night than yesterday. She has her phone in her hand.
It's not one yet.
She gives me a warm hug, and I may hug her a bit tighter than usual. She didn't run off to find Mellie or disappear without a word. She's here.
I may have put the alarm on to call you in case you weren't home. Mrs. Fernandez made us both some warm milk with honey and spices. She said I needed to sleep.
She yawns.
I actually did fall asleep.
She sounds surprised and wary, like she's not allowed to fall asleep without me home and safe. Her eyes widen for a second, and her usual worried tone comes back with a vengeance.
Are you okay? Is everything okay?
I'm fine. Just surprised Buster didn't rush to the door, that's all. I shrug my best I was totally not freaking out shrug.
He was with me in my room and was the best snuggle buddy. He barely stirred when I got up.
She smiles, and as she talks, Buster lazily joins us. He stretches and walks to me, licking my hand. Mom watches us in silence for a few seconds. I shift on my feet.
That dog really loves you.
He loves everyone, I reply.
I'm glad we decided to keep him. I had my doubts.
I don't say anything. That trip down memory lane would make me burst into tears. She wanted Buster to be put down before seeing him, screaming he was responsible for Mellie's disappearance. But then she noticed him and did a 180. That's when she decided we should keep him, explaining that's what Mellie would have wanted. There's a shadow of sadness in the corner of her mouth, and her smile turns into a frown.
Your dad might be a bit late tomorrow. He called to say he needed to see some clients, but he'll try to be there as soon as possible. Even if it was late, I called Faye as soon as I found out to ask her to move the meeting to mid-afternoon, around 3 or 4. She didn't pick up, but I left a message.
Okay. I resist the urge to tell her that if Faye were a psychic, she'd know the time without Mom telling her. There's no point.
Did you have a good time?
I can feel my cheeks reddening. I glance at the floor and back to Mom. I did.
I'm glad you did, honey. I'm going to try to go back to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow morning before you go to work.
Okay, Mama. She heads back to her bedroom while Buster and I enter mine. Buster jumps on my bed and settles into a ball at the end of the comforter, yawning. He's going to be up early tomorrow needing to go to the bathroom, but so will I, if I manage to sleep at all. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I lie down in my bed, replaying the evening. I get my phone to make sure I have the alarm set, and the butterflies in my stomach nudge me when I see Luke has sent me several texts.
Just checking you made it home okay. I had fun tonight, and clearly I am a very talented dancer. Are we still on for tomorrow evening? If I send you 4 texts within 35 minutes, does that make me desperate?
I hesitate a second before calling him. Maybe texting would be easier. I'm going to need to whisper, and on the phone it's harder to sound witty. You can delete and rewrite a text. But I want to hear his voice.
Hey,
he answers, and the butterflies in my stomach are composing their own melody. Hey, I reply and tighten my grip on my phone. Buster looks up with the side of his face all squished up, assessing the situation. Satisfied that nothing special is happening, at least not to his eyes, he falls back asleep. You sent me 4 texts. My tone is teasing, but my heart is leaping.
I did. I drafted out a 5th one, but decided against sending it.
He lowers his voice.
Based on the articles my sister used to read, I need to be mysterious.
You are. You're not on social media. His reply is quick.
You are, but you don't post anything.
I stare at the chipped paint on the ceiling. I used to, but now I only have a profile in case Mellie looks for me. I'll wait for her to contact me. Last year someone did, pretending to be her. She asked for money to be able to come home. Mom wired it, and we never heard from her again.
I'm sorry.
There's some shuffling in the background. What are you doing?
Dishes.
Can you come over here after and do ours? I'm back to teasing, and he chuckles. I imagine him without a shirt, because why would he do dishes with a shirt on?
I would, but I don't think your mom would like me being over at this time.
Where's your uncle? Plus, really, you're not up for a bit of sneaking around? I thought you were the dangerous bad boy, at least based on what I saw in a school message group. I keep my tone light, so he knows I'm not serious.
I made it to the gossip wall.
You know about the gossip wall?
Of course.
The gossip wall is the online hangout place where some students like to spread rumors. I made it to the wall after making out with Kenneth, and then again when he posted those pictures of Simon and me. I threw up when I saw the comments posted about me. The school knows about it, but say they can't take it down. The wall calmed down, though, since that happened. A lot of students came out against the atrocities people were spreading, so it's become a place where people ask anonymous questions. Not much better. He clears his throat.
Kenneth is such an asshole. When I saw what he posted,
I cut him off and blurt out, I don't have a birthmark where he said I do. And that's why I should be texting. I can't seem to hold my words back around him.
That guy is an asshole.
The silence stretches for 3 seconds.
So, you have a birthmark?
His tone is lighter, and I bite my lip. Anyways, are you done with the dishes? He laughs.
Yup.
And you managed to avoid 2 questions. 1, why you're not on any social media. Are you really 17? And 2, what's up with your uncle? It takes him a few seconds to reply, and I imagine him rubbing his neck.
You want your sister to find you. I don't want to be found.
His voice is serious. Why? We've tiptoed around the topic for months. When you came back, I asked you, but you didn't want to talk about it. And this afternoon when I asked you about living with your uncle.
I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. It's complicated.
But where were you? I press him. I've held back for months, because he didn't look ready to talk. But now it feels like he wants to talk, but he's holding back.
Nowhere I wish to return to.
He's closing the topic, and I'm tempted to ask him again, to tell him he can trust me, to tell him it's okay to talk to me. But I'd rather do that when he's in front of me, not on the phone. He clears his throat, and I can imagine him rubbing his neck like I've noticed him doing when he's stressed or anxious.
My uncle is tired. And by tired, I mean he's passed out from drinking too much. Today was the anniversary of his brother's death.
Oh, I wish I could reach out through the phone and hold him. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Are we still on for tomorrow evening?
Definitely. He clears his throat and then blurts out,
I don't know how to end this phone call.
What? I raise an eyebrow and roll to the side. My hand toys with the comforter. What do you mean?
Don't laugh.
He's laughing, though. Too late. But my heart beats loudly, and the butterflies in my stomach are no longer singing. They're flapping their wings into a symphony.
I've never talked to a girl at night. Not on the phone. Not like this.
He clears his throat once more. An embarrassed Luke is adorable.
I text, but talking on the phone, it's different.
I roll to my back again and close my eyes. I know what you mean. I think we just say bye and see you tomorrow. And then we hang up. My entire body is attuned to his words, to the sound of his breathing.
Can I also tell you I can't stop thinking about you?
I think you just did, I managed to reply, and his tone is no longer hesitant.
True. So I'm going to hang up and then think about you some more. Good night.
See you tomorrow.
I'm hanging up,
he repeats, and there's a shuffle on the line.
For real this time. Good night.
I don't know if he or I hang up first. Buster snores pretty loudly, but everything else is quiet. I grab my old pillow, the one that's seen me at my best and my worst, and when I fall asleep, it's with images of the night replaying in my mind. And maybe with a smile. Chapter 27. Luke.
After hanging up with Tessa, I can't sleep. I look for new information about the circle. My throat tightens as I pull up the forum I've been following. Former cult members help. I found it when I was still in the youth home. There are only 4 other former members of the circle on it. 2 of them got kicked out because they didn't follow the rules, and another escaped because he didn't want to marry the girl they'd chosen for him. He ran away before I did. He's the reason they had increased security around the compound. There was another one, but he didn't give any information about himself. I don't either. I lurk, but I don't share. This forum gathers former members from many cults. I hadn't realized there were that many. A new entry stops my heart.
Master Abram is turning the circle into a doomsday cult. After Master Peter's death, the circle has split into 4 groups, including a small group of us who decided to leave and split from the circle. Master Abram told everyone the end was coming, and it was time to give up any and all earthly possessions. Some of us don't believe the stories he's told about his stepson and his daughter. He said they died. Then he said they didn't, but that they died spiritually. He's convinced members of the circle that his daughter could still be saved. People say he's planning to bring them back, to make an example out of his stepson who he holds responsible. Some of us are questioning him. He said the ones who don't follow his rules will not be saved. He's twisting the words of the Book of Truth.
I rush to my uncle and shout, "Come on, wake up!" No answer. I shake him, but his snores don't stop. My breathing accelerates. I sprint to the kitchen, fumble in the cabinets, and grab the first pitcher I can find. I fill it up with cold water, hurry back to him, and throw the water in his face. He finally stirs.
"What the hell are you doing?"
He mumbles and sits up.
"What's going on?"
My heart pounds faster than ever before. He's going to kill him.
"What?"
I plop on the couch next to him, and desperation isn't only in my voice. It's in my chest, my mind, my veins. Mom, Lacey, he wants us dead too.
"What are you talking about?"
He yawns and winces, holding his head. I show him the forearm and he rubs his temples.
"It might not mean what you think. It could be that, based on the Book of Truth, the end of the world is approaching, not that it's tomorrow or next week or even next month."
Getting rid of any possessions is one of the preparations. You don't understand. I clear my throat. Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget. It's weird to say those words out loud again, and fear rushes into my veins. He's probably using that to convince them I'm responsible. And facing evil is another part of the signs and preparations for the end of the world. He wraps a dry blanket around him and slumps to the kitchen to grab a glass of water.
"It's been part of the preparations for years, though."
You don't understand, I repeat, my voice rising. Abram's been angry. For years he used them. He said the circle killed the only good thing in his life, and all of them needed to pay for what the circle had done. My uncle massages his forehead as if he's trying to make sense of everything.
"Abram was troubled before joining the circle. You know that. He was a drug dealer who got people hooked and then used them. And even after being released from jail, he kept on using people, scamming them for their money one way or another when he met his first wife. I believe he really thought he could turn things around with her. When she died, he lost everything, and he blamed the circle for it."
I've heard all of this before, but this feels different. Abram only thinks of himself. They could have saved his wife if they did take her to a doctor, and he could have said something when her son got banned for trying to find help. My uncle closes his eyes for a second.
"He must have decided there and then he was going to get revenge. Playing by the rules helped him rise in the ranks."
He opens his eyes and rubs his neck.
"I'm going to call my FBI contacts. And before I passed out yesterday..."
He clears his throat.
"I've asked for surveillance. There were 2 police officers at the lake last night, and there's one watching the house."
I haven't seen any cars.
"He's behind the ranch."
We need to find Mom and Lacey. I struggle to speak. My voice wavers. We need to find them, I repeat.
"We will,"
he assures me.
"I'm sorry you had to wake me up like that."
He stares at me.
"I am going to find them."
Thanks, I manage to reply.
"But you stay out of this forum, especially if they're mentioning you. You don't reply, you don't ask questions. You need to lie low and be aware of your surroundings. Never go anywhere without telling me."
I nod and he grabs his phone, heading to his bedroom to call his FBI contacts. They probably saw it already, but maybe they have more information. The desperation and fear buzz within me. I march to my room, change, and put on my boxing gloves. Because if I stay and think or reread old letters I wrote Tessa describing our lives in the compound in New Mexico, I'm going to lose it. And I can't. Not now. Not until Mom and Lacey are found.
Chapter 28. Mellie. Protecting the circle is essential. Protecting the circle from danger and from evil is a core mission of each member. The Circle's Book of Truth, Rule 7. My body still shakes. Jeremiah has let go of my hand, but he's close. Master Abrams assuring us he will take care of everything.
You both did what needed to be done.
But her son. What about her son? My gaze darts back to the picture. Master Abram touches my hair and I reel against his hand. He either pretends not to notice, or he doesn't care.
She was lost and couldn't be saved. I wish we could have saved her, but we'll make sure her son gets the help he needs, if he really needs that treatment. She lied about so much.
I nod and Jeremiah helps me up.
We need to go back to the cabin. Master Abrams said soon we will move to the compound too, with Tessa.
His voice struggles to make its way through the images of the woman dying, begging for her son. Those images don't leave my mind or my heart. They both fill with dread, remorse, terror.
Mellie, can you hear me?
He touches my face gently.
That woman could have taken you away. You know what would have happened?
Die. I would have died.
And I wouldn't be able to breathe without you.
His arms tighten around me, and I never want to let you go away.
I wouldn't breathe without you. You saved me, too.
Chapter 29. Tessa. The next morning, after Mom told me over and over to be back on time, I hurry to work. Luke's already in the kitchen, eating a burrito. The guys are laughing at something he said, but despite his smile, he seems tense and tired. He's got circles under his eyes, and his jaw is set like he's grinding his teeth. They all turn to me. The guys wave, and Luke's gaze zeroes in on my mouth. When his lips stretch into another smile, it's only slightly more relaxed. He almost looks relieved to see me instead of happy. Pablo winks at me.
He brought us donuts. Clearly, he's a keeper.
I chuckle. You brought donuts to the kitchen?
They're always feeding everybody else.
He points to the breakfast burrito he's eating as if he's resting his case.
Maybe they want a break.
He lifts a shoulder, but it almost seems forced, and he doesn't smirk like I expect him to. I need to clock in. Save me one, at least. I tilt my head to the side. Luke's still staring at me or through me, I'm not quite sure. Can I talk to you for a sec? The guys whistle and I shake my head. How about you eat your donuts? My tone is teasing and they laugh.
Of course,
Luke replies and follows me outside of the kitchen. Once we're in the small hallway where no one can see us, he leans in and my heart threatens to beat out of my chest. Will this spark between us ignite into a fiery explosion or get watered down with time?
I really want to kiss you,
he whispers into my neck. His breath on my skin almost makes me forget any questions I want to ask. But his voice is too rough, too preoccupied, and I don't want to be like those other girls, the ones he's used to forget whatever he wants to forget. I step back. What's going on? He frowns and glances down.
What do you mean?
You look sad and angry and tired. He sighs and rubs his neck with his left hand. His eyes still don't meet mine.
I'm fine.
You're not. I get that you don't want to tell me what's going on, but you don't have to totally lie about it. He kicks the wall behind him and winces. The wall is made of stone and can withstand pretty much anything he throws its way.
I had a shitty night. My uncle drank.
It's my turn to sigh, and my hands find his. I turn him back to me. He doesn't resist. Your uncle was already drunk when we talked on the phone.
It's just, I got bad news.
After we talked? I ask. And for the first time, I'm not sure how to act around him. Nothing feels natural. When we were friends, I knew the boundaries we both set ourselves. And yesterday, everything was flowing so naturally that now I'm not sure what to do with the wall he's building between us.
Before we talked too, before the bonfire, I needed to let off steam.
Like you usually do, with girls.
You know I did. It's no secret. It's not like I dated the entire female high school population. I hooked up with 15 girls in a year.
And I'm number 15 then. His words land a punch through my heart, my stupid and hopeful heart. I believed I was more than a hookup. I have to ask. You wanted to forget what you found out with me? That's what he told me before about the girls he made out with. They were good to forget the past. His eyes widen and the sound he makes is part anger and part remorse.
You got it. I wanted to forget with you. That's what last night was all about.
I'm not sure I know that tone, and I'm not sure I ever want to know that tone. I can't look at his face anymore. I turn around. Pablo clears his throat, and both Luke and I startle.
Don't want to disturb you guys, but we're opening in 20 minutes, and you still need to double-check the condiments on each table, make coffee, and write the special.
He glances from Luke to me and frowns like he can see in the way we stand that we're not the happiest.
If you can't work together, I'm sure we can rearrange the schedule, but not today. So whatever is going on, you need to put it to the side.
You're right. I force myself to sound like it's no big deal, even though the butterflies in my stomach are playing a requiem instead of a symphony. My steps are heavy, but I clock in and turn away to make coffee. Luke shifts from one foot to the other. He grunts,
I'm gonna take care of the condiments.
Thanks. My voice doesn't break, and I give myself an internal high five for being a pro at pretending. But when he disappears around the corner, my shoulders slump and my throat tightens. Yesterday seems so far away. We spend the rest of the morning passing one another, grunting instead of speaking. When Donnell arrives for her shift at 11, Diane sends us both on a break.
Your vibe is all off,
She says, sounding more like a fake psychic than our boss.
Go take a breather and figure it out. People here watch your every move, and while gossip can be good for business, I'd rather you didn't look like I'm forcing you to be here.
She pauses.
Because I'm not. Got it?
She softens the blow with her usual smile, but the meaning beneath her words is clear. I need this job, so I nod and hurry outside. I can't lose this job, and I want this feeling that I'm a disappointment to go away.
Wait,
Luke calls after me, and we end up in the same alley as when I saw him with Cora yesterday. What was I thinking? That's what he does. Whatever.
I was in a cult.
He blurts out and slides to the ground, his head in his hands.
I was in a fucking cult for 7 years. I have a little sister, Lila. We escaped together, without Lacey.
What? His words don't make any sense. I step carefully to where he's sitting. I don't understand. He glances up at me. There's so much pain in his eyes. I want to find a way, any way, to lessen that pain. I'm not sure how, but maybe the first step is to listen. I sit next to him and take his hand in mine. He inhales and exhales deeply.
Did you see Benji, the cop in uniform who stayed at his table for 2 hours, and then another cop came?
Yes. Benji is a regular even though he doesn't usually stay that long.
He's there to watch me.
His voice isn't as strong as usual.
Everything is going to shit, and a police officer is always going to follow me until it all explodes.
You have to back up. I don't get it. I don't understand. He shifts so that he can wrap his arm around me, and he holds on to me.
Mom, Lacey, and I were in a cult. Mom's husband became one of the leaders of that cult, apparently the main leader now. He's awful.
His arm tightens around me slightly as if he's afraid I'm about to jump up and run off.
I have a little sister. She was born on the compound in New Mexico. We stayed not too far from here at the beginning, but we moved quickly. We were told people were going to destroy our compound, destroy our group, destroy us. It was probably all lies.
He takes a deep breath. I pause, not wanting to stop him from talking because he clearly needs to, but also wondering about so many things. Luke turns to me, and there's so much pain in his eyes.
The group is called The Circle, and at the beginning it wasn't bad. Mom said it was like a big family. Her husband said it was about helping each other, finding ways to be happier and preparing ourselves for the end of the world.
I tilt my head. You said you have a little sister? He nods.
My little sister's name is Lila, and we escaped 2 years ago.
He pauses and my fingers gently caress his hand. For strength or reassurance, I'm not sure. He breathes out and continues.
Every 2 weeks, I see Lila, my little sister. And last night, I learned the cult wants to find us. Mom probably wants to make sure we're saved before the end of the world. That's one theory, but I don't buy it. He scoffs. I'm pretty sure my stepdad wants to make sure I disappear.
He breathes out and his voice breaks with his next words alongside my heart.
I left Lacey behind.
I'm sorry. I still have so many questions, but I hold them back. I feel his guilt radiating from him, meeting mine. You didn't look like someone who'd been cut off from the world for so long.
I trained myself to pretend. When we escaped, I stayed in a home with other kids from the system and worked hard to catch up. A lot of it I'm making up as I go.
He exhales loudly.
I didn't want to talk about those years, and I wasn't supposed to. There's an ongoing investigation. The FBI is uncovering more and more.
He shakes his head.
That's why I didn't say anything before. But you look so hurt, and I need to talk to someone. And I want that someone to be you. I didn't use you to forget yesterday, but you were the only one who managed to make me smile. even if it was for one evening.
I'm drawn to him. Okay.
For years, Mom's husband beat us, threatened us, made our lives miserable. It didn't start that way. In the beginning, it was all about learning how to be better people and be more attuned with the world and ourselves. But Abram escalated his violence quickly, one of his ways to control us. He had a cell phone, to recruit new members, among other shit, and I overheard him once.
Luke pauses as if needing to gather his thoughts.
He was saying the circle would pay for his first wife's death. She died of an appendectomy 2 years before he met my mom. Her son got banned for trying to get outside help. She used to be a recruiter, and she recruited him.
His hands clench into fists.
But then he also said revenge would be even better when he got all the circle's money, that his plan was always to get rich anyway.
He relaxes his hands and rubs the back of his neck.
I stepped back, but he heard me. He saw me, and everything got even worse. Mom didn't believe me, and he told me if I spread any more lies, he would kill everyone I ever loved.
He stops talking.
If I talk more, I might lose it.
He turns to me, and while the anger has subsided, there's so much anguish in his eyes. Then let's not talk. I lean in closer to him. Our breaths mix, our mouths meet, and it's not a simple kiss. It's a question, an apology, and a promise of more. He nibbles my lower lip and then drops another kiss on my neck.
I love those shorts and the way you smile and your hair and your lips, and I have to shut up.
Why? I sound like I've sung the entire night before.
Because I've dropped a major bomb on you and we're on the ground outside the restaurant and I want to be alone with you and I want to take it slow.
Oh. Warmth creeps up my neck, going slow. I've had sex before. I blurt out and then wince. Anyways, what I mean is we have to get to work. I slide past him, but he catches my hand.
Going slow is for me, too.
He kisses my cheek.
I'm always playing fast and furious.
He laughs.
You know what I mean.
How about we see how it goes? I'm not sure if I want in or out of this conversation, but I do know we need to go back to work or we might both lose our shifts. We should probably get back inside. I pull myself up by pushing on his knee. His gaze lands on my legs and he throws his head back.
Did I mention I love those shorts?
He groans but follows me back inside. Diane nods at us and we go back to work. My eyes keep going back to the officer in charge of his protection. I'm glad he's there, but my heart still jumps in my throat every time I see him on his phone. What if Luke's mom is there? What if she's waiting for him? And then as I put in a new order, I glance at Luke and I wonder about what happened in those 7 years, why he left Lacey behind, who those people are. I'm amazed by how he carries himself. With everything he's been hiding, he's still managing to go to school and visit his little sister. He shouldn't be beating himself up. I wish I could stay for the early afternoon shift. I tell him an hour later as I refill the ketchup bottles and remake a fresh pot of coffee. He's mixing the ingredients for the famous Flying Pig sweet iced tea. He kisses my shoulder.
I wish you could too. I'll text you once I finally hear the end of Miss Susie's story.
He winks my way. She's totally flirting with you.
My age range seems to be 70 and older.
And 17. I smile at him, and it almost feels normal. It's like we've both been broken and tried to put the pieces back together, but we never managed to do it completely. Maybe we can help each other search for the missing pieces.
Is that right?
He draws behind me, and his body is so close I can feel the heat. Definitely, I breathe out, and his lips hover over my neck. I stretch backward, but he's waiting, tempting me. I turn around and kiss him lightly on the lips. It's fast because anyone could walk around that corner and see us, but I startled him, and he looks like he wants so much more.
I'll see you tonight?
Yes. We have a lot to talk about. Diane calls him over with another table, so with a wave he heads back to work while I slowly trudge out of the restaurant. I say bye in the kitchen, and once in my car I take a deep breath. I need a second to collect myself before going home and meeting Faye again. I could almost forget she was coming. But if she knows where Mellie is, she needs to tell us now. Chapter 30. Luke.
Talking to Tessa may have been a mistake. If my uncle finds out, he's gonna fucking freak. But the sadness in her eyes when I blew off steam at her made me want to punch myself. Plus, the weight on my shoulders doesn't seem as heavy now. She won't say anything to anyone. I trust her, and it's a weird feeling. Donnell pops her head into the hallway. I'm sure your daydream is awesome, pretty boy, but you have tables. She balances a tray in her hand. I haven't let anything fall yet, but there were a few close calls. She seems to be comfortable as she types an order on the computer. Tables with a lot of hungry people. Hungry people can become mean. Fast. A little tip from me to you, don't let them wait for too long. She winks at me and goes back inside the restaurant. She's right. I need to snap out of it. I hurry to my new table. The officer who was watching me gets replaced with Officer Chantel. She nods my way and then leans back, watching the restaurant and the parking lot. Even though it feels weird to have the police watch my every move, I feel safer knowing Lila has the same type of protection. I put another order in. The crowd doesn't slow down after lunch, and by 3, my lips hurt I've been fake smiling so much, but at least the tips are pretty amazing. Lila's been wanting an American Girl doll, and her birthday is coming up. Maybe I'll be able to get her one. I check my texts quickly. Tessa wrote that they're still waiting for Faye. Apparently, she should have been there 15 minutes ago. My uncle hasn't called her back yet, either. I still need 1 breakfast quesadilla and 2 French toasts. I call as I enter the kitchen.
We're on it,
Pablo replies, but his frown is different than the one he had when he told Tessa and me to get moving this morning. Everything okay? My voice resonates in the unusual silence. It's the first time I don't hear them joking or teasing each other or singing while they work their asses off. Diego sprints from the back door to the kitchen. They're taking my mom. He sounds confused. He shakes his head. I got a text from my neighbor. ICE did a raid at the farm she works in.
Puta,
Pablo manages to say between gritted teeth.
We got you, kid.
Diego stares at him. They can't take her. She came here 12 years ago. My sister is American. They can't take her. He sounds incredulous. What happened? I quietly asked Jordan, who's standing with his arms crossed. His mom didn't have any papers. She fled El Salvador 12 years ago because of violence, and she thought she could become legal, but she was still waiting on the news from her lawyer. She used to go every month to her check-ins with ICE, but I guess this time she was swept up in a raid. Pablo paces around, his voice rising.
They pay taxes. They wanted a better life, but they're criminals, right? Because they overstayed. Funny how those people don't hesitate to steal whatever they can, to evade taxes, to bend the laws for themselves, but this one is non-negotiable. They don't understand how hard it is, even when you're trying to follow the rules.
I'm sorry, I reply. I have no idea what Pablo's talking about. Some kids at school are scared about leaving their homes, but I didn't realize this could really happen. Diego's mom brought empanadas to the last teacher-parent conference. I knew because they were in front of us at each meeting. My uncle even talked to them kindly, which isn't something I'm used to. Not your fault. People seem to think easy solutions are the right solutions. Diego rubs a crease between his eyebrows. I nod. True. And it is. Mom thought the solution to all her problems was to accept Abram and the Circle as her one and true savior, to follow the rules blindly. It left a path of destruction behind her. What do you need? I asked Diego, who stares at me like he didn't understand. After a few seconds, he shakes his head. Can you ask Tessa to tell her neighbor, Mrs. Fernandez? She's going to be devastated. Where are you going to stay? I ask, and Pablo steps forward.
You're staying with us, son. You'll always have a place to stay.
I need to tell my sister, Diego whispers. Pablo gives him a reassuring pat on the back.
We'll figure everything out.
I sit at a table to roll my silverware while Donnell takes care of the rest of the tables. Diane cut me first since I arrived this morning. My brain races. I wish I could help Diego somehow, but I don't come up with anything. I'm not a lawyer, but I do know some people who might help. I'll talk to Samira. Maybe she can advise him or guide him to the right people. My fingers slip and I break the little sticky paper. I drop a fork on the floor, then a knife. I don't know what it's like to have parents loving me, being there for me, but if I had that, I wouldn't want to lose it either. One second you believe everything will turn out okay. The next, you lose people you love. It happens all the time, and it sucks ass.
Chapter 31. Tessa. Mom's foot bounces on the floor while her fingers drum on the table. She's been getting up every 5 minutes to check by the door. Even Buster stopped following her around. She walked all the way to the entrance of our little community to make sure the fake psychic didn't get lost. Her jitters are contagious, but I force my own knee to not jerk up and down.
Where is your dad? We need to talk before Faye comes. First, he's too busy to come to church with me despite what he said, and he still manages to be late.
She repeats for the 5th time in less than 2 minutes. She grabs her pack of cigarettes and then drops it. She doesn't smoke inside. She only smokes out back, and if she goes out back, she might miss Dad or Faye arriving. Instead, she opens a drawer and pulls out some nicotine gum from the last time she tried to stop. I lean forward on the table. Mom cleaned up our small home and made coffee. Why don't you try calling again? There's a knock at our door and Mom rushes to open it. It's you. She sounds nervous.
It's me,
Dad replies, and his tone is only slightly annoyed. It's been way worse than that. He enters the kitchen and I get up. His hair is gray on his temples. When I was little, I used to think he was Superman. He still is, but it's like he lost his superpowers. He wraps me in his arms.
Hi, baby girl.
He kisses the top of my head. He smells the same as my childhood, a mix of cologne and paint. And yet everything's different.
How's school?
School's okay. I still haven't found a new scholarship to apply to, though. Mom gasps.
The junior scholarship. Did you hear about it?
She stops pacing and stands in front of me. I did. They're not putting me forward.
Why didn't you tell me?
She asks and touches my shoulder. My knee-jerk reaction is to pull away. Why didn't you ask me? You forgot. She turns to Dad, who plops himself next to me. He frowns but doesn't say a word for or against her.
I'm sorry,
she finally says. Her voice shakes, and I'm not sure if it's because she's experiencing nicotine withdrawal or worries about Faye.
I'm sure you'll get another scholarship. You're so bright.
Her foot bounces again.
Karen, we said we'd tell her today, before Faye comes, before any of that.
I frown. Tell me what? Dad's teeth are clenched and Mom's eyes are glued to the floor. Mom? I nudge her. What's going on? She exhales loudly and her lips quiver.
You know I love you. I'd do anything in the world for you.
I know. I whisper back because this sounds bad. If Mom starts like this, it can't end well.
I used your college fund.
Her words don't compute. What?
I used your college fund,
she repeats, still not looking me in the eyes. My blood freezes in my veins. My grades aren't good enough for a scholarship, and financial aid wouldn't cover everything. My college fund was my security blanket. How much of it? I manage to ask.
All of it,
she whispers.
I'm so sorry.
Air gushes out of my lungs. Who did you give it to?
To Lara.
Her voice is small. The psychic of the stars? The one who's always on at night? How many times did you call her? My hands grab the table in a failed attempt to appear calm. Mom has the decency to not look away this time. If she avoided me, I might completely lose it.
Every night for a few months?
You're kidding me. Every night for months? While I was working at the gas station 3 evenings a week, you were on the phone?
Sometimes I waited until you were back home,
she replies, like it makes any difference. Anger pools in my veins. I stand up and kick the chair I was sitting on. How could you do this to me? How could you do this for people who use you? Did any of them find Mellie? My voice rises and my father slides closer to me, but nothing can stop me. Without this money, what am I going to do? I didn't get that scholarship. My grades aren't good enough for a scholarship because I work. Based on the calculations so far, FAFSA might cover 1/3?
I'm sorry.
Mom's voice breaks.
I'm so sorry.
But are you? Really? My tone is deprecating, and Mom gasps. Dad cuts me off.
Tessa.
When? When did you spend it? I have to know how long they've been keeping this from me.
I don't know. I closed it 6 months ago and thought I'd spent only a little bit. I spent everything. One phone call after the other. 5 minutes turned into 5 hours almost every day.
Her lips tremble and tears run down her face. My anger fights against the sadness and guilt staging a protest in my heart. Sadness wins. Tears gather in the corner of my eyes. Mommy, I whisper, and I sound like my 10-year-old self after Mellie got snatched away. Because it's my fault, right? I hold myself on the table. You know it's my fault. I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry. I don't bother wiping the tears falling steadily on my face.
Of course it's not your fault,
Dad rushes to say, but Mom's mouth gapes open. No words come out. She doesn't say anything.
Karen, tell her. You know it's not your fault. We talked about it at family therapy years ago.
Mom jolts and she takes my hands in hers.
He's right. I wasn't punishing you. I know it's not your fault.
But it's too late. I know how she feels. It is my fault. My voice is small and broken. Those family therapy sessions seem like a lifetime ago. We tried to heal, but then we stopped going. I wish we'd start again. If I had run to you right away, we might have been able to find her. Or if I didn't try to get Buster. Buster wags his tail as he hears his name and plops down by my feet. Or if I didn't convince her to play in the fields instead of right by the house. Mom grabs my hand.
It's not your fault. I'm so sorry about your college fund. I was sure this psychic was different, and I don't want to leave any stone unturned. I'm so sorry.
If she'd asked me, I would have given her all the money. But it's all gone. My dreams of studying and pretending to move forward, all gone. I have no clue what I'm going to do. What's the point of trying to keep up with school if there's no future? My chest tightens so much it's hard to breathe.
Baby girl, I'm so sorry,
Mom repeats and then turns to Dad.
Is that what you wanted? Are you happy?
Her words are venom, but her tone is defeated.
I didn't want any of this.
Dad sits back down.
But she needed to know. Now we can talk about how to move forward. We can look for solutions.
I shake my head, but maybe he doesn't see it because he continues.
We need to talk. There are scholarships.
My grades aren't good enough.
You need to study more then, work less,
Dad says, and before I can protest he adds,
You're keeping everything together, but your mom and I will come up with a plan.
Mom tilts her head to the side.
We will?
She sounds as lost as I feel.
We will. We'll go see Dr. Thelmy again, and we will tighten our belts. You can pick up an extra shift while Tessa drops one of hers.
Mom purses her lips.
It's not that easy.
Dad takes a deep breath and leans back in his chair. He waits a few seconds to answer, and when he does, his voice is much calmer than before.
It's not, but we need to figure it out. We're in this together. We all miss Mellie, but we can't sacrifice Tessa's future to find her.
What about Faye? She really may know something.
Mom still sounds hopeful. My mouth gapes open. Mom doesn't understand. She doesn't get it. If she had known something, she'd have told us. Dad exhales loudly.
Karen, it's not about Faye. We'll meet Faye and we'll talk with her about the money. We'll see what we can do. If she knows where Mellie is, we can convince her to tell us. But the odds are low.
He scoots his chair closer to me.
We're going to figure something out. It's not going to be easy, but we will. I'll be there more often. I'll move closer. We're going to figure it out. I promise.
He gently wipes my tears away and opens his arms. But I can't lean into his embrace. It's all too much. All too raw. The anger's still there. I can't stay. I can't be here. I'll call you later, but I have to go. I jump up and hurry out of the house. Mom still wants to throw money at Faye, even though we have no proof of anything. Part of me understands, but another part of me wants to scream and then curl up into a corner and cry. Mom's betrayal is like a knife twisting into my hopes, my college dreams, and my future. Chapter 32. Luke.
I'm pulling into the long, windy driveway when my phone rings. My uncle's car isn't there. I cut the engine.
Hey.
Tessa sounds like she's been crying, and panicked chills sprint down my spine. What's going on?
Can we meet at the lake? I really need to talk.
Her voice breaks. I don't hesitate for a second. When do you want to meet?
Now?
She catches her breath as if she's been running for hours.
I'm out of a college fund. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I frown and my hand grips the phone tighter. The pain in her voice is too sharp. It hits me right in the guts. I'm on my way.
Thank you.
She sounds relieved. I don't think she realizes how much I wish I could take the pain away from her. I warn Officer Benji, who's watching me again. I may go a bit faster than I should, especially with him following me, but I still arrive after her at the lake. There are a few cars and a few silhouettes in the distance. She's leaning against her Honda and gives me a small wave when she sees me. I hurry to where she stands and pull her into my arms. She relaxes into me right away, and I breathe in her familiar and addictive scent. Strawberry shampoo, sweet perfume, and summer. She always smells like summer. We stay glued to one another for a few more seconds before she pulls away.
There's a spot on the other side that's usually empty.
She points to the lake behind where the bonfire takes place.
It's a bit of a walk.
She bites her lower lip as if hesitating, but I kiss the hesitation away. I'm game. Let me tell Officer Benji where we'll be. She shivers.
Okay.
I hurry to where Officer Benji stands. We're going to the other side of the lake. Can you please give us some privacy? I understand you have to follow me, but she's not doing well. I'll stay back where I can see you, but I'll be far away enough that I won't hear what you're saying. That's as good of a deal as I'm going to get, and I want to be sure we're safe. That Tessa's safe. We walk hand in hand in silence until we reach the spot she mentioned. It's not as close to the lake, but the view of the water still has this calming effect.
Do you want to sit?
She asks, her voice still wavering. She glances back.
Officer Benji seems pretty far.
He needs to see where I am, but doesn't need to hear our conversations. What we say is between us. I plop down, and she carefully sits next to me. Our shoulders and thighs touch, and I'm so aware of her every little movement. The way she runs her fingers through her hair and puts it up. The way she inhales and exhales deeply before speaking.
I have no clue what I'm going to do. I'm not like Diego or Shauna. They always knew what they wanted to be. Mellie did too. Either an astronaut or a veterinarian. I wanted to sing, but I didn't even know where. Just sing. Maybe Broadway, but I never had a clear idea. All I wanted was to learn more about singing and get a degree. I have no clue.
I wrap my arm around her. People change their minds. Even Diego or Shauna, they might decide they want to do something else. She sighs.
But they have a goal. I need a goal.
Can finding your goal be your goal? I ask, and she raises an eyebrow. I mean it. You don't have to have all the answers right this moment.
You said you wanted to become a social worker, but how are you going to do that? What's your plan?
I lift a shoulder and my fingers trail down her naked arm. She shivers even though it's warm. I'm more of a here and now kind of guy. I chuckle, and even though her smile is small, I'm ready to pump my fist in the air in victory. Something I saw someone do in a movie Lacey used to watch with her friends.
I didn't ask who you wanted to do,
she teases me, and my fingers trail the path back up her arm. My lips touch that spot on her neck. That would be you. But not do. I want so much more than to do you. She laughs, but it's short-lived. She shakes her head.
I'm serious. You know you want to be a counselor or social worker. Aaron wants to study photography. Nadia wanted to work in theater, become an actress, move to the big city and make it big. My best friend when I was a kid always knew she wanted to work with animals.
She takes a deep breath.
Didn't you notice the lunchroom discussions? It's all about where people have been accepted or if they decided to stay here and learn a trade. They know.
Not all of them. Some pretend to know or think they know.
How about you? How do you know that's what you're meant to be?
She insists. I want to give back, I admit, and watch her reaction. My muscles tense when she doesn't reply right away. I blabber. I got help, and my little sister Lila, she has a wonderful caseworker. She's making a difference, you know? The money sucks, and the hours suck too, but I want to help.
I think that's great.
She moves so that she can straddle me, and I'm not complaining.
See, you know what you want to do.
She tilts her head, freezes for a second, and slides back to my side.
I totally forgot Officer Benji was there.
She's beet red, but then she shrugs.
It's better I remembered now than later.
I really wish we were alone.
Tell me about it.
She smiles.
I really want to kiss you. I mean, he's pretty far away, so I think we totally could kiss.
You're stealing my lines, I reply, and finally we melt into one another. Her fingers trace different shapes on my biceps, and then they trail underneath my shirt, until they find the spot that always shoots me back into my past. My muscles tense. She stops, and her eyes find mine.
What happened?
What if I tell you I don't want to talk about it? She dips her head until her mouth is only an inch away from mine.
If you don't want to talk about it, then I'll continue kissing you. I'm not forcing you to tell me anything you don't want to.
Her hair falls around her face, and my fingers get lost in it. I pull her closer to me. Our mouths collide into a hungry kiss. And I want more, so much more. My hands graze the skin underneath her shirt. She's warm and soft. My fingers follow the curve of her spine, and she moans my name. I thought I couldn't get harder, but I was wrong. I want to flip her on her back and taste her skin, but her own hands are hesitant. And even though we're not facing Officer Benji, I definitely don't want to give him a show. She touches my shoulders and my back, but part of her mind must wonder. I lean back down as her lips touch my jaw and my neck. Fuck, I groan, this time in frustration. I have to tell you before we go any further because I want you to be able to touch me everywhere, without stopping or wondering. Whenever we can. I close my eyes and force myself to think about my uncle snoring in the living room, or about Diego tearing up in the restaurant. After a few seconds that probably stretched into a minute, I open my eyes again. I wrap my arm around her shoulder. I kiss the top of her head. It's like she understands I need her near me to tell my story. Birds chirp in the distance, and while the evening stretches out, the sky is still very much blue. The air is peaceful. Peaceful can be deceiving. I clear my throat. When we first arrived at the compound, Lacey and I loved it. We even liked the rules, getting up early, having a schedule, feeling like Mom was finally happy. I get lost in my memories. We played with the kids who were there. Lacey found a group her age, and she was having fun. Mom was more relaxed. She told us we'd found a special place. We didn't see at the beginning all the little ways they were already controlling us. I shake my head slightly, but focus on a tree branch floating on the lake, on the way Tessa's hair smells like strawberries in summer. Mom didn't want us to be marked by the knife so young, that's what she said. And our stepdad agreed at first. He was understanding. But then, when she refused again months later, that's the first time he beat her. She excused him, saying she overstepped her boundaries. Then she told us we needed to obey and get the mark carved into our skin.
Marked?
Tessa gasps and snuggles even closer. It's part of the Circle's tradition. We started some sort of school about a month after we got there. We had daily rituals and we learned about our master. Mom told us how we were being saved, how sacrifices were needed, how we needed to understand so we could grow pure and happy in the Circle. My left hand digs into the ground, keeping me steady. He hit Lacey, too. I tried to help her. I tried to put myself in front of her. And then Mom got pregnant. And she definitely joined him then. She had a Circle baby. Lila. I inhale and exhale, but the anxiety I always feel when remembering the past claws into me and doesn't let go.
You don't have to,
Tessa whispers. I need to, I reply and take another deep breath. Anyways, Mom marked herself during one ceremony before Lila's birth. She made us watch as she dug a diamond shape into her ankle. It was painful to watch, but what was even more painful was when she handed the hot knife to me.
What? How old were you?
11. I remember the leaves falling to the ground. She told me you need to become a member of the Circle so we can be saved.
What did you do?
I was crying. I was afraid. Lacey was telling her that she would do it, that I needed to wait longer. I struggled to swallow. Images of that night rush back. The fire, the music, the circle of people chanting. Mom's husband was second in command in the group. He yelled at me to stop crying. He shouted that I was a disgrace, and he pulled Lacey to him. He brought her closer to the fire, closer and closer. She wasn't crying or screaming, but I knew she was scared. I paused, needing to compose myself. I'm close to tears. I took the knife and did what they asked. First on my arm. That's why I have the tattoos there, to hide the scars. But my shape wasn't right, so Mom's husband guided my hand the second time around, right there. I touched the spot on my stomach. My wound got infected, and I was delirious for a week. Lacey took care of me. Mom, She checked out. I dig my fingers deeper into the ground. Until Lila was born. And she wanted Lila to be a true part of the circle. I lean my head back until it connects with the trunk of the tree. Lacey worked hard to find a way out. She worked hard to help her friends and to help us. But she got beaten badly, and then they separated her from us. She begged me to run away. She was supposed to come with us. I rubbed the back of my neck. Faye is right. I will cause you pain. I always cause pain. I caused pain to my mom, too. My dad broke her heart, and she said it was my fault. I caused pain to Lacey, who stayed behind to save us.
You saved Lila.
Her voice is calm. Her tone is soothing. More soothing than any one-night stand I've ever had.
You saved Lila. Lacey wanted you to save yourself and Lila. She seems strong.
She holds my hand and her thumb caresses mine like she's not scared of me, as if I don't repulse her.
Even if Faye knows anything about the circle, she doesn't know you.
She brings my hand to her lip and kisses it.
Do you know where Lacey and your mom are?
They're still with them, and with Mom's husband being the new boss, it's probably even worse. He's not a good man. I'm almost out of breath. Letting it all out makes me feel more vulnerable. Tessa's hand touches my face, and she swings back on my lap. We're staring at each other, and she's even more beautiful now than 5 minutes ago.
You're courageous.
Her lips graze my cheek.
And you're strong.
Her lips touch my mouth.
And you're sweet.
Her lips find a spot on my neck that has me tightening my hands around her waist. She scoots back a little, and her fingers curl under my shirt, lifting it slightly. The air sucks out of my lungs. The edges of my scars are raised. Tessa bends down until her lips touch them softly. She drops a kiss on them and then kisses my lips again. I want to get lost in her.
Tessa! Luke!
Officer Benji runs toward us and my blood freezes. I push myself in front of Tessa.
We need to go. Now.
Officer Benji steps in front of us.
What's happening?
Tessa asks, not able to hide the panic in her voice.
Your uncle is with Tessa's parents. Someone found an RV burning off of Route 50. It's the RV of that psychic, Faye. Her body's inside.
Chapter 33. Tessa. We scramble to stand up. For a while, it almost seemed like we could protect ourselves from reality. Luke's arms around me, the silence of the lake, his lips together with mine created a pleasant bubble. Our bubble exploded with one phone call. Luke kisses my lips quickly, but it's almost like he's telling me with his kiss to be courageous and that he's there.
He's going to bring you pain.
Faye was wrong. Luke is not bringing pain. He's not causing pain to anyone. He's made of pain. His memories threaten to swallow him whole. His guilt guides his steps, and he's so worried about hurting anyone, he doesn't realize he hurts himself the most, by not letting people close and by not believing in himself. My hand finds his and he stiffens. It's a nanosecond, but it's enough that I stop walking.
What?
He asks, rubbing the back of his neck. I raise an eyebrow and he stops. You do that a lot when you're nervous. I purse my lips. He shifts from one foot to the other and looks anywhere but at me. None of this is your fault.
She said.
We don't know what she knew. It might have been nothing. She looked like she had a rough life. We don't know anything about her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, Luke, you didn't do anything. You survived for a long time. You fought for your sisters. You're one of the good guys. He grunts but finally looks at me.
Do you believe that?
It's his turn to sound like his 10-year-old self. That summer, he learned how to swim. The first day by the lake, he only dipped his toe in the water, and his sister calmly told him he could take his time. She didn't make fun of him for that, but offered her support. I do. I nod, and he pulls me to him. His lips touch the top of my head.
Thanks.
His voice is low and soft. He squares his shoulders like he's ready to take on the world, but his eyes are still cloudy. At the parking lot, we all go into our own cars.
I'll follow you there, okay?
Luke asks carefully, like he's afraid I might jump in my car and peel away. Officer Benji nods.
I'll follow you both.
Okay, I reply. Everything Luke's told me about the circle freaks me out. My stomach clenches. He and his sisters have gone through so much, and he might be in danger. They all might be in danger. My mind recalls Faye. The way she looked at Luke, the way she talked about him. My hands grip the steering wheel. What if Faye's death was related? What if she was part of the circle too? At the police station, we're ushered into a small room behind the counter where Mom, Dad, Luke's uncle, and Tyreek are already sitting. The gray walls and the fact there are no windows give the room an oppressing horror movie vibe. Mom and Dad both get up and rush to me for the first family hug in years.
"Oh, baby girl,"
Mom whispers as Dad crushes both of us in his arms. A mix of warmth and wariness invades my veins. I step away. What happened?
"Come on in,"
Luke's uncle says with a frown that looks like he's struggling to understand what's going on.
"I have a few questions to ask you since you both met Faye without us."
I pull up a chair while Luke waits beside me. I've met her twice, I rush to say, avoiding the bewildered expressions on my parents' faces. She came to our mobile home on Saturday after I'd met her at the diner. I close my eyes, searching my mind for each and every word. I open them again quickly. She said something about dogs and having a son. She looked sad. I carefully choose my words. I remember what it was like when Mellie disappeared, and the police were focused on each of my syllables, hoping for a hint. Any hint.
"The RV is completely gone, but we're hoping to get more information from her autopsy."
He sounds very matter-of-fact, while I remember Faye sounding almost desperate when she mentioned her son.
"We're interrogating witnesses at the campground she was staying at, but it seems she was a drug addict."
He pauses.
"We found supplies by a small table close to where her RV was parked. We ran the prints and she's in the system. She probably had an accident while she was high, ran off the road into the canyon."
What about her son? Mom sounds defeated and sad.
"She does have a son who's in foster care. He has a rare form of leukemia and she's been trying to get him back and find money for him. But her addiction was strong."
"Stronger than her love?"
Mom's voice breaks.
"She fought through her addiction for her son,"
Luke's uncle points out. Mom tilts her head.
"So she didn't know where our Mellie was. She lied to us."
"Again, we're investigating, but it seems she was a fraud."
He rubs his temples, and Luke gently takes my hand in his. His uncle turns to him.
"Luke, I need you to stay here until I'm done with some paperwork and talking to another witness." "Will you keep us updated?"
Dad asks.
"Of course. Again, I'm sorry this isn't the news you wanted to hear."
Luke's uncle opens the door. Mom and Dad stand up and slowly exit the room. Mom glances my way.
"Tessa, you're coming home, right? Again, I'm so sorry."
She bites her lip. "I'll see you both at home. I need to talk to Luke for a minute if it's okay." Dad strides to me and gives me a hug.
"We'll see you at home. We'll talk more about everything,"
he whispers and kisses my forehead.
"We love you,"
he tells me before leaving. Luke follows me into the hallway and wraps his arms around me.
"I'm sorry."
I didn't believe her. I didn't think she knew where Mellie was, but there's always a tiny part of me that thinks maybe this time I could be wrong. I snuggle closer to him, letting the sense of security and warmth wash over me. Promise me to be careful?
"I promise."
He leans back to lock eyes with me. He looks serious, and the tiny crease between his eyebrows tells me he's worried.
"Promise me you'll be careful too."
"I promise," I reply, and we kiss one last time. Chapter 34. Mellie. The master is the leader of the group. He should be trusted and followed. He should never be questioned, as he will prepare the members for the end of the world. The Circle's Book of Truth, Rule 6. Our little cabin is our refuge, despite the hideaway that holds so many terrifying memories, and the corner wall where I fell once and hit my head after Master Abram threw me across the room. Jeremiah wasn't home then, and Master Abram got mad because I didn't know the rules of the book by heart. I never want to leave the cabin again. My stomach clenches, but not the same way it does before I have my flows. It's even more painful. I curl up on the couch with a steaming cup of tea. Jeremiah always tells me tea helps. There's a knock at the door, and I jump. I need to hide.
"You don't."
My eyes widen. I haven't talked to anyone but Jeremiah, Master Abram, and Isabel in the past years, and Master Abram never knocks. Jeremiah slowly stands up and opens the door. A woman with dark hair wearing a loose and long gray dress enters. She has a scar on her face, similar to the one on his neck. She seems familiar, like a ghost of my past. Jeremiah, it's almost time. She's taller than him. Master Abram is ready for you to come home. You've atoned for your sins. All those words bounce in my head. She smiles at me, and it reminds me of my mother's smile. Come here, child. There's a pressure building in my chest, and I don't know why. I'm not sure if it's because, no matter what, I still miss Mom, or if it's because it does feel like I'm going home. I slowly stand, and she closes the distance between us. She wraps her arms around me. Don't you recognize me? I shake my head, though her voice seems familiar. She takes away her sunglasses, and I gasp. She's got the same eyes as my friend from long ago. That one summer when I felt like I couldn't grow up fast enough. You're Lacey's mom. She nods and caresses my hair. That's me. You can call me Dawn. Soon you're going to see Lacey again. I gasp and turn to Jeremiah. Is that true? Her caress turns into pulling, and she tightens her fist around my hair, forcing my head back. I wince. I wouldn't lie. You should know that the circle never lies. She waits a second before letting go. My scalp hurts, but I don't say a word. I dip my chin down and stare at the floor. Are you sure she's ready?
She is. Master Abram chose her to live our lives.
He'd asked me who my son was writing letters to when we arrived in the circle. I told him about Tessa, and I think Master Abram believed that Tessa could be saved too. But that day, the forces of the circle had another idea. Melanie's the one who crossed your path. Tessa? I whisper.
Melanie was meant for our world. She was meant to be saved.
Jeremiah sounds so sure of himself, and my shoulders relax. He's going to take care of me. Always. Dawn purses her lips. They both will be part of the circle. Both chosen to be saved. She smiles again, and it transforms her face. She looks happier. They're both lucky. She pauses, and her tone turns more serious. You know the ritual. If Melanie is ready, I brought you the knife of offerings. She needs to put the sign of the circle on her skin. I'll let her choose where. But I already know. Jeremiah told me once about the scar on his neck and what it symbolizes. Lacey's mother pulls a dark knife with a protective handle from the pockets of her dress. She lights our stove and puts the blade in the fire. After what seems like forever, she then pushes it forward. If you're ready to fully embrace the circle, join us and with your own hands trace the symbol on your body. My fingers touch the hot blade and I almost shriek. Jeremiah slides next to me.
I'm right here. Always here. This will ensure your saving. This will ensure Tessa's saving.
I grip the handle of the knife. His hand finds mine and his reassuring squeeze calms my nerves. I turn the blade to my neck.
Not too deep,
he warns me.
Not too deep.
His voice is hypnotizing. He and Lacey's mom start singing words I don't understand. The blade digs into my skin. It burns and blisters, and I bite the inside of my cheek not to scream. Pain radiates through my body. The cabin sways. I close my eyes, slowly finishing the diamond shape. I'm part of the circle. Chapter 35. Tessa. There's a weird smell. It reminds me of the hospital smell that one time I broke my arm after falling from a tree, or rather after jumping off a tree. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up and my mouth dries. There's a shuffle in the back seat. Unless Buster escaped and found my car, there's something in my car. Something, or someone. And then in my rearview mirror there's a man. His blonde hair reaches his neck. His gaze grabs hold of mine and his brown eyes narrow. I scream, but he puts a finger to his lips. My heart beats louder and faster. What do you want?
You need to learn to be quiet.
His voice is low and angry.
Your sister learned to be quiet.
Mellie? I whisper. My eyes dart everywhere. If I put my car in a ditch, will I have time to run away? Or will we crash and die? As if he's following my train of thoughts, his lips turn into a half smile.
You're going to continue driving until you reach your old home. Then you're making a left into the small path.
He looks to be in his early 40s, and he doesn't look very strong.
If you don't do as I say, Mellie will die. Luke will die. and his sisters will die.
He pretends to pull a trigger. He's got Mellie. How can he have Luke? It makes no sense. No sense at all. He's at the police station. My phone rings. I should be at home. Mom probably calculated the minutes. It's my mom. If I don't pick up, she's going to worry.
I needed you to call her anyway. Answer and tell her you're staying with Luke a bit longer at the station. Tell her you'll be home in an hour and a half.
He kicks the back of my seat. I feel his gun on my neck.
One wrong word and you're dead too.
My Bluetooth system is spotty at best, but I still pick up. Hey, Mom. My voice sounds foreign to my ears. Can she notice my tone?
Honey, you said you were going to stay a few minutes, and it's been almost 20 and you're still not home.
The barrel of his gun is ice cold against my skin. I was going to call you. I'm going to stay with Luke a bit longer.
Is that because you're still upset?
The road in front of me is blurry. I wipe my eyes and force myself not to sniffle. If Mom hears me cry, she'll come back, and Mellie might die. Mom might die. We all might die. I just want to spend some time with Luke. I'll see you at home by 9:30, in an hour and a half. I love you, Mommy. I tell her because I'm not quite sure when I'll be able to say those words to her again.
I love you too, honey. Stay safe.
I hang up before screaming. The man leans forward, and his breath tickles my neck, raising the hair on my arm.
Turn left now and stop the car.
We're in the middle of nowhere, yet still so close to town. What? My question dies on my lips as he pushes a compress to my mouth and nose. Everything turns and turns and turns, and then the world disappears. Chapter 36. Luke.
After 30 minutes, Uncle John pops his head into the small room I'm sitting in. This room also serves as an interrogation room, and the gray walls were starting to close in on me, and my reception wasn't good enough to call Tessa. I'd have gone to the Flying Pig, but all officers are busy. Let's go, Uncle John says with the same frown he's had since we've arrived. Have you found out anything else?
Not yet. Faye received some money in her account recently, but the name is fake. We're tracing it, but won't hear anything until tomorrow morning. The autopsy results should be there in a few hours.
I follow him to his car, and once he's on the road to his ranch, I clear my throat and gather my courage. I told Tessa about the circle. I expect him to slam the brakes and get upset, but instead he doesn't even turn to me.
It was a matter of time. I'm not happy you did. She could inadvertently say something or post something.
He sighs. She won't.
I'm asking for reinforcement. I want to make sure the people around you are protected too. Abram is dangerous, which makes the circle dangerous.
What did you hear?
The FBI is interrogating some of the members who left the group after it split. They live in a new commune back in New Mexico, and there are new groups on the East Coast too. Some are more open, less rigid about the Book of Truth. And they're scared of Abram. They say he rules with fear.
Lacey isn't with him? I ask, even though I already know the answer.
No. I'm sorry.
He pulls into the ranch's long driveway.
Officer Garrett will be watching our home tonight. He should be there soon. Don't go anywhere.
Of course not. I'm going to call Tessa. We both slide out of the car, and then there's a gunshot.
Get down!
Uncle John yells and rushes toward me. He pushes me down and pulls his gun. There's another gunshot, his weapon drops to the ground, and he falls next to me. His shoulder bleeds.
Run!
His voice is hoarse.
Take the keys.
He opens his hand.
And go.
I can't leave you behind. I can't. My voice shakes.
You have to.
His eyes flutter like he's about to pass out. And that's when I hear a voice.
Lacey wants to see you.
Mom. My throat tightens and my hand reaches for my cell. I need to call an ambulance. I need to make sure Uncle John's going to be okay.
Drop your phone.
She uses her most maternal voice, the one she used when we were sick, and she wanted to reassure me. I thought she'd lost that voice, but now it makes my skin crawl. He needs help. I plead with her, and Uncle John whimpers. The pool of blood spreads. She grabs my phone, throws it to the floor, and smashes it with her foot.
He's going to die. He's losing too much blood.
She crouches next to him.
You are wrong, big brother. We could be saved, but it's too late for you. Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget.
He whimpers again, but she ignores him. Instead, she stands up and pulls me with her toward the back of the ranch. That's where the shot came from. There's a truck we couldn't have seen from the main road.
We need to go. Lila, Lacey, and Tessa are waiting for you.
I freeze. Lila and Tessa?
Abram figured you might be more compliant with them. Tessa was supposed to have been with us a long time ago. When Abram asked me what would make you listen more, especially after your ridiculous lies about him, I told him about Tessa.
She shakes her head.
But Jeremiah had to go get the wrong girl. It's all good now.
She sounds like she's completely lost any sense of reality. You don't know where Lila is, I finally managed to croak out.
Oh, honey, all we had to do is keep track of you to find Lila, and you made it oh so easy. What wasn't easy was getting her in the time we had.
She narrows her eyes like it's my fault.
Her foster mom wouldn't leave her side, but luckily your sister fell asleep early. Apparently her soccer game wore her out. Her foster mom and dad were busy talking with the police. That's when Mason slipped out from the closet and got her.
I frown, and Mom must misunderstand my expression because she continues,
Mason is Abram's second. Mason's so smart. One window was not covered by the alarm, and he found it. The one in the bathroom on the second floor. She's probably still sleeping from the chloroform, but she'll wake up soon. They might not even know she's gone yet. We couldn't risk them telling you, or vice versa.
My breathing stops.
He brings pain to those around him.
I clench my hands until my fingers dig into my skin, but I resist the urge to punch the wall. They were right. I bring pain to those I love. Always have, always will.
Part 2. Chapter 37. Tessa. Darkness surrounds me. A weird smell attacks my nose and my stomach lurches forward. I want to scream, but there's something in my mouth. I can't breathe. I force myself to inhale via my nose. Tears fall down my face and my entire body shakes with tremors that are a mix between panic and cold. I need to calm down, but even the voice in my mind sounds freaked out. Is this how Mellie felt? So helpless but full of hope at the same time? Because it can't be happening. It's not real. It can't be real. It has to be the stupidest prank on earth. I'm not gagged inside the trunk of my own car. The car goes over a bump on the road and my body rolls to the side. I can't see anything. It's dark and my head hurts as if I downed 1,000 shots before passing out. I want to stretch my arms, but I can't. My hands are restrained on top of my head, and there's a jangling noise as I move. It's not true. I'm so tired. My eyelids are heavy. Don't sleep. The voice is persistent, but there's nothing I can do. I close my eyes, my only thought being that when I wake up, I'll be in my bed, because this is my worst nightmare. Chapter 38. Mellie. To the member who strays, who stops believing, you shall be welcome back in the embrace of the circle. You shall be forgiven if you show genuine remorse. The traitor to the circle, who intentionally harms the circle, shall be isolated and disciplined. He should be treated fairly until the fire cleanses him and punishes him. The Circle's Book of Truth, Chapter 7. Dawn and Abram left a few hours ago. It's dark outside. Abram promised he's going to bring Tessa back to me.
Don't forget the rules,
Jeremiah reminds me.
You can't treat Tessa like your sister. You have to have boundaries with her or she won't understand. You need to be firm and strong. You need to save her.
I understand. I nod and it pulls on my wound. Jeremiah bandaged it, but it's still painful and it feels raw. The door screeches open and my heart hammers.
She's here.
He sings songs and pulls the latch.
She's home.
Abram carries my sister's limp body onto the couch. She's so close. My chest tightens with anxiety. I remember how I was when I first got saved. So angry, so desperate. It took me years to understand. Will she? Will she see the truth? As if he understands my thoughts, he gently pushes me toward her.
She's home. She's saved. You saved her. You know the rules. She's going to lie, and she's going to try to change you. You can't let her. She needs to accept the circle to be saved. She needs to accept who you are.
He tilts my chin up and stares into my eyes with so much confidence my heart warms.
You can do it.
And then he whispers,
There's someone else we need to take care of. She's young and she's so innocent still.
He marches back out, leaving me alone with Tessa. I have no idea what he's talking about. He never brings people he saves here. Except Isabel. Maybe that's why. Maybe he doesn't bring people here because of Isabel. I watch Tessa. Her chest rises and falls. She's wearing jeans and a shirt that says Gavert High Junior Class. School. I haven't thought about school for years. I step forward. Slowly, carefully. My hand touches my sister's soft hair. I compare it with mine. The same color, but the texture is different. She stirs but doesn't wake. The door opens again, and Abram has another girl in his arms. She's small, with short, dark hair. He shows me her arm. The same burn I have on my neck.
It's Lila. She was taken from us a couple of years ago, but she's going home. You need to take care of her, too.
I nod. My heart overflows with joy for both Lila and Tessa. And for me. We're finally going to be part of the circle. Being saved means having a family again, not being afraid, knowing that you'll always be protected, being ready for the end of the world if it comes during our lifetime. Abram's hand softly touches my shoulder, and I turn around. My eyes find his. His smile is small, but it's there, like he's really happy for me, for us.
I'm going to need your help, Mellie. Tessa may be with us, but you need to give your trust to the circle first. Always to the circle.
I know his tones well enough to realize that even though he's happy for me, Tessa will need to understand she's saved much faster than I did. Abram stands in front of us. His blonde hair contrasts with his dark shirt. He's always wearing clean clothes. He narrows his eyes.
The rules are clear to everybody, right? You join and are saved for this life and beyond, or you die.
Chapter 39. Luke.
My heart beats way too slowly. It should be racing or pounding. I picture Tessa's face, her encouraging words.
You don't bring pain. You're courageous and sweet.
Where is she? I need to find her. I need to save her and Lila and Lacey. Panic creeps inside my mind. What if I'm too late? Mom doesn't need a gun for me to follow her. All she needs are her words and the picture she took on an old camera of Lila asleep in the back of a car with a guy I recognized from my time in the circle. He was learning how to build houses then. Where are they? I can't force myself to smooth my voice, and it comes out hard and biting. I keep seeing the blood around Uncle John. He needs help, and Officer Garrett might get there too late. The alarm. If I throw something in the window, it should trigger the motion sensor he has inside. I need to do it, and do it fast while she's talking.
You'll see the new compound. It's not far from here, much smaller than the one in New Mexico, but it's better that way. We only have the people who truly believe with us now.
I bend down, grab a rock from the pathway, and throw it as hard as I can. It smashes the window. Mom turns to me with her gun pointed my way. I'm not even sure if she realizes she could kill me if she pulls the trigger.
What did you do?
And then the alarm blasts. Someone should be there soon. Mom pulls me harder and opens the truck.
Get inside.
Through the window, Lacey's eyes widen. Lacey. I rush to open the door, but Lacey doesn't move.
Luke,
she whispers and finally turns to me. A man in the front seat slams his hand on the wheel. Shut up! We don't have time for this! Mom jumps in the car.
I'm sorry it's taking so long.
The man hisses. We need to hurry up. It's taking way too long. I don't remember his voice. Probably another disciple of Abram. My eyes dart to Lacey. Her face is the same and yet different. It's more angular, and she doesn't have that easy smile she always had when she saw me. even after all the pain. Lacey? Her hand finds mine and she squeezes it. Her face is bruised.
You should have run,
She whispers.
It's worse now. It's so much worse. Chapter 40. Tessa. A soft, wet cloth touches my face, and Mom's caressing my hair. I'm home. It was all a bad dream. Mom, I whisper. Everything's okay. You're saved. A voice similar to Mom's says, but there's a difference. Mom's voice is throaty from smoking. This one is light and a bit monotonous. I struggle to open my eyes. There's a pungent smell around me, like a sewer mixed with old water. The calming hand continues stroking my hair, and the soothing voice whispers over and over again that I am finally saved. I struggle to move, but my hands are bound behind my back, and there's a jingle of chains. My arms are numb, and the panic rises in my chest. I force my eyes to finally open, but the place I'm in is dark. Tessa, the voice in her almost mom tone whispers. Tessa, you're finally here. And then her thin arms wrap around me. Her bones dig into my back, and she smells like sweat and old food. She lets me go, and my eyes narrow on her necklace below a red scar similar to Luke's. An angry red scar that doesn't seem healed. When the necklace touches it, it must hurt. A lot. Melanie's necklace. The fear is replaced by an immense and crushing hope. My heart hammers. The necklace around her neck hasn't changed. I chose that necklace for her 11th birthday because it has a blue stone, and blue was her favorite color. Mellie? I whisper. Mellie inhales and exhales deeply. Mellie? I repeat. I want to touch her face, see if it's her, see her brown eyes, so similar to Mom's, light up with a smile. Mellie's hand trembles as it touches my forehead again. My little stinker, she replies with a shaking voice. Oh, it's you. It's really you. And I think I'm crying. What happened? Where are we? Is that really you? You're really alive? We're going to go home, right? We can't stay here. I can't believe you're alive. I want to hug her so badly, but I still can't. My breathing is labored and I can't sit straight. I'm a blubbering mess, but it's all going to be okay because my big sister's here. She's really here in front of me. She shifts to the right slightly, and in the dim light I can see her hair is limp, she's missing a tooth, and she looks like she hasn't eaten properly in years. She's crying too, and laughing at the same time. Her hands frame my face tenderly. I'm so happy to see you, Tessa. I'm so happy you're still alive and that you could be saved too. I have no idea what she's talking about. Do you remember how we always said we'd be sisters forever? She asks. I do. I can't wait to go home with you. Mom and Dad will be so happy. Happy is an inadequate word to describe how overjoyed and overwhelmed our parents will feel seeing Melanie. We need to get out of here somehow. Whoever took us, he can't get away with it. There's a whimper behind me. I slowly turn around. There's a little girl with dark hair lying close to us. The form isn't moving. Is she even here? Am I hallucinating? Mellie sits but doesn't stand up. We're in some sort of crawlway. She's wearing old jeans with holes in them and a shirt that says love is everything. We don't need to get away from here. You don't understand. He's going to protect you. He's your family too. Melanie, you can't be serious. I don't think I've ever sounded so confused. Of course I am serious. Her voice rises, but there's none of the passion she used to have in it. It's robotic, and chills run down my spine in distorted rhythm. You do not want to go back out there, where you will die for sure, and you need to obey him. She crouches in front of me, and I can see more clearly that she's got old scars she didn't have before. My heart twists and bile comes up in my mouth. What happened to my sister? My sister used to dance and sing and sneak onto the roof to look at the stars. My memories of Melanie are all of a stubborn 13-year-old wanting to prove to my parents she could take care of herself, who cried reading the last page of a book about witches and spells and love because she couldn't believe there would be no more magic. Melanie, we need to go home. Mom and Dad... She raises her hand, and there's so much anger in the way she looks at me that my eyes widen, but then it disappears and her shoulders slump. Mom and Dad do not love us like he does. Mom and Dad would never protect us like he does. Mom and Dad do not even care that someone took us away. I want to shake her. I want to reason with her. The little girl next to us whimpers, so she's not some fragment of my imagination. Who is this? I turn my head. Is she okay? Melanie raises her index finger to her lips. Shh. Lila misbehaved. Lila. It can't be the same Lila. Lila, I whisper. The little girl turns to me and I'm hit with green eyes similar to Luke's. It doesn't compute. Why would she be here? Are you Luke's sister? She nods and this time she sobs. Luke said his little sister was 7 years old. Lila cried and yelled. He had to punish her. We had to punish her. We. I stare at my sister. She snaps her head back at me. Why are you looking at me like that? Why aren't you happy? He said you'd be difficult, but I thought you'd understand. Her voice sounds desperate. Her mood seems all over the place, and I'm not sure what to say or what to do. I never thought I'd have to convince her of our love. A door opens upstairs, and a smile breaks on her face, showing she's missing 2 more teeth. He's back. Lila cries softly, and Melanie kisses me on the cheek. I shiver. He's back for us! She sounds excited, like she's actually happy her captor is coming back. She sings a song. We were lost, but then he found us. We were lost, but then he saved us. Her voice isn't as clear as before, but she still sounds fantastic. She squeezes my hand. Do you remember when we used to sing together? You loved singing. Why don't you sing with me? She's right. I love singing. Singing with her was another memory that always made me smile. But I can't sing with her now. Not like that. Not that song. She continues like she's already moved on. You're going to meet him. You're going to be lucky enough to see his face and his mercy. You're going to be part of our family. We have a family, Melanie. Our parents love us. Mama and Papa loved us too. When Papa died 4 years ago, he was still thinking about you. And when Mama died, she made us promise to never stop looking for you. Mama and Papa were nice, she whispers, but then shakes her head. But they didn't save us. You need to sit straighter and you need to be polite. Say yes, sir, and no, sir, if he talks directly to you. Especially with Master Abram. He's strict. I roll my eyes, a reflex I guess even captivity can't take away from me. Lila slides further into the corner, hiding into full darkness as if she wants to be forgotten. Who is he? I turn my attention back to Melanie. Jeremiah is our protector, and our leader is Master Abram. We're part of the circle, she answers, and my heart stops. That's Luke's past. That's the cult he was telling me about, the one that's seriously considering mass suicide because they believe the end of the world is coming. My blood transforms itself into ice picks in my veins. Aren't you happy? She frowns. I've been asking for you for so long. The circle is bullshit. It's not true. It's fake. Mellie's eyes widen and she gasps. Don't talk like this, she begs me. You can't talk like this. This is how evil speaks through you. She clears her throat. Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget. What is she talking about? The footsteps are more pronounced and my stomach hurts. He calls her name, but it's muffled. I know that voice and this soothing tone. It's Jer, the one who comes to the gas station to get food for his sick sister. Oh, Melanie. I'm going to be sick. The little door to the crawlway opens up, and with it some more light. I cringe when I take a better look at Melanie. She looks like she hasn't seen the sun in years. She looks sick. Her eyes are full of something I don't recognize, but what freaks me out the most is her smile. It's not guarded, it's not fake. It seems genuine. I'm so happy to welcome you as part of our family, Jeremiah says. He wasn't the one in the car. The one in the car must have been Abram. My heart thumps against my ribcage. The way Melanie's looking at him is sickening. The way she purses her lips, telling me that I need to listen, shatters me. It's a gesture so familiar yet so foreign. She used to always make that face when she was babysitting me and I did something I wasn't supposed to, like eating candies or watching too much TV. I turn to the side. I need to keep calm. Melanie's here. She's got to be alive behind her dead eyes and her robotic tone. I glance at him. What did you do to Lila? Where's Luke? I whisper. He stares me down and I almost think he's going to hit me. He raises his hand.
I don't want to do this, but better me than Master Abram. He'll make you bleed.
I brace for the impact of his hand on my face, but Melanie pushes me away. I hit my head on the floor. Don't hit her. Please don't hit her. I'll teach her. I promise I will. I'll teach her why we're safer here than anywhere else. His eyes widen at the pleading form in front of him.
Melanie.
He growls but looks conflicted. He grabs her hair but loosely like he's afraid to hurt her.
Do not dare put yourself between Tessa and me, ever again. You know the rules. She's not your sister until she accepts the rules.
He breathes heavily.
I don't want to hit you.
Please don't hit her, I scream, and he glares at me like all of this is my fault.
You.
He spits the word out. Long gone is a smiling guy who always wished me a good night when he came to the gas station.
You ran away instead of helping her that day. You left her alone. You don't love her like I do.
Melanie refuses to meet my eyes. He's right. You all forgot me. You need to listen to him. She whispers and then hurries out of the crawlway, wiping tears away. Lila cries behind me, and I slide myself in front of her to shield her from him.
Lila knows the rules. She's lived with the rules ever since she was born. Melanie is saved. You won't be able to take her away from me. You need to understand. The world is in danger. The circle is the only one that can save us. Can save all of us.
He sounds so convinced, so enthralled by his own words. He closes his eyes and a smile forms on his lips. He looks younger somehow. If you let us go, we won't say anything, I promise. If you let the three of us go, I beg him, making my voice as convincing as possible. But his smile turns into a frown.
You don't understand. You'll never be able to leave. The Master is going to make sure we have our place in this world and the next.
I shake my head. You need to let us go. They're going to find us. With each word, he grows tenser and tenser.
You don't understand. This is what I want to do. This is who I was meant to be. I was cast away once. Never again.
Please, you must let us go, I plead again. He shakes his head and mutters to himself.
I have to do this. You have to listen. You have to obey. Otherwise, Master Abram will take you away and Melanie will never forgive me.
He inhales and exhales.
I don't want to, but I have to do this.
This time, when he raises his hand, there's no one there to protect me. Chapter 41. Luke.
Lacey was right. It is worse. We pass a broken gate and many signs telling visitors to beware. And after a long, windy, dusty road, we're on the compound. The lights flicker, illuminating a smaller and dirtier compound than the ones I lived on before. People must have been waiting for us to return because, despite it being the middle of the night, they all stand in front of small cabins. They almost look like sheds. They're all close to one another, and there's a bigger house in the middle. Some of the people's clothes are ripped or too big for them.
People have left,
Lacey whispers.
After Master Peter died.
He did let them leave then. The forums were right. My sigh of relief that there might be a solution is short-lived.
They said Abram couldn't be the true leader if his own stepson and daughter really did leave. At first, he said you both died.
She gulps in a breath.
But then he said you kidnapped Lila and you were trying to destroy all of us. He got so angry when he heard people doubting his story. He used the whip and the flame.
She lowers her voice even further and doesn't glance my way as she walks ahead of me. The whip had been used before, but the flame very rarely. They put you close enough to the fire so your skin burns and then pull you away in time for you to survive. It's cleansing by fire, according to Abram. Master Peter wasn't keen on using those methods. He said they were reminiscent of techniques used by what he called the power-hungry religious groups in the Middle Ages. The circle's supposed to be different. But Abram has nothing on the Middle Ages. The people who stayed behind must be hard believers or afraid. It's in the way they cast their eyes to the ground when we walk, and in the way they bow to Abram, whispering, "The Master, our Savior." Mom and Abram march to their home in the middle. It's the biggest and the nicest. Abram hasn't said one word to me. He glared at me as I stepped out of the car. He barked orders at Mom and threatened Lacey, but didn't utter a word to me directly. Once we're in front of their house, he turns to me and announces very loudly, to the group or to me, I'm not sure, "You're going to apologize to your people, and you're going to accept the rule of the circle, before it's too late. We are preparing for the end of the world, but we are no longer waiting. Fire will help us all." Abram declares like there's no question I'll do as he says. I need to find a way out. I need to find Lila and Tessa. I need to warn the police. Those innocent people need to be saved, and not the way Abram wants to save them. "Fire will save us all. We will be ready for the end of the world," Abram adds. And once more I can't seem to shut up. "The end of the world, my ass," I whisper. But even though Abram can't possibly have heard me, he still marches to me. He smashes his fist into my face, and I almost fall to the ground. I wince at the pain. Blood trickles down my nose to my lips. Lacey gasps, but the rest of the compound seems enthralled by the scene, and Mom simply shakes her head like I'm being told to go to my room for talking back. "You listen to me very carefully," Abram hisses and holds me by my shirt. His face is too close to mine. His breath smells like the fresh mint he's been chewing on. "The end of this world is coming, and you certainly do not want your little sister to not be saved, do you?" "Where is she?" I ask, not looking down, defying him with my glare. I should have learned by now not to provoke him, but ever since I escaped, my mouth seems to work faster than my mind. His smirk freaks me out. "She's with family. She's well taken care of. She'll come back as soon as I decide it's time." Abram pushes me to the left and points to a small shed on the side. "That's where you're going to be spending your last night," he whispers. Mom steps forward. She's much thinner than before, and the way she looks at Abram is different. There's more fear than love in her eyes. Her hand trembles as she raises it. "Yes, Dawn," Abram bites out.
"The Book of Truth says that traitors should be punished, but should be allowed the comfort of the circle."
She still sounds like she believes the words she says.
"I think Lacey should spend some time with him."
Hope floats in my veins. "I don't trust her." Lacey stares at the ground, not saying a word. My heart beats loudly in my ears. Maybe they don't know Lacey helped us. Maybe she managed to hide it. She was so careful.
"It's their last night in this world. Our last night. 10 minutes. They should have 10 minutes. You can put guards in front of the shed."
People lean to one another, whispering. Mom mentioned the Book of Truth, and they all obey the words of the Book of Truth. Abram must sense the shift in the overall mood because he steps forward. "The Book of Truth is our guide, and we shall follow all of its teachings. Lacey will have 10 minutes with Luke." He narrows his eyes at Mom, who holds his glare with her upper lip quivering. I still don't trust her. I can't. Not after everything. Not after Uncle John. She slowly walks my way. "I've done this for Lacey, not for you. If you didn't run away, we'd all be happier. Lacey suffered a lot. Because of you." She pulls out my shirt. "This sign meant nothing to you. This means everything to me." She marches inside the house. Abram straightens up. "It's time to go home, brothers and sisters. It's time to rest under the watchful eye of your master. You are loved." I almost snicker. Loved? Loved my ass. Some members look frightened, but most wave at Abram respectfully before entering their small, decrepit homes as if it's just another night. My stomach churns, and I want to scream for them to wake up, to save themselves, to save their families. Abram and Mason shove me toward the shed. "Move," Abram orders and gestures for Lacey to follow. Abram turns to Lacey before opening the door. "Don't try anything, or Lila and Tessa will pay the price. You have 10 minutes. The shed is empty. except for one chair. There's nothing on the walls, and a mildewed smell overwhelms me. The flickering lights shine through the cracks in the wood planks nailed to the bigger window, but there's a smaller window to the right that hasn't been shut. From there, Abram's and Mom's house looks even more sinister. I wait until they slam the door behind us before rushing to Lacey. "I'm so sorry we left without you. I'm so sorry." The words tumble out of my mouth. Lacey touches my face. Tears fill her eyes.
"You're alive. You have no idea how happy I am that you're alive. I didn't know what story of Abram's to believe."
Her dark hair is cut to her shoulders unevenly. She's wearing a long blue dress with holes at the bottom and on her long sleeves.
"How about Lila? What is she like? Does she still like fairy tales?"
My smile feels sad. Rapunzel is one of her favorites. She also loves soccer and jumping in puddles and playing in the mud. She's funny and she's smart. She exhales as if she's able to breathe easier.
"How about Noah? Have you heard from Noah?"
I narrow my eyes. Noah was her friend who got banished, but I don't remember much. She was always protecting me and keeping so much to herself. I haven't. Her shoulders slump.
"You need to find a way out."
She rubs her neck the same way I do when I'm anxious. Her voice doesn't have the passion and fight it used to have. We need to find a way out. I'm not leaving you behind. Not again.
"I'm stuck here. After you and Lila left, Abram convinced Peter to lock me in the cabin for weeks. When I still didn't say anything about how you managed to run away, Abram pulled me aside and told me he'd let me take care of the children if I promised not to ever utter your name and to never even think about escaping. He was already furious with me for what happened with my friends before."
I open my mouth to ask her questions about what she means, but she clears her throat.
"You don't know everything, and we don't have time. After you left, he didn't want to banish me."
She sniffles.
"There's a little girl whose mom disappeared 3 years ago. He told me he would hurt her and use fire on her if I escaped. He said he'd kill Mom. I couldn't leave them."
Her pain slams into me like a truck.
"Peter actually helped, believe it or not. When Abram tried to marry me to Mason, despite Mason and I both protesting, he told him we were ill-matched and that my vocation was to be a guide to the children."
She shudders.
"And Abram didn't want to cross Peter then. So many things happened, so many."
She gulps as if she doesn't want to give me any more details, as if she's still protecting me.
"I'm convinced Abram killed Peter."
My hand finds hers and I squeeze it gently. "I'm so sorry. I wish I could have found you earlier."
"None of this is your fault,"
she says, and her gaze locks with mine.
"You know that, right?"
I answer with another question because even though the rational part of me knows she's right, I'm still convinced I could have done more. Where's that little girl now?
"She left with another group. I asked them to take her. I wanted to leave with them too, but Abram threatened Raylin. He knows I'd do anything for her. Like I'd do anything for you or Lila. He always has someone watching me."
She dips her chin.
"There's something else."
She glances back up. Her upper lip quivers.
"Do you remember the story of Jeremiah?"
He got kicked out because he didn't follow the rules. Because he did everything to save his mom. He was Abram's stepson. She nods.
"Abram's been taking care of him. The rumor goes that he kidnapped a girl to save her and that today Abram will welcome them into the circle too."
"Mellie," I breathe out. "Melanie, you know her."
"Melanie Gardner?"
Lacey asks with a frown on her face.
"From our summer?"
"Yes." Lacey looks confused, but we don't have much time. I take a deep breath. What I don't get is why Jeremiah didn't go to the police when he got banned.
"He was 17 when he got banned, and he'd lived his entire life on the compound. Abram told him his mom would still be alive if he had followed the rules. He made him feel small and responsible. Abram told him he would welcome him back if he proved his allegiance to him."
After all this time, he must have learned the circle is a big pile of bullshit. You know what I heard Abram say about his revenge and his desire for more money and power. Her cold and bony hands grab mine.
"Master Abram and Mason have been whispering a lot. They've been planning for the end of the world, telling members it's coming. You don't have much time."
She runs her fingers through her hair, and she looks so much older than 19, in the way she carries herself and in the way she speaks. "We don't have much time. I'm telling you, I'm not leaving you behind. Not this time. Not again. She smiles at me, but her smile is full of sadness.
It might be too late for me,
she replies and hugs herself. It's not, and I want to believe it. The circle can go screw themselves. This is my truth.
Chapter 42. Tessa. I don't know how much time has passed. A minute, an hour, a day. My stomach grumbles. Lila lies against me, shivering. The crawlway is damp and cold. And then the princess fights the evil king and escapes with the dragon. I'm making up story after story. The dragon's really her friend? Lila asks, and her voice is tired. She slept for a bit, but she woke up screaming, and her scream tore my heart. Can she name the dragon Luke? Your brother would love that, I reply, keeping a cheery tone even though my heart aches worrying about Luke. He must be beating himself up for yet another thing he has no control over. My brother would win against the evil king too, Lila whispers. My brother is the best brother in the world. My chest squeezes and I force myself not to cry. I can't break right now. Lila coughs. They said Mom would come and see me, but she's not there. How did you get here, Lila? I ask her for the third time, carefully. The last 2 times she cried, telling me she didn't remember. I was sleeping, and then I was in a car. I don't know what happened. Amya was reading me a story, and then my eyes closed, and then, I don't know. I want to see Mitch and Amya. She sniffles. I miss them and my mommy. And Lacey. Do you know Lacey? I remember Lacey's laugh when she was just 13. I do. Melanie knows her too. Lila's lip quivers. Melanie's mean. She made you cry. I was sad. I'm better now. Did you see where the car took you? I need to figure out how far we are from the town. I need to find a way to leave this place. The police, our parents, they must be all over the place. Everywhere. They will find us. They found Aaron and Nadia when the angel killer got to them. But my chest constricts. Melanie's been gone for years and no one found her. I force those thoughts out of my mind. Lila yawns and her own stomach grumbles. She giggles, the only carefree moment this place has probably seen, and her giggles give me the kick I need to be strong. I'm hungry, she says. The latch leading to us opens and Lila stiffens against me. It's her, she says with fear in her voice. Melanie shouldn't scare her. She's not herself. She's a victim like us, and she'll realize soon that it's all wrong. She's balancing an old tray that doesn't look like it's been washed in years. Avoiding my stare, she puts a bowl in front of me. Oatmeal. You used to love to put chocolate and banana in your oatmeal, I tell her, wanting to connect with her in any way, even if it's small. She freezes for a second. We don't have sweets here, and fruits only rarely, she answers as she puts the tray in front of Lila. Melanie, what happened? After he got you... I don't want Lila to hear, but there's no way I can talk to Melanie without her listening in. He saved me. He took care of me. He showed me the horrors of this world and the peace that comes from accepting your fate. He told me I was special and real. I feel sick to my stomach at the thought of my sister living all these years with that guy. Has he... I don't know how to ask. I'm not sure I want to know. What, kissed me? Her smile is shy, and a wave of relief washes through me. I don't know if we're promised or not. The circle will decide if maybe in the next world we should be united. Shit. The next world. The end of this world. My hands shake, unsure if there's anything I can say or do to convince Melanie that we need to escape. I glance at Lila, but she's eating her oatmeal with a wince. I push my bowl to her so she eats a bit more. Sounding nonchalant requires all my strength. My hands clam up. I have to believe my sister's still in there, that I didn't lose her at the exact moment I found her. I want to see the stars, I tell her, and her eyes widen for a second. We can't. Jeremiah and I watched the stars once, but then he got in trouble with Master Abram. I don't want him to get in trouble again. Is Jeremiah Master Abram's son? I need to figure out the dynamics. I need to understand how her kidnapper works if I want even a small chance of escaping. She shakes her head and sits next to me. He's not his son by blood, but he's his son spiritually. Abram saved him. Jeremiah was kicked out of the circle for breaking the rules. Now he obeys him. He obeys for me, too. Her voice is so familiar, but the way she speaks is almost foreign. She sounds like him. She has the same twang, more Georgian than Texan, and she has the same intonation. Those differences may be small, but they feel like punches to my heart. He changed her. No matter what comes next, he changed her. I take a deep breath. I can't think like this. My sister's still there, sitting next to us. She's looking at both Lila and me almost expectantly. I tilt my head to the side. Do you remember the night we went to look at stars on the roof? She hugs herself and frowns like she's straining to remember. It was the day Chris asked you out. She nods slowly. Chris wanted to go with me to the spring dance. He took Sheila instead. I jolt back. How do you know he took Sheila? Jeremiah told me. He showed me pictures. Her voice becomes more hardened, and I'm not sure if it's because she's genuinely furious or because she's still hurt by everything. He showed me pictures of you laughing, of the for sale sign in front of our house. You don't understand. She raises an eyebrow, and at that small, familiar gesture, I want to throw my arms around her and hug her tightly. This eyebrow raising shows me Mellie. My Mellie. I don't understand. Her laugh is sad. I sent you letters. I never received any answers, and once the house was for sale, I knew you'd all moved on. Without me. He told me Dad left. He told me you and Mom were always together. Because she needed me to not fall apart. I cry out. She doesn't understand. She doesn't want to understand. You think they received the letters? He never sent them. They always came back not accepted. You guys moved and didn't even care about me. You didn't care if that was the only place I knew. She rocks herself back and forth. He's the only one who cares. He lied to you. I am trying very hard not to raise my voice. Why don't you come out and see for yourself? If he really cared about you, wouldn't he want you to make your own choices? I tilt my head to the side. Mellie bites her lip, and I don't know what this means. I should know what it means. I change my approach. And Lila? She can't stay here forever. Her face turns ashen. We won't. We're leaving tonight. The end of our world is coming and we need to prepare. We need to be ready. My blood freezes. What do you mean? I thought I had more time to convince her or to escape or to find a solution. She recites lines as if she's learned them by heart. And one day, when the time comes, the circle will gather to see the masters past and present reunite into the new world. The old will be new. The past will be present. Lila whimpers. It's the book. It's the end of the book. Mellie smiles at her and reaches out to her, but Lila slides as far away as she can. You're right. You're going to be home soon. Mellie slowly opens the latch again. I know you're thinking about escaping. I did too when I first arrived, but it's better here, I promise. Outside, people hurt you. They lie to you. They don't care. They don't accept the rules of Master Abram. She frowns and bites her lip again. Master Abram only wants the best for us. You don't believe that, I whisper, and she startles. You believe you're Jeremiah, but not Master Abram. That's not true. I believe Master Abram too, she replies way too quickly. You said Jeremiah protected you from Master Abram, and now he wants to take you there, to die, because that's what is going to happen. She glances away. The circle knows best. She closes the latch again. It seems Mellie's been back upstairs forever. I'm not even sure Jeremiah is here. She could open the latch and let us all go. Lila hasn't moved from her spot in hours. I scrape the leftovers in the oatmeal bowl with the spoon Melanie gave us and nudge Lila. You've got to eat more. You have to get strength for when people will find us. Do you think my mom's coming? I nod, even though her mom isn't the person I want to see either. She's into all of this. But if what Mellie said is true, she might be convinced to let us go. My mom used to hit Lacey and Luke, she whispers. But then she was crying, saying she was sorry. When Luke and I left, I didn't want to go at first because I wanted to stay with Mom. But then I got to play soccer and go to school, and I could laugh all the time. She sounds conflicted and like she's thought about this a lot. I want to see Mom, but I also want to keep on playing soccer. She pauses. If the end of the book is happening, Mom said we'd all go to sleep for a bit, and then we'll wake up happier. My throat tightens, and fear grips my stomach into a tight fist. I can't tell Lila how scared I am. I don't want to die. I don't want anyone to die. I need to think about something else. I close my eyes and force myself to breathe in and out, to think about Luke's smile and what he'd do if he was the one here with his little sister. He'd distract her. Do you want me to tell you another story? She shakes her head no and turns away from me, drawing something on the wall with her fingers. Then she nudges me, takes my hand in hers, and brings it to the wall. Someone's carved letters, sentences on there. What does it say? I can read, but not everything yet, and the letters are weird. Isabel. I don't want to die. Isabel. That's the name Melanie said. That's the one she said she killed. Sweat runs down my spine and my stomach clenches. I'm not only nervous and scared, I feel sick. This all seems too real. My hopes, on the other hand, seem like they're the drops of sweat dying on the floor. What does it say? Lila asks again, and it takes me another 30 seconds or so to gather my nerves back. I'm not sure, I reply. Lying never felt more necessary. There's more, Lila continues, and my finger follows her path. I love you all and I miss you. Day 10. Melanie. I will get out, I know I can. Day 35. Melanie. Why didn't you find me? Day 100. Melanie. I'm going to die here. Day... Melanie. My heart breaks and my lower lip quivers. I've been trying to talk to Melanie like she was only gone yesterday or last week. She's been gone for almost 7 years. She lost all hope and recreated herself with him. She thinks he saved her from us. And I'm starting to believe he may have saved her from someone worse. We're going to leave a message too, I tell Lila. For Luke? For everyone. I grab the spoon and slowly, methodically, I carve something on the right of the messages, and then I gently raise Lila's index finger to it. It says, "We love you." Lila nods and takes a bite of our leftovers. We love you, Lila and Tessa. Chapter 43. Luke.
The sun rises on the horizon. For someone, it's going to be the beginning of a fun day. For us, it might be our last. I rub the back of my head. I can't think like that. My eyes sweep through the rest of the shed. Maybe there's a tool I can use, something, anything. I take the chair and slam it on the ground until one of its legs gives in. Not much of a weapon, but that's all I have. The air smells like burned wood. In any other place, this may be synonymous with bonfire or barbecue, but here it is much more sinister. Maybe a member disobeyed and got punished with fire. The door of the shed opens and Mason enters with a gun. I hide the chair's leg behind me, but then Mom follows him, glances down at the chair, and shakes her head. Always getting yourself in trouble. No respect for anybody else. Did you even care that Lacey would get hurt once you left? She slides past Mason. Let go of whatever you're hiding behind your back. It's not going to save you. She pauses. You're like your father. Selfish. She spits the word out. I don't remember my father. He left when I was only 2 with one of Mom's friends. I hold myself back. What happened to Master Peter? I force myself to say the word master. Showing any signs of disrespect would be a big mistake. The Creator called him back, but we will see him soon as we purify ourselves for the end. I clench my hands into fists. I heard he drowned, which is weird since he hated swimming. Hate is not a word we like to use, Mom says with a frown. Master Peter wanted to give everything a try. Unfortunately, the Creator decided it was time for him to join him. Mom pauses and hands me a piece of a small paper bag. I brought you some food. The Book of Truth says not to hate your enemies. I'm your son, not your enemy. You became my enemy when you stole Lila. You stole my daughter away from her family and me and the ones who could make sure she would be saved. For what? You do realize the world isn't really coming to an end, right? Her eyes widen. Do not talk like this. Do not doubt more than you already do. Master Abram has to purify you with fire before the end of the world. I force myself to not react, even though her words create a hurricane of panic in my chest.
We're going to get Lila and the others. We'll be back.
Lila. Tessa. If they come here, they're going to die too. It can't happen. I can't let it happen. Mom, please, I beg, and she glances at me with surprise in her eyes. The only other time I begged her was when Abram beat Lacey. Please, Mom, listen to me. This isn't true. None of this is true. Ask Abram about Meredith. Ask him about his first wife and why he's doing all of this. He wants revenge. He wants power. Mom purses her lips.
You still haven't learned to believe.
She clears her throat.
Mason and Emmanuel will watch the shed. You can't do anything.
They smirk their superior fucking asshole smirk when I hope to never have in my life, and they slam the door behind them. I pace around the shed, but nothing comes to me. No solution, no escape plans, nothing. I punch the door with my bare fist again and again. Blood gushes out my knuckles, but the door doesn't even crack. Desperation claws at my throat, making it hard to breathe. I slide to the floor. I don't want to die.
Chapter 44. Tessa. The darkness around us is no longer threatening. It gives me enough courage to come up with a plan. Jeremiah's unlocked Lila's chains, but I still need a key for mine. I guess they trust her more than me. That, and she wouldn't be able to pull the crawlway open since they also locked it. There's only one way. You have to call Mellie, I tell Lila, who whimpers. You have to say I'm hurt. But you're not, and I'm not supposed to lie. She sounds like she's conflicted. I promise you that this lie is not to hurt anyone. It's so that we can leave this place. Do you want to? She nods. I do, but I also want to see Mommy. You will. I believe it. No matter what happens, she'll see her mom again. And hearing her hope breaks my heart. She doesn't understand her mom's not well. She doesn't understand she's in danger. At 3. 1, 2, 3, I prompt her. She uses what little strength she has to scream Mellie's name. Again, I prompt her. She yells again. Then she taps her clenched fist on the door. Melanie! Tessa's hurt! After a few seconds, Melanie shows up. She hurries to where I'm lying. I don't feel good. And it's true. I feel sick to my stomach looking at my sister and wondering if I could have done something differently. I will save Lila and I will get help. Help for Melanie. What's wrong? My stomach's hurting. On the right side. Appendicitis. Based on what Luke said, that's what killed Jeremiah's mom. I cry out and Lila holds my hand. Help her! She's not playing anymore. She probably thinks I am indeed in pain. And even though seeing her panic sends waves of guilt down my spine, I can't reassure her. I need the keys. Her voice quivers. She's wearing a long blue sleeping gown like I've seen in old movies before. She scrambles to go back up. Jeremiah talks to her.
Why?
He sounds worried too.
Her side is hurting?
Now he sounds panicked.
We can't bring her to the hospital. We can't. I can't. Not again.
I was right. Let me unchain her and then we can look at her upstairs. Please. We need to find a way to help her. Maybe we can get a doctor? Or Master Abram?
I don't know where he is. He should be here already.
He's pacing above, faster and faster. Shit. I need to hurry up. I scream in agony. Jeremiah's the one who comes back downstairs, unchains me, and pulls me back upstairs. Once I'm there, he carries me carefully to the couch.
We need to check her temperature. And we still have some aspirin from the one time you got a fever.
They both turn around and my gaze scans the small place. There's a pan and a gun. The gun might be more efficient, but the pan is closer. I don't think. I jump up and in 2 steps grab the pan. What are you doing? Melanie's eyes widen in surprise, and then her shoulders slump in disappointment I don't want to analyze. She should be happy. Happy we're going to get away. Jeremiah's eyes follow my movements and he strides to where the gun is, but adrenaline kicks in and I'm faster. I slam the pan on his head and he falls down. Let's go, I tell Melanie, but she crouches next to him. Lila, let's go. Lila emerges from the crawlway. I don't stop to check if he's dead or just out of it. I rush to Lila and grab her hand.
I force myself to ignore Melanie, who seems like she's in full panic mode.
You killed him, she whispers, like she can't believe I did it.
I pull Lila with me and we run. I check the area, but I'm not sure where we are. I'm not sure in which direction to run. I hesitate, and then see the lights of a car pulling our way. They must come from a road, but it's probably Master Abram. My heart beats in my ears. We need to run in the other direction. The car screeches to a stop. A door slams and a silhouette jumps from the driver's seat. Abram rushes after us, but he's still far. We can make it. If Lila catches a glimpse of her mom, she might refuse to go. I need to save her. I run, but Lila falls down. She doesn't cry.
I'm sorry,
she whimpers. I grab her in my arms. She's heavy and I haven't really eaten in a while, but I can do this. I need to do this.
You can't run from us,
Abram yells, and he sounds close. And then he shoots. Pain radiates through my shoulder, and I drop Lila to the ground. Tears fall down my face. I thought I could save us. I thought I could save all of us. I was wrong. Chapter 45. Luke. I remember the end of the Circle's book and Master Peter talking about the end of the world. According to his interpretation, the fire will engulf everyone on Earth, as every person is a sinner. Everyone who didn't accept the Circle's values as their own will not come back, but instead will be doomed to repeat that same end-of-the-world day over and over. The members of the Circle will reunite with long-lost loved ones and live happily ever after. No one knows for sure when the end will be, but the Circle will be ready. There will be 5 signs: wars around the world, natural catastrophes on all continents simultaneously, a new planet recognized by the Master as the Circle's sign, the devil finding a way inside people's hearts, and a sign only known by the Master. The group will have recruited more souls. It will save as many people as possible. The fire will be cleansing, and members of the Circle will be coming back to a kingdom full of love and happiness. Abram's switching the rules Peter taught us. He's changing the interpretation of the text or pretending he received the sign only known by the Master. He doesn't want to wait for the fire to engulf the earth. He wants to ignite a raging fire. He interprets and reinterprets words written by the first member more than 100 years ago. I doubted him when I was about 11, and I overheard him on the phone talking about tricking people and seeking revenge, but Mom didn't believe me, and he twisted my words. When I was 14, I argued with him that there were 100 ways to look at one sentence, and people just read what they wanted to read. That if one looked at the text the way it was written, it wouldn't make any sense. He used to whip me for my insolence, as he called it, and then he'd always give me that little sneer that made me want to either crawl back into a corner or fight him, and he'd say, "Master Peter and I are the only ones who understand the meaning behind those words. That's why we're your leaders." Bullshit. I lean to the small window to see what's happening in the camp. People are milling around like nothing's happening.
Abram is coming back.
There's a flurry of activity around the camp. I turn to look at the path. This car is different than the one Mom drove to take me here. It's the newest Audi model, way too new and expensive for what he should be able to afford. It speeds down the path. Lacey's standing by a line of clothes. "Lacey!" I call, but Mason bangs against the shed. "Shut up." Then he must turn to the rest of the camp. I can't see him, only hear him. "Stand straight." Mason barks orders at everyone. "Our leader is coming. Tonight will be the night we will clean the evil from the Circle as we welcome our new lives." The car rolls closer. The dark-tinted windows don't let me see inside. It stops in a screech, sending dust flying everywhere. The members of the Circle hold their breaths. I count 17 of them, but there might be more I can't see, instead of the 75 people there were when Master Peter was in charge. The car door opens, and Lila carefully slides out. My heart swells. "Lila!" I scream, and her head turns my way, but she can't see me. My shoulders relax. Her face has no bruises, no marks. The moment she spots Lacey, she breaks into a run.
"Lacey! Lacey!"
she calls and rushes into Lacey's arms. Lacey's crying and holding her and telling her how much she missed her. Tessa's pulled out of the car by Abram. She almost falls to the ground. "What the fuck did you do to her?" I shout, but no one answers. Tessa looks everywhere and her eyes land on the shed. Can she hear me? Abram pulls her back up. 2 more people slide out of the car. Melanie. Her hair is limp and her shirt full of dirt. She smiles at the guy next to her. I gasp. That's the guy from the gas station, the one who lived in the cabin near the town. All this time she'd been close. Mellie's smile doesn't dim when Tessa's pushed to the side with a kick. She's missing some teeth. Compared to her sister, Tessa looks healthy despite her battered face. I throw myself against the door of the shed, trying again and again to open it, but even if it moves, it doesn't crack. After a few more minutes, Mason opens it. I rush to him, but before I can punch him or run past him, he raises his gun. Let's go. Time for a happy reunion. He grabs my arm and pulls me into the center of the compound. Abram stands by me.
Luke!
Lila calls my name, but Lacey holds her back. Tessa's eyes meet mine, and my heart twists when I see her bruises and the blood on her shirt by her shoulder. What happened? Abram rings a bell. Today is the day the traitors will be punished. The circle needs to purify itself before the new world can shine its light on us. The fire will cleanse them. How about all the ones who left? Are you going to kill them too? I scream, and people stare at me like I've grown another head. They're pursuing the circle's mission of recruiting other members. We want to fulfill our mission before the end of this world. That's the excuse he gave. They left because they knew Abram was a fraud. He's a fraud, and you're ready to die for a fraud? Abram lifts his lips into a half smile. Come on, Luke. Let's get you and the others ready for cleansing. Mason pushes me forward until I'm close enough to Tessa to reach out to her. I'm sorry, I whisper to her as I pull her into my arms. I'm so sorry. Before I can tell her we're going to find a way to run, to escape, to leave this fucking place, Abram pulls her away from me. The cleansing process will start right now, he announces. My heart stops.
Chapter 46. Tessa. My blood freezes in my veins. I've never felt so helpless before. Mellie gushes with Dawn about the compound. Doesn't she realize we're about to die? The compound is smaller than I thought it'd be. There are more men than women and a few kids. Mellie beams as she says hi to everyone. Jeremiah has a protective arm around her like he's afraid one of them might hurt her, not realizing their plans, his plans, are the most dangerous of them all. Lacey's still holding Lila's hand. She's talking to her quietly, and Lila stares at her with so much happiness in her eyes. She's missed her. They've missed each other. If only we could all walk away together. Luke's arms are no longer around me, shielding me from what may happen. He's thrashing against the 2 men holding him tight, until one whispers in his ear. He stops moving, and his face pales. His gaze lands on me, and there's so much panic in his eyes, my stomach clenches until it's hard to breathe. One of the men, older with gray hair, gathers some wood and drops it into a fire pit close to the bigger house. Abram lights the wood on fire and then turns to Luke. Abram's tall and on the leaner side. His shaggy blonde hair almost falls into his light brown eyes. His beige tunic and long pants float around him, and his voice is deep, almost hypnotizing.
Luke, it's time for you to admit your sins and ask for forgiveness.
The man who was holding him marches to me while the one with the gray hair grabs Lila. They bring us closer to the fire. Lila shrieks, "Mom!" Her mom rushes to her. Lila doesn't need to be cleansed. She's not responsible for her brother's actions.
Lacey!
Lila's tears break my heart. My entire body shivers despite the heat from the fire, but I force myself not to scream or cry.
Luke,
Abram repeats with a smile on his face. My eyes dart from one face to the other. The crowd seems mesmerized by Abram, by the fire. Abram raises his index finger, and all of them, including Mellie, who's the only one who looks somewhat shocked, sing. We were lost, but then he found us. We were lost, but then he saved us. The man holding me moves my arm closer to the fire. I wince. Tessa! Mellie calls my name, and Jeremiah pulls her closer to him. He leans in, and whatever he says to her calms her down. Luke dips his chin and mutters a few words.
Louder,
Abram calls to him above the song.
Say the words louder.
Luke straightens up and glares at Abram.
I believe in the circle and in you, Master Abram. I give my soul to you. I give you my past, present, and future. I'm sorry for my past sins.
Abram's smile is victorious, and he grabs a long, steely stick, drops it into the fire, puts a glove on his hand, and takes it out of the fire. The end is red. The men hold me steady. I let go of Lila because I know from his look, from his lips turning into a satisfactory grin that freezes the blood in my veins, what he is about to do. The tip touches my skin. It blisters, but it takes at least a full second for the excruciating pain to register. But it's not only the pain. No, it's also the meaning of everything they're doing. I scream and scream and scream. Rage roars within me. Rage and despair. Luke struggling to break free from the men holding him again. The look on his face is pure agony, probably mirroring my own expression. Lila's running back to Lacey. I need a focus point or I'm going to pass out. I focus on Mellie's face. She's stopped singing. Her mouth is open, and tears fall down her face. For the first time since we've been reunited, I see fear and despair in the way her hands reach out in front of her like she wants to reach out to me. Abram calls out,
The end of the world is near. The words of the book tell us the traitors need to be cleansed by fire before it can purify all of us. Today is the day. The new world is waiting for us, and we need to be ready. The traitors will be cleansed. They will not hold us back from the eternal world.
He drops my arm. He only touched me twice with that stick, but I feel it in my entire body. Luke punches one of the men holding him and rushes to me. His fingers touch my face.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The pain in my shoulder and in my arm is agonizing. People continue to chant around us, louder and louder. My heart thumps. I'm scared, I whisper. I stumble. Luke's arm catches me around my waist. I fall limp against him. I'm so scared, I repeat, and everything sways around me. The people shifting on their feet as they sing, the fire still too close to me, Abram and his victorious and vicious smile, and Mellie, who is no longer singing but crying.
I got you,
Luke tells me, but one of the men, the one who is holding Luke back, pushes him away. He grabs a rope that's on the ground and ties my hands together. His breath is on my neck and I scream. Leave me alone! Let me go! Abram grabs Lacey and the other man who was holding Luke ties her hands together as well. My heart is in my throat. Mellie, do something! Say something! Mellie stares at me without a word. She seems lost. Please, Mellie. Do you remember the dog we wanted to save? Do you remember how you said he needed to be safe? His name is Buster. He is safe thanks to you. Please save us too. Tears run down my face and my voice cracks. Mellie, please. She steps forward, but Abram catches her, whispering something in her ear. She nods and stretches her arms out willingly. Sobs rack my body. No, please. I don't want to die. Leave us alone. Why do you need to do that? The man who tied my arms leans toward me.
Because Abram has plans. Once he shows his strength and silences the critics, he'll take us all into the new world. We're going to be happy and rich.
It won't happen. Abram is a con artist. Before he met Jeremiah's mom, he was a criminal and a scammer. And maybe he believed, maybe he didn't, but it doesn't matter because he's lying to all of you. He's using all of you. He yanks my hair back.
Shut up. Leave him alone,
Luke yells, but Lila's brought close to the fire and Luke stops protesting. Mason drags me inside the house while his friend pushes Lacey inside. Mellie follows us willingly after Jeremiah kisses her forehead. Dawn hugs Lacey but doesn't stop any of this from happening. The house has newspapers on the floor and a slight smell of gas. We climb the creaking wood stairs one after the other, and this is all so surreal. This can't be happening. Abram opens the door to a room and turns to us.
There's a window, but you're going to be tied away from it. You won't be able to jump. You'll see the escape route, but it's going to be out of reach. I find that poetic in a way.
The men all tie us to a table that's attached to the floor. Why are you doing this? I ask again. Abram crouches in front of me.
Because the Book of Truth says sinners and newcomers need to be cleansed by the fire.
Mellie bites her lip. I thought my symbol was the cleanse. Abram shakes his head.
I like you, Melanie. You could have helped the cause, but I believe Jeremiah loves you more than he loves the circle. And it's his fault his mom died. He needs to pay, too.
Mellie's eyes widen, but I'm not sure she understands. Lacey spits in Abram's face. You're not going to get away with this. He slaps her so hard her head hits the table.
But I will. I believed, too, before I realized how much money I could make, before I lost Meredith, before I broke the rules and nothing happened to me. Those people outside are true believers. With you dead, they'll do everything I say, including setting fire to their own houses, dying for the circle.
He pauses.
I will live a better life.
He smirks.
As the Book of Truth says, the end of this world will bring a better life.
He slowly stands up.
I deserve a better life.
He licks his lips.
I need to take care of Luke and Lila. They won't be far from you. You're all going to die together.
Chapter 47. Luke.
Abram and his men force us to go into the main house. Today's the day you're going to be purified. Fire will cleanse our sins so we can be ready for the end of the world.
You don't even believe in all this shit, I shout. Where are Lacey and Tessa? Where's Melanie?
In another room. Not far. Mom follows him this time.
Do you want your kids to die, Mom?
You're not dying. You're going to live again. It's going to be beautiful.
She kisses my forehead before I can push her away.
The rest of the family will follow you very soon. We're going to do the rituals outside as we set this house on fire. Then everyone will go home, say their last words, and they'll be ready for the flames.
Abram pushes Lila with me. You both escaped. You will find peace and renewal together. Mom's mouth purses into a thin line and her hand touches Abram's arm.
Maybe Lila could stay with us.
Abram slaps her and she stumbles back, holding her cheek. I've already told you 1,000 times, no. I intervene in a desperate attempt to convince her. You're her mother. Don't let this happen to her. You can save her. You can really save her. Mom sways from one side to the other.
I could go with them,
Mom suggests, but Abram hits her again. Lila cries and Mom caresses her head.
It's okay, baby love.
She hugs Lila tightly.
We'll be reunited soon, baby girl.
And that's when I realized Mom truly believes everything Abram says. She believes we will all be together again soon. She doesn't think she's leaving us to die here alone. Mom kisses the top of Lila's head.
Be a strong girl until then. I can't wait for us to play hide and seek again together.
Lila cries out, not letting go of Mom, but Abram intervenes. It's time to go. Mom reluctantly unclutches Lila's fingers from her neck and pushes her to me. Abram forces us into a small room with a sofa and a table and closes the door behind us. I run against the door, but it doesn't budge.
Lacey! Tessa!
I scream out while Lila wraps her arms around herself. Their answer is faint. They must be on the other side of the house.
Here!
I run against the door again. My shoulder burns from the pain. There's no window in this room, but there's one in the hallway. A gunshot. Outside. Someone got shot. What's going on? My heart beats faster and faster. And that's when I hear the crackles of fire. And smoke. I smell smoke. Lila stops rocking back and forth and she rushes to me, coughing.
What's that?
Shit. The house must be on fire. The smoke trails up and slowly invades the room. I need to find out. My fingers try to pry the door open. My nails split open. Nothing moves. Smoke fills the room. It's in my nose, in my lungs. Lila's arms are tight around my neck. We need to leave. My voice is hoarse. We need to go. The ultimate fire that's supposed to reunite us with the past and the present of the circle. Bullshit. We need to go. Lila coughs and tears spring in my eyes. People scream outside. They no longer chant. Maybe they realize what's happening. Maybe they're snapping out of it. Maybe Mom will come and save us. The pain in my shoulder intensifies. I push against the door. The heat licks my skin, blisters it, and I grind my teeth to keep from screaming. The door doesn't budge. My throat constricts, but I can't let myself feel pain or fear. I don't want to die. I don't want Lila to die. Where is everyone? Where's Tessa? And Lacey? One more time. I can get that door open if I try one more time. I'm going to yell, Lila, but it's just so that maybe more people can hear us, okay? She nods, but her nod is weak, and she looks so scared. I force myself to smile at her, and she smiles back. I gather all my strength, and this time I scream as I push against it as if that scream is giving me more pull, and scream louder when it still doesn't open. The flames surround us. Lila coughs again and again. I move her in front of me so I can hide her face in my shirt. It's harder and harder to breathe. I crouch on the floor. I love you, Lila, I whisper. I'm not sure she can hear me. I wish I could hold Tessa one more time. I wish I could turn back time and convince Lacey to leave with us. I wish I would have found a way to save Lacey and Mom from the circle years ago. Maybe we'd have found Mellie then. Maybe everything would have turned out differently. Maybe...
Stop living in the past.
Tessa's voice resonates in my mind. I push one last time, and when the door collapses with flames leaking from the sides of it, we're right behind. I fall face first to prevent Lila from falling herself. She's not moving, though. Tessa! Lacey! I need to save them. Where are they exactly? They're yelling from the other side of the house. How do I get to them? The stairs are almost on fire, but Jeremiah rushes through them. He's bleeding but moving. Go. Take Lila with you. I'm going to get Mellie. He pushes me forward. Go, before the stairs collapse. Go. He turns around. Abram shot your mom. He shot your mom. He shot me, and then he left with Mason and Emmanuel. I gulp. Mom's dead. She's really dead. Go, Jeremiah repeats. Lila's not moving. The flames roar. I need to move. Sirens blare in the far distance. Maybe they've seen the smoke. I gather Lila in my arms, making sure her face is against my shoulder, away from the smoke, and I run down the stairs. The flames lick my arms, but I push forward. We stumble outside, and I fall to my knees. Lila coughs, and I hug her. Mom's lifeless body lies a few feet away with blood pooling around her, and I force myself not to look at it. I turn Lila away. A woman's walking around, calling for a man I assume to be her husband. Some of the cabins are also on fire, but some people are getting water to extinguish them.
He left. Master Abram left.
Another woman yells with wide eyes.
He killed Master Peter.
I'm not sure what happened outside, but whatever it is, it gave Jeremiah the push to run into a burning house. I need to find Tessa and Lacey. I need to save them. The sirens are closer, but they're not close enough. You need to run, Lila, like you do at soccer. I need you to run fast to where those trees are. I point to the path leading to the main road. You only stop if you see the police. She's wobbly on her legs. Her face is full of ashes and part of her hair is missing. You can do it, Lila. You're the star of the soccer team, remember? I don't know how I managed to sound cheerful.
I don't want to go without you.
Her upper lip quivers. I need to stay and find Lacey and Tessa.
And Mellie? And Mommy?
Bile shoots up in my mouth. She still hasn't seen her body, which someone has now covered with a bedsheet. Mellie. I do need to find Mellie, too. Of course, I reply and gently touch her face. Go. I push her forward, and she walks more than runs toward the road. Several police cars and ambulances rush our way. In a few minutes, they'll be here with the firefighters. They're going to save us. Lacey, Tessa. I still can't scream. I can barely hear myself. The flames blow in all directions, and panic grips every muscle in my body. I need to get inside the house. I stagger on my feet. I need to get inside the house. I push myself forward. The side of the house Lila and I were in collapsed. Only a few more minutes or a few more seconds, and we would have been crushed by the debris and the fire. My eyes focus on the path I need to take. Tessa should still be safe. at least for now, but she doesn't have long. I need to get inside the house. The path I thought it could take is engulfed in another wall of fire. I can't get in.
Chapter 48. Tessa. The door unlocks, and Jeremiah stands in front of us. "You're here," Mellie whispers, and the way she looks at him is full of devotion. Maybe Abram was right, and Jeremiah and Mellie are more committed to one another than they are to the circle. The tension in my body only eases a little because the smoke is everywhere. Lacey's coughing and breathing hard.
"We need to leave,"
Jeremiah says, and his tone is still soothing. His shoulder's bleeding and he's limping. Jeremiah came back for us. Instead of obeying Abram, he came back for us. For Mellie. I want to rush to the door, but the smoke is everywhere and I can't move. Jeremiah unties Mellie first.
"We need to leave. Abram's gone. He fled. He told me I could come with him. Start a fresh family somewhere else. He was lying about everything. He killed Dawn. She wanted to help Lila, and he killed her."
Lacey gasps. "Where is Lila? Where's Luke?"
"They're safe. They're out."
Lacey and I exchange a relieved look, but it's short-lived. I move my hands, but the knot doesn't give. "Please help me. I can't move. I still can't move." Flames lick the door. There's a loud crash, and all we hear is the fire.
"We need to go."
His voice is panicked. Mellie finally manages to untie me while Jeremiah unties Lacey. We crawl on the floor. Jeremiah motions for us to go to the window.
"The stairs are on fire. Everything is on fire."
Blood drips from his wound. "You've been shot." Mellie gasps and turns to him. "Who did that?"
"Abram, when I told him I wouldn't leave with him."
I shiver despite the heat. Abram organized all of this. "We're going to need to jump." I point to the window, grab a book from a small table and throw it against it. But the window doesn't shatter. Lacey turns around and her gaze zeroes in on a desk with an iron paperweight on it. Lacey slowly stands and her hand touches it. She screams. It's probably burning her skin. She picks it up, hacking, and throws it against the window. It shatters. Jeremiah helps Mellie up, but then he collapses back on the floor. He may have lost too much blood.
"Go,"
he tells Mellie, and then breathes out.
"Everything was a lie."
A cough racks his body.
"I don't want you to die, Melanie. The book said the leader would lead us through the end of the world. Abram isn't the leader. It's not time."
He still believes. After everything, he still believes. Maybe he needs to. Otherwise, his entire life wouldn't have only been a lie, but a lie with no hope. "We need to go," I urge them, but Mellie's still looking at him, listening to him. Lacey's removing shards so we can jump. "There are flames everywhere." She turns to us. "We don't have much time." Jeremiah winces. Blood continues to gush from his wound.
"Your parents, they never went on a cruise. They never read your letters."
He sounds weaker and like he can barely inhale without being in pain.
"Abram told me you'd be happier with the circle. I really thought."
He coughs again and blood sputters out.
"I really thought I was saving you."
And then he turns to me.
"It's your turn to save her. Please."
I nod and pull Mellie to me. She doesn't resist. We're maybe 9 feet above ground. The smoke is everywhere and it's getting thicker. "The house is surrounded by a garden," Lacey tells us. "Remember?" She sounds reassuring. "We're going to be okay." "We are," I reply, even though my stomach clenches with fear. "Jump," I tell Lacey. Her entire body shakes, but she slowly puts one foot out of the window, holding herself on the ledge. Her hands are full of blood. "You need to jump," I repeat, and she does. Mellie pushes me to the window. The smoke blurs almost everything, but I spot a firefighter truck. We can be saved. We can go home. We can start fresh. My sister will be with us again. "I'll follow you." The window is too small for us both to go together. "You go first," I tell her, but she shakes her head. "I'll follow you," she says again. She pushes me forward and lets go of my hand. "Please, I need to make sure you're okay. I'll follow you." And I believe her. I hurry out. The burn on my arm is still radiating pain through my entire body, but I grind my teeth and follow the path Lacey took. My hands are still on the ledge of the window when Mellie looks down at me. I need to save him, too. I'll be right there. We'll sing on the roof again, looking at the stars. I'll read you part of my diary so you can understand. You need to understand, and my diary might help. I promise. I shake my head. I understand already. I do. Just come with me now. I beg her, my voice cracking. The smoke thickens and I cough. Mellie gently touches my cheek. I'll follow you. I promise. And she forces my hands away from the ledge before I can tell her how much I love her and I need her to be safe. I fall. Chapter 49. Mellie. I want to live. I want to see my parents again and tell them how sorry I am. Tears run down my face. Tears for what I've done and what I may never be able to do. I can't leave Jeremiah behind. He saved me. Maybe not the way he thought, but he protected me from Abram. I understand it now. If Abram had gotten to me earlier, I'd be like Lacey's mom. I'd be dead. The fire rages and a shelf crashes down next to us. My heart pounds and my throat tightens. Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget. I shake my head. Master Abram lied. All of this, my thoughts, hurt. Everything hurts. I crouch further down, sliding next to Jeremiah. The fire closes in. The heat engulfs us. He whimpers.
You need to go.
Not without you. The flames get closer and closer. Evil doesn't sleep, doesn't rest, doesn't forget. I want to scream, but it's only a croak. Jeremiah, I manage to say. I need to save him. I need to save us both. The smoke rushes into my mouth, my nose, my eyes. I pull Jeremiah toward me. He opens his eyes and propels himself forward.
Please, you need to jump.
We're not close enough to the window. We're not close enough to jump. I cough and cough and cough. Breathing becomes harder and harder. Together. Another loud noise. A siren. Save you. The fire surrounds us. My skin blisters. I can't breathe. I'll never see my parents again. I'll never see Tessa again. I'll never sing with her on the roof again. Flames lick my skin and I hold on to Jeremiah. He tries to protect me. It's too late. Chapter 50. Luke.
You have to let me go in. I yell at the firefighters again. I rush to the side, but there's no other entrance. I've been circling the house for what seems like forever, trying to find a way to get inside, to save them. They can't die in there. They can't. The flames continue to grow. There are more people inside. I cry out with what's left of my voice and charge again toward the main entrance. A firefighter holds me back. You need to let us do our job. We can't worry about you, too. His tone is serious, but he doesn't understand. I need to save them. The compound is on fire. Most of the buildings are on fire. People are running and screaming, looking for people they love. It is chaos. My chest constricts.
There!
Someone screams, pointing at a window on the left. Lacey. That's Lacey among the smoke. That's my sister. Let go of me. I scream and break free. She jumps, or she lets go, I'm not sure. There's so much smoke. My heart sprints to my throat and I think I yell her name. I'm too late. I'm too fucking late. And again, I failed her. I failed them. I sob as I rush toward her, but I'm not the only one running and a firefighter arrives before me. Lacey lies in one of the tomato plants, but she's not moving. My throat is parched and breathing is hard. Is she okay? I ask, and my entire body tenses, waiting for the answer. Is she okay? I repeat, louder, and my heart either beats too fast or too slow. Please let her be okay. Please. Lacey still hasn't moved, but then she yelps as he touches her leg. She's going to be, he says, and he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and I slide to my knees, tears welling behind my eyelids. The firefighter gently wipes Lacey's hair away from her face. She might have broken her leg and she needs to go to the hospital, but she's going to be okay.
Lila.
That's the only word she whispers. I take her hand in mine. Safe. She exhales and closes her eyes. Someone brings a stretcher, and the firefighter carefully places Lacey on it. We do need to take her to the hospital. Smoke inhalation and a broken leg and possibly a broken arm, he says, and she holds his hand. I follow them away from the house and manage to take a deep breath. Lacey and Lila are both safe. But as I look around, waiting to see Tessa, she's still nowhere to be found. In my mind, she'd be right behind Lacey. Or maybe they had found another way out, any way out. They would all be saved. Panic grips my entire body. Terror about losing Tessa chills me to my core. I turn to whoever is standing close by. Where's Tessa? There were more people in that house. Why are they not out? Where are they? I'm about to charge in the main house again. There's someone else at the window, someone yells. Tessa. Tessa and Mellie. Tessa hangs by her hands with her feet dangling. She's not letting go. Mellie's talking to her, and then Mellie shoves her sister. Tessa screams as she falls, feet first. She crashes to the ground. You need to get checked too. A firefighter approaches me, but I don't reply. I rush back to the spot where Lacey laid just a few minutes ago. The firefighters are checking Tessa. Another is carrying another stretcher.
Mellie wants to save Jeremiah,
Tessa croaks. Sweat purls down her face full of ash. Her hands look burned.
Is she behind me? Are they jumping?
Her voice breaks and she struggles to stand. We need to check you out, miss.
My sister is in the house,
Tessa cries out, and I can hear her heart shattering with every word.
My sister's still in the house,
she whimpers. Her sister should be jumping now, or it might be too late.
Please, you need to go get her.
She sounds desperate, and I wish I could take her pain away. Maybe for once I could be the hero. Maybe I could save Mellie. But the flames engulf that part of the house entirely, too. Run! A firefighter grabs my arm while another picks up Tessa and carries her a few feet away before placing her on the stretcher. The house collapses.
No!
Tessa cries out, trying to break free from the firefighter's hold but wincing at the pain.
Mellie!
Her voice breaks and she coughs violently. The firefighters carrying Tessa bring the stretcher to an ambulance. I climb in with her, and my heart hurts knowing the pain she must feel. Not only the physical pain, but knowing her sister is gone. I wish I could take that pain away. She closes her eyes, coughing. Tears fall down her face.
I'll never see her again. She promised we would sing together again, on the roof, like when we were kids. And then she said we'd read her diary together, that she'd explain everything to me. And then,
she whispers, her voice breaking. My heart breaks at the sound. She wheezes. I hold her hand as gently as I can. Son, you need to move. We need to check her out for smoke inhalation. Tessa tries to sit up, but she closes her eyes.
Everything moves. Everything turns.
You need to stay still, the paramedic tells her. There could be some toxin inhalation. Symptoms don't necessarily show up right away. We need to go to the hospital. He turns to me for a second. We need to get you checked up, too. He hooks Tessa up to an oxygen mask. I take her hand in mine again, wishing I could take away her pain, knowing she'll need help to deal with the guilt, with the horrors. We're all going to need help. I caress her hair gently. Her eyes are still closed. I'm so sorry about your sister, Tessa. I'm so sorry. I want you to know you helped me fight. I could hear your voice telling me to keep going. I whisper. I love you, and I'm going to be there for you. I'm going to help you, okay? Whatever you need. Together.
Chapter 51. Tessa. It's been 3 weeks. There's so much pain inside of me. Pain I'm not quite sure what to do with. Anger sometimes bubbles within me, threatening to spill over. And when it's not anger, it's anguish.
Try to sleep,
Luke whispers as he hangs up. We're tiptoeing around each other, unsure about how to be. Our pasts were so intertwined. Mellie and his mom, both gone. How do we move forward together? But despite not knowing, not being sure of anything, he's been calling me every night right before I fall asleep. Some days he listens to me cry. Other days he tries to make me laugh. Tonight he listened to me rambling on and on about Mellie and how she used to smile and how she taught me how to sing. I don't want to fall asleep. Nightmares wake me up every night. It's late and the trailer is silent. Even Buster's not snoring. He only stirs when I slowly get up and head outside. I need to see the stars. The night is fresh but not too cold. My heart beats in my ears, a cacophony made of fears and memories. I inhale deeply, wondering when I will ever feel completely safe again. I walk to the grass behind our trailer. I could try to climb on the roof, but instead I settle on one of the chairs we have, close to what was supposed to be a garden full of flowers, but instead stayed almost bare. I tilt my head back. The stars shine, but my chest still feels so heavy. We'll never sing together again, and yet singing seems to be one way to feel like maybe she's right there by my side. I inhale deeply, and the dissonant sounds in my mind slowly dim. Mellie used to sing Danny Boy. She learned it in the first choir she was in. She taught me how to sing. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling, from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and I must bide. My voice shakes and I whisper her name, Mellie. I sing to the stars as if she can hear me, a verse I wrote during class yesterday. There are shining stars for you and me. Your smile will no longer be hidden. Your smile is the story waiting to be written. There are stars shining for you and me. I miss you, Mellie. And this time my voice doesn't shake. It breaks. 3 months later. Tessa. It's been 3 months since the fire. 3 months since Mellie died. 3 months that I've been waking up every single night to the same nightmare. Mellie calling my name, asking me to save her, begging me to save them. Lacey had to stay at the hospital for a few days. On top of suffering from smoke inhalation, her leg was broken in several places. Lila is back with Anya and Mitch. She asks about her mom regularly and cries often. Luke's uncle was operated on several times, and he's almost ready to go back to work. Lacey lives with him and Luke. The money Faye received was tracked to one of Abram's accounts, and the story of her death was in Mellie's diary. Her son's doing better. He is receiving the needed treatment thanks to donations. One of her only friends said Abram promised her the money if she met Mellie at that gas station and later played the role of a psychic. And then when she wanted to come clean, he blackmailed her, scaring her into thinking her son would never get that treatment. He wanted to test Jeremiah's trust in him, and instead concluded he and Mellie were too close to one another.
I'll see you again next week,
my therapist tells me as he gives me a refill for my anti-anxiety prescription. It took him about a month to find the right dosage, but even though I still have issues taking a deep breath without remembering what happened, it's helped me relax and be more focused. Mom and Dad are both waiting for me. They're back in counseling too. On top of the family counseling, they're going through couples counseling. Last time Mom gave up on couples counseling, but this time she's sticking through it. She's also seeing a therapist by herself again. Are you sure you're going to be okay driving? Mom asks, giving me a hug. I'll be okay. Dad caresses my hair.
We're proud of you for finishing your school year the way you did, and for the fundraiser you're organizing.
Thank you. I watch them. They look like they've aged 30 years, but they're leaning on one another for support. Dad hasn't moved back home, but he moved back closer to town, and they're helping each other work through their grief. They told me they weren't sure if they would ever get back together, but they want to be there for me. I hug them both again and head out. The summer is almost here, only a few more days, and at the end of the month I'll be singing at a fundraiser I organized with an association that helps victims of cults. I'm still thinking about college. I'm looking at different voice programs, but I'm also interested in music therapy. I enrolled at the local community college and applied to more scholarships. Abram was caught when attempting to cross into Canada. Mason ratted him out when he was arrested one day after the fire. Abram's claiming from jail that the end of the world is coming. From what I've heard, he's recruiting new members. The FBI thinks the danger has passed for us. With both Mason and Abram in jail and other members of the circle trying to grasp what happened, we should be safe. I slide into my car. My phone beeps with a text from Luke.
How was it? We're still on for meeting at the lake?
I type back. He thinks my nightmares will go away at some point. He said I should reread the part in Mellie's diary where she speaks about Jeremiah and me. Mellie wanted me to read her diary after all, and he thinks it might help. My phone rings, and Luke's warm voice is like a cushy pillow that supports me.
Maybe he's right.
My throat tightens and my chest feels heavy. The last time I tried to read Mellie's diary, my voice shakes. I threw up and didn't leave my room for 3 days.
I can be there while you read it.
Luke's tone isn't pushing. It's full of understanding. I hesitate but then exhale loudly. I'll bring it to the lake. I lean back in my seat. How are you?
I've got my meeting tomorrow, and Uncle John's helping me write letters of motivation for internships at the local after-class programs for the elementary school kids. I might be able to shadow someone for 2 weeks this summer.
I almost smile at the wonder in his voice. I told you he would help you.
And you were right.
He pauses, and I imagine him leaning on his bed with his dirty clothes scattered around. We spent hours making out in his bed. It took us about 4 weeks before feeling like we weren't betraying anyone's memory by enjoying one another, before moving forward.
I love you.
I love you too. See you at the lake. I reply and wish I could hug him via the phone. I shake my head and take a deep breath. I need to go home to let Buster out. The road to our mobile home isn't long, and it takes me less than 10 minutes to get there.
How are you doing, Tacita?
Mrs. Fernandez asks me as soon as I pull up. I'm doing okay, I reply, and part of me genuinely is feeling okay. The other part vacillates between acceptance and anger and denial and a lot of different feelings.
I'm happy to hear that.
She smiles. She's sitting outside with a pitcher of iced tea and Diego. Diego's been spending more and more time with her. His 19th birthday is in 4 months, and all he wishes for is to see his mom. She's filing papers to come home, but so far, Diego's still taking care of his little sister and living with Pablo. He wanted to leave and go back to El Salvador, but his mom called him in tears, telling him he needed to continue his life here in the United States. She explained how everything was even more dangerous now and how he would be going back to a country he doesn't even really know. His life is here. Diego waves at me. He, Luke, and I spend more time at school together. Kenneth's leaving us alone, for the most part. The swim team's coach apparently had a talk with him, letting him know he would get kicked out of the team if he didn't get his shit together. I wish he had that talk with him years ago, but better late than never. Diego chuckles.
I'm going to beat you this time.
They're playing Scrabble, and Diego said they could use English and Spanish words. I smile at them and open the door to our mobile home. Buster rushes to me and jumps on me, his tail wagging. Right after I came home from the hospital, he wouldn't leave my side. He'd whine every single time I went to school, and he wouldn't let anybody close to me. He's better now. I grab his harness in my room. My gaze dances to the other side of the room, where Mellie's bed and posters and pictures used to be. We kept the pictures, but we added new ones too, and instead of her twin bed, we put a small couch and a bookshelf. Her diary is on that bookshelf. On the first few pages, Mellie wrote, "Mom, Dad, Tessa, I miss you." Mom and Dad started reading it but decided those were Mellie's private thoughts. They said Mellie told me she and I would read her diary together, but she didn't say anything about them reading it. Before giving it to us, Luke's uncle marked a few pages he said might help me move forward. When he told me about them, he had tears in his eyes. He's still very uncomfortable showing any emotions, but he was there for Luke and for my family and me. I gently take the diary and put it in my small cotton bag. I walk Buster, give him a few treats and a big cuddle, and then head out to the lake. Luke's already there, sitting by the water. We went to the bonfire yesterday evening and even danced a bit. He pulls me into a hug, and feeling his arms around me, I melt into his embrace, and then chuckle, glancing up at him. You put on too much acts, for real. I cough and he grins, a real, happy, and slightly teasing grin that reaches his eyes and warms my entire body.
Maybe a little.
He kisses the top of my nose and we both settle on the ground, me between his legs. I hand him the diary and my shoulders tense up in anticipation. Can you read the passage for me? Your uncle marked it with 2 post-its. I almost shiver, even though the evening is warm.
Are you sure?
His tone is concerned. Please, I repeat, and my voice is full of so many emotions. Luke's lips touch my hair briefly in a reassuring I'm here kiss.
Okay.
He clears his throat.
Dear Diary, I miss Tessa. I miss Mom and Dad, but I miss Tessa so much.
He shifts on the ground so he's next to me instead of behind me, and he wraps his arm around me, tugging me closer. I lean my head on his chest, feeling his heartbeat. His breathing calms me. He continues reading.
I always told her she annoyed me, but I hope she remembers we're going to be sisters forever. Maybe we can be saved together. Jeremiah said perhaps we could save Tessa too, but he told me Mom and Dad don't love me. Master Abram explained that Mom and Dad were beyond redemption.
He glances down at me as if to ensure I'm okay. I nod and he turns the page.
In the beginning, I thought Jeremiah was lying, but when he protected me from Master Abram months ago, I knew he cared. I wish Tessa and Jeremiah could meet. Maybe Tessa would tell me what happened with Isabel was an accident, that I didn't mean for her to die.
Luke's voice shakes, and he clears his throat again. My chest constricts. There's so much I wish I could have told my sister. Luke takes my hand in his and lightly kisses it. What else? What else did she write? I whisper, because if I talk any louder, my voice will crack and I will let all of my emotions pour out. Luke inhales deeply and exhales slowly. He continues.
I couldn't eat or breathe. I couldn't go on for so long after Isabel died. Jeremiah brought me back to life. He listened to me and comforted me. Master Abram wanted me to disappear, but Jeremiah fought for me. Again.
He turns another page.
He's my family too.
My entire body feels heavy. I burrow myself deeper in Luke's embrace, and he holds me tight as tears run down my face. Isabel's sister was so heartbroken. I hiccup. She always hoped her sister would come back, like I did. I inhale sharply, remembering what I had read before and what the police explained happened. Mellie didn't want Isabel to die. She didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. She called for Jeremiah. She tried to open the latch, but she couldn't, and Jeremiah wasn't there.
They were both victims,
Luke replies, and his voice is full of so much anger and pain and sadness.
Your sister didn't know Isabel could die from an allergic reaction. She didn't realize there were traces of peanut in the cookies she baked.
I sit back up a little so that I can look at Luke as I speak. His gaze is haunted as if Mellie's past is intertwined with his. He clears his throat again.
Isabel survived so much to die like that. She escaped from an abusive home to find her sister, and then she met Jeremiah.
His jaw clenches. I tilt my head before leaning back into him. Do you really think they believed they were saving her?
I think so.
He caresses my arm, and I'm not entirely sure he's soothing me or finding a way to soothe himself, to ground himself in the present.
Most of the people, they truly thought they were helping,
he explains.
And when Jeremiah found her, she was hurt, and she was begging in the streets, and yes, I do believe he thought he was saving her.
His fingers interlink with mine, and we both fall silent, lost in our thoughts, in what could have been, comforting one another. Maybe we should stop reading, I tell him. I know it's also hard for you. He gently tilts my head toward him.
In a way, it feels like reading those moments is a way to honor her. She wanted you to read them, and unless you're not ready to hear them, I want to be there for you. Let me be there for you.
My chest expands, making it easier to breathe. My body is made of tears, it seems, but Luke's words and his presence help me in so many ways. I'm ready, I whisper. He nods and turns to the other marked excerpt.
Dear Diary, Tessa's here. She's arrived. She doesn't believe me, and the way she looks at Jeremiah scares me. She's my sister, and I love her so much. I want us all to be saved, and we might all be saved soon.
His arm tightens around me.
What happened in the trailer with this woman, it scares me. But I need to trust Master Abram. I need to trust the circle the same way I trust Jeremiah. Jeremiah's my family too. Like Tessa, I'd do anything for him and for her. Anything.
He clears his throat.
I want them to be happy.
I remember my sister's smile. I remember how we laughed together. I remember how she held on to Jeremiah in that burning house. I wanted her to be happy too, I whisper, my voice full of tears again. Luke carefully sets the diary to the side, and he pulls me into a tight hug. I can feel his warmth and feel his heartbeat. I sob into his shoulder. I wanted her to leave with me and jump. Luke leans back and runs his fingers down my back, reassuring and comforting.
She couldn't leave him behind.
His voice is hoarse.
Abram broke them. He destroyed my mom. He was the one who was responsible for all of this.
He still sounds angry when he talks about Abram, but it's not as explosive. His therapy's been helping him.
Abram's responsible, he repeats. Not Mellie. Not Jeremiah. Jeremiah tried to save her. He saved you and Lacey. He needed help.
Luke kisses my cheek again.
Mellie tried to save Jeremiah.
Part of me knows he's right, but part of me wishes she would have asked me to stay and help so that maybe we could all be alive. I should have stayed and helped her.
You don't know what would have happened. Your sister probably thought she could save him and herself. She knew she could save you if you jumped. She wanted you to be safe. She wanted you to live too.
Luke whispers in my hair.
She loved you so much.
She did, and I loved her too. So much. Luke tilts his head back, and for a second he gets lost, staring at the sky.
She did love you so much, and I'm sorry she's not with us anymore, he says.
I know he's thinking about his mom too. He's been trying to come to terms with everything that happened that day and the years before. He believes his mom would have saved Lila and Lacey, but not him. Luke's convinced he reminded her too much of the man who'd broken her heart. I don't believe it. She died because she wanted to rescue us. We both do our best to move forward, to live, to enjoy the little moments others may take for granted because we know how fleeting those moments are. Some days are harder than others. Some days we both want to curl back into bed and forget the world even exists. But we both have help and goals. And we lean on one another, too. I settle against his chest and close my eyes. Tomorrow I'll write a goodbye letter to Melanie, and I'll stick it between the pages of her diary. But today, I'll take a deep breath and think about how much Melanie loved me, how much she wanted me to live and love. And I will. And I do. The end. This has been See Me, See Me Not, Gavert City Book 2, written by Elodie Nowodazkij, narrated by Megan Carter. Copyright 2017 by Elodie Nowodazkij. Production copyright by Elodie Nowodazkij.